centre being closed, obviously a hard time for everyone, but I think me turning my home into a little swimming centre, I think it's helped enormously with the transition to self-iso. Taking a while for the household to get used to, but they're doing pretty well.
Random wristband check.
Centre's closing, guys. Just want you to hop it up, thank you.
No running.
Welcome everyone to the 9th Annual Lifesaving Victoria Summit. Firstly, I'd like to acknowledge the traditional owners of the land on which everyone is tuning in from to watch today. In the spirit of reconciliation, I acknowledge the traditional custodians of country throughout Australia and their connections to land, sea and community. I pay my respects to their elders past and present and extend that respect to all Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander peoples today. Thank you all for taking the time to come together to review, discuss and plan the future of pool and aquatic safety and address the industry challenges, which I acknowledge have been wider and more complex than ever on aquatic industry, customers and the staff due to COVID-19. The year ahead will see COVID-safe messages and traditional water safety messages balanced, and today is a time for thinking and reflection and for formulating strategy around these challenges. We encourage pool owners and operators to consider the unprecedented lack of community preparedness for returning to aquatic environments, including swimming pools this year. Many people will think that they are as fit and as skilled in aquatics as they were before COVID-19, but this may not be the case. Tomorrow and next week will be about putting thinking into action as you use your collective insights from today's presenters to formulate your pool strategy for what I hope will be a safe and prosperous summer. But before we begin, I'd like to thank our summit sponsors, Exum, Lovibond Water Testing and Water Lily Australia, Cleaning Melbourne, Layardell Medical, EcoSave, Commercial Aquatics Australia and Aflex Inflatable. Our event speakers are also thanked for taking time out of their busy schedules to share their knowledge and insights with us today. These include Simon Weatherall of Weatherall Leadership, Jennifer O'Connor from DHHS, Bridget Gardner from HPC Solutions, Kelly Smart from East Gippsland Shire Council, Nathan Burke from Western Bulldogs Football Club, Anita Savick from Phoenix Australia, Kathy Parton from ARV, and our many experienced Lifesaving Victoria speakers. And of course, in the time of COVID-19, this event wouldn't have been possible without the team at Visual Culture, our video producers today. Thank you all for your time, and I very much look forward to the LSV Aquatic Industry Summit today. Thanks.
Hi, Andrew Crisp, Emergency Management Commissioner. Well, here we go again, another video. And it is so frustrating having to do this virtually. I'd much rather be with you again for the annual summit. But anyway, it is what it is. You're certainly such an important part of our overall sector, you know, and I have been feeling for you, and hopefully there is some light at the end of the tunnel now in relation to the opportunity to open up the aquatic industry, because we know it's important for young people learning to swim, for others that want to use pools. I guess my message to you, and it might be a message that's reinforced through this virtual summit, is very much about looking after yourselves. You have been impacted upon your businesses, and I somewhat understand that. You know, I'll never fully understand it because I'm not in your shoes, but I know, and I've seen it across many of our other organisations that we work with. So please, the impact it might have had on you, I just encourage you, just to continue to look after yourself. Look after each other. You know, if you need to put up your hand because you're not travelling too well, then please just make sure you do that. So enjoy the summit, but more importantly, look after yourselves. Thank you.
Welcome everyone to the Lifesaving Victoria Aquatic Industry Summit. Thank you all for coming together online this year. It's a chance for the aquatic industry to all have the same commute to the summit for once, whether you're based in Melbourne or Mildura. A welcome change for some, I'm sure. It's been a challenging year for all of us, but especially those in the aquatic industry, and I acknowledge the strength you've all needed to draw on this year. Whilst it's brought us difficulties, it has also brought us together in new and innovative ways. This summit, with a wider scope and audience, is an example of this. Working to put this event together included the pool safety, swimming and water safety education, public training, leadership and development teams. I thank those who have put in time behind the scenes to put this event together. It's something I personally look forward to each year as a chance for all of us to review, discuss and plan the future of pool and aquatic safety and address the industry challenges. Today we'll discuss public health, safety, operational excellence, programming opportunities, reinvigorating culture, mental health, advocacy and training. It also builds on the success of the Water Safety Week and beyond events, Blue Connections, the AFAR Professional Development Series to help keep aquatic industry professionals connected, informed and engaged. I'm proud of the work our aquatic industry has done to stay connected and learning this year. It makes me confident that no matter what the future holds for us, we'll get through this together. For now though, let's spend some time taking stock of the year and planning for the known and unknown to come. I'd like to thank you all for making this commitment to water safety again this year, and I hope you find the summit inspiring.
Good morning and welcome to Lifesaving Victoria's Aquatic Industry Summit. For those who don't know me, my name is Caitlin Greenhill. I'm a Project Officer at LSV and today I will be your MC. I'd like to acknowledge our keynote speakers today. LSV President Paul James ASM, whom you have just heard from, Emergency Management Commissioner Andrew Crisp APM, and CEO Dr. Nigel Taylor ESM, for your messages of support in our introductory sequence. I'd like to take this opportunity to acknowledge the supporters of today's event, including our sponsors, ICSM, Lobbybond Water Testing and Water Lily Australia, Cleaning Melbourne, Lairdale Medical, EcoSave, Commercial Aquatics Australia and Aflex Inflatables. A special welcome to each and every one of you in our industry, and a big thank you for continuing to demonstrate how resilient and community focused you can be. Now for some housekeeping on today's event. Firstly, don't be afraid to get involved in the YouTube chat. We'd love to see you show your support for your industry peers, our presenters and sponsors, who will be available to answer any questions you may have via the chat function. Please remember to be respectful. We are in this together and ask that you adhere to the code of conduct and act in the spirit of the event. If you haven't done so already, be sure to check out the event program to view the layout of the day ahead. Today's summit will be presented in 4 segments, with breaks in between. Between segments, you will see a holding screen with a timer counting down to the start of the next section, as well as some videos for you to enjoy. To kick things off, please use the chat function and tell us what you do and where you're from. So, without further ado, Let's commence this year's Aquatic Industry Summit with our plenary session. We will now hear from Simon Wetherill, who will officially start our summit. Simon Wetherill has over 40 years' experience leading teams and organisations in the business and sporting world, having managed the development of over $500 million of sporting infrastructure projects, as well as facilitating 2,500 major events, including Commonwealth Games in 2006, World Swimming Championships in 2007, and the World Masters Games in 2002. Simon has managed facilities in both the United Kingdom and Australia. He also lectured for 3 years at Deakin University and the Sports Management graduate and undergraduate courses. He was formerly the Chief Executive Officer of the State Sports Centres Trust, comprising the Melbourne Sports and Aquatic Centre and Melbourne Institute of Training in Albert Park, Lakeside Stadium, as well as the State Netball Hockey Centre at Royal Park. Simon is currently the Managing Director for Worldwide Sports Management, which is a boutique management company specialising in people, infrastructure and technology.
Good morning, everybody. My name is Simon Wetherill, and I'm the Principal of Worldwide Sports Management. Since March 2020, COVID-19 has wreaked havoc on the Australian economy, in particular in Victoria, where we've had a shutdown now for about 140 days. And many venues are closed, and many venues are not certain of what the future is going to look like. I'd like to take this opportunity over the next 40 minutes to share with you some of my thoughts in and around the industry. I do empathise with the challenges that you've got facing each and every one of you at the present time. And I hope that some of these insights and thoughts might actually reshape your strategy to reposition your organisation and redesign your services so that you get growth in this post-COVID-19 world in which we live. First of all, the key takeaway and agenda items for today is I want you to have these 5 things in the top of your mind. It's very, very important to understand the macroeconomic environment that we're working in at the present time, because we've gone from a very, very stable environment to one now which is volatility, uncertainty, complexity, and ambiguity. And when we're operating in that environment, we've got to know what's coming over the fence to us to understand what government is thinking, what the local council is thinking, what the state government is thinking, and how they're going to manage this. So it's really important to be aware of what's going on in that environment. The second key thing is about what I call taking a predator approach. Now, we don't want to be a deer in the headlights, and I'll talk a little bit about being a deer in the headlights. We want to be the wolf, we want to be the predator, we want to be opportunistic, and we want to think outside the box to reimagine the products, services and offerings that we've got in the organisation. And there is a whole lot of cultural thinking and change that needs to go back into having a predator's approach as opposed to being the deer in the headlights. And I'll talk about that a little bit. Once we've looked at the situation which we're in and how we operate in a normal environment, the challenge I'm going to give to you is, how do you change your business operational model? How do you change your operational model from a facility infrastructure offering to using the virtual and the digital world to promote and grow your services that you've got in your facilities today? How do you learn to swim online, Pilates, yoga? What are the key offerings and services that you've got to do? What are the changes required in your business model? And more importantly, how do you maintain your core business? Because you need to survive through this particular period. Then a little bit about understanding the customer of the future and how you're going to still continue to deliver value to the customer and the community in which you serve. Because that's a critical aspect as well, because I think services are going to be more local. We're going to be more nationalistic because of all the borders that have been closed. And people are going to use trusted brands that I believe that are near to home for them. And lastly, be bold, take some risks, reimagine, reposition your business or organization in order to capture the potential silver lining that sits out there. So let's first of all look at the current economic environment. In 2020, we basically have lost 14% of GDP. GDP is roughly $1.4 trillion. And we're projected to lose another $185.5 billion. Now, that was numbers that were done before Victoria had an extensive lockdown here, and Victoria is roughly 25% of the GDP of the country. And I know we're coming out in this roadmap, and I understand the safety and everything like that, but there will be an impact on us. And that impact is going to be, businesses are going to be looking for support, obviously when JobKeeper finishes, and how the economy is going to get jobs and how it's going to grow. And these things would be on our politicians' front of mind at that particular time. And what we have to do is rise above the clutter and look at our own industry and what is the size of our industry and what are the services and the offerings that we've got within that industry. Now, if I look at the Australian gym and fitness industry, roughly market size $2 billion in the gym industry, 6,601 facilities, and are roughly employing about 24 to 25,000 people. Now, the challenge there is the forecasts that are coming through IBIS and other economic forecasters is that the revenue could be down by 20.9%. So let's say, you've got an aquatic centre and you've got a gym, which is obviously giving you your revenue, and you've got a revenue of $1.5–2 million. That's going to be affected quite significantly. The second key thing is there's a decline in household discretionary spend. People are not going to be spending money. In fact, during the COVID period, there's been a massive boost and bolster in the savings. People are being sort of very, very shrewd, if you like, with their expenditure. And this decline is expected for 5 years. So I don't want to be a pessimist of doom here, but what I want you to do is to plan for the worst, but to operate in the moment. And if you're looking at a U-shaped recovery where we move over this particular 5-year period, how are you going to recover, if you like, that forecast revenue decline? And the last key thing, and I bang on about this to councils or any time people bring me in to get some industry advice, is our industry of facilities has been very, very poor in shifting to digital and online services. We're very, very good at managing swimming pools and swim schools and gyms and programs and products, but we haven't been great into looking at the new digital world. And if this crisis has taught me anything, you look at the companies like Zoom, and we're now working in this online world more than ever. And what's your customer of the future going to look like? I know my wife, who's a Warrior One yoga sort of addict. She's now on Namaste, which is an app, which is at home. She pays $14 a month or $15 a month for it, but she can get then any yoga instructor around the country, and she can do yin and vinyasa and so on and so forth. So she does that upstairs in our home, and I'm sure that there's thousands of other people that are doing that particular service while we've been social distancing. So the key challenge there is how do you get technologically underpinned for your facility? And if we look at that 20% drop in revenue, how do we regain back that $400 million that's going to go out of the window, or forecast to go out of the window? The aquatic sector, roughly employment of about 118,000 people, 1.5 billion, 2,200 pools, approximately split 50% private and 50% public. And as of the 25th of June 2020, there was a predicted $900 million loss in revenue and a $430 million loss in wages. Now, this was assumed at this point in time before Victoria had this extensive lockdown here. So those numbers will be changing all the time there. So when you reopen, how are you going to re-engage? Because at the moment, the guidelines are saying sort of 20 people in a 50-metre swimming pool. So say Paran opened a week ago, they can get 200 people a day in if they're open 10 hours a day. So the council down there in Stonnington are sort of fending off people saying we can't get into the water, what are you going to do, how are you going to open up the place? So whilst we've got these restrictions on, yes, we need to be safe, but we need to think of other ways of how we can deliver the service. Maybe the pool needs to be open 24/7 in order to get through. Maybe there should be preferential bookings for ratepayers that live in the area. I don't know. These are the challenges that you need to look at to actually maximise the use of the asset, even in a restricted sort of social distancing environment. So one of my main questions is, are you going to be a deer in the headlights or a wolf? Are you going to be a predator in and around the way in which you look at this? So let's have a look at the deer in the headlights. In my opinion, the deer in the headlights maintains the status quo. So there will be organisations that maybe haven't done anything very much and they're just waiting for COVID-19 to go away and for the facilities to reopen. They may maintain the same business model. I know that many organisations haven't stood down staff. They put them on long service leave or holidays, but they're still maintaining the same amount of pay. I mean, councils, for example, don't get JobKeeper. So imagine being a CEO of a council that hasn't got JobKeeper. You've got all your assets closed down, your operating expenses have gone down, but then you've got to come back out and to reopen, where you've lost 6 months worth of revenue. So if you're maintaining the same business model, my feeling is you could potentially go backwards. And the other thing we do, we pull back on investment capability at this time. We don't want to spend any money. Well, my insight would be that's the wrong thing to do. This is the time when you need to actually spend some money and look at what the future is going to be and pivot and move, if you like, in that particular direction. And I'll talk to you about some organisations that I've got a little bit of first-hand knowledge in that have actually been predators in that time. So the opposite to this is to be the wolf, to be the predator. And in order to do this, you've got to have an opportunistic mindset. I talk to a lot of people, managers that I mentor in the industry, that the half glass empty and the half glass full. This is the time when the glass is always half full and you're trying to fill it up the other half. You've got to have ability to share risk around. Who are the people that you can partner with, and what are the new business models for the future that you can then develop? So how do you get into partnerships with digital services companies that are out there in the marketplace that have already digitized, if you like, other businesses out there? And you've got to organise your organisational structure and your services for flexibility. This is the time where you need to be the bamboo reed that bends in the winds of change, and then you can come back into shape. You don't want to be broken. And this is why resilience and resilient organisations are the ones that are going to come out of the top, if you like, of this particular disruption, because they see it as an opportunity for change. And their mindset is looking at where are the margins, where's the lower hanging fruit, and where can I go to within my organisation. Now, this is an insight, and it's a quote that I've sort of put together, and it's really, really important that you get this in your heads. This is this opportunistic mindset. When I became CEO of MSEC, I went in, I had a board of directors, I had an MO I've got to work with, and I had a set of KPIs. I was basically an insurgent. This is where the business is going to go. Oh, as an incumbent, sorry. This is where the business is. These are what your deliverables are. And this is perfectly logical in stable environments because you need to have your KPIs. But when we've got volatility, uncertainty, and complexity and ambiguity, we need to be an insurgent. We need to be an entrepreneur. We need to be a predator because we need to have a different mindset, because the old business model, if you just go down that track, is not going to cut it in the future. Because again, and I emphasize this, in my opinion, the virus is not going to go away. We have to live with this particular virus, and we're going to have to live with it in the most productive way possible moving forwards. So I urge you to think about that and compare it to the next slide, which is really talking about I know you've got incredible challenges out there, and I'd be thinking about what I would do if I was in with MSEC. But any disruption provides the organisation with an opportunity to learn and grow. And how do we do things differently? And I urge you all out there, look at what the silver linings may be. I've seen myself being I've been lucky enough to have a house down at Safety Beach, and I'm an ocean swimmer, so I'm in the bay every day. Well, when I was swimming in the sea down in March, there was 3 or 4 people, the regular icebergers that go in there. There's now over 40 people that swim down that South Beach at Mount Martha, a whole group of ladies. I mean, they don't swim, but they get in a big circle down in the beach. The amount of people that are outdoors that are activated, if you like, with walking, kite surfing, cycling has just gone off, in my opinion, exponentially. So the silver lining there is there's going to be far more outdoor activity. And how we respond to those opportunities that present themselves is really, really important. But you must have that predator mindset in order to do that. So, 3 key mistakes. One would be to do nothing. And there will people be out there to do nothing, and they will think to themselves, oh, well, it's going to come back. We're going to be fine in January, February. We've managed to survive this. Let's go there. The second key thing would be to do the same thing. Just to regurgitate the business model. So if I was down at MSEC running that show at the time now, I'd be looking at how do I deliver my products and services to the virtual market where the people are not actually coming in, and what should my products and services be? How do I cater for the event market that might not come back? What other things can I do in that particular venue when, normally at MSEC you'd had 350 events a year there. So what happens if I only get 10? What are my business model is going to be in the future? And how do I pivot and change that business model to still serve the aims and objectives of the government and the community, but also not to be a burden, if you like, on the community and on government with large revenue losses. So my 3 key principles, if you like, is first of all, recover. You've got to get the organisation into a stable situation. And you've got to look at what your fixed costs are and what your variable costs are. And you've got to not just look at it from a financial point of view, you've got to look at it from a people point of view. And you've got to give people some hope, and you've got to give people some vision of the future. That's your job as a leader. Your job as a leader is to serve those people that you are leading. So you can't have your head in the sand, and you've got to give them a clear roadmap out of how we're going to move this industry and where the industry is going to go forward. The second key thing is you've got to start to reimagine what businesses could be like. Now, I consult to a young fella called Jonathan Duke in the fitness industry. He opened the first over 50s fitness facility up. And he was devastated. This was back in March. They closed the doors. He wasn't going to operate for 6 weeks. He's only got 300 or 400 members, but he gets a high price for them. What are we going to do? So we did all the basic business things like renegotiate the lease with the landlord, put everyone on suspension, and ask them to hold their position until they get back. But the important thing we did, that was the recovery stuff, was to reimagine the business. And I said, how about if you got out there in the marketplace and you were the expert in Victoria, if not Australia, on over 50s fitness. And he's a smart cookie, this guy, and he's now done 120 videos. He hasn't lost a member. And basically his business has grown because now he's got a digital presence online. So he has pivoted and repositioned his business, and he's almost sort of COVID proof if there becomes another cut down. Now he's worked really hard in this time. He hasn't stopped for a moment. He's been like the duck, you know, where he's pedaling underwater and he's going. Another business which is totally out of our industry is Atlas Dining. Now Atlas Dining is a restaurant down in High Street, Paran. And they called Atlas because they do a meal one day a week from every country around the world. So they go around the countries. Well, this guy pivoted very, very quickly. He took over the commercial kitchens at the Caulfield racetrack. He boxed the food up fresh from Paran Market. He sent out to 3 days worth of food to people on his customer base, and now he's doing 400 or 500 boxes a week to people, and he's really repositioned his business. And then he's used the digital technology, so you cook with a master chef. These are examples of recovering, reimagining, and then repositioning your business. Principle 1. There is a silver lining. My question to you is, how do you find that silver lining? The second one is, not all behaviours are created equal. Now, what's happened, especially in Victoria, because of the length of the lockdown, there's been massive behavioural change. We found, I found sort of bike tracks that I didn't even know of down in Mount Martha and Arthur Seat State Park, because I've actually looked at my own environment and I've had to be in that particular environment. When the London Underground closed down in 2006 or 7, I think it was, through influenza pandemic, and they shut the Underground down for 2 weeks, 15% of the employees did not come back to using the public underground as transportation. 15%. Now, you think of the millions of people. I think there's like 12 million people in London, and virtually everybody does that. But they didn't come back. They found other ways to bike into work, to walk into work, to whatever they did. So there's behavioural change that has occurred for us as an industry here. What is that new behavioural change? And we talked about the 20% down, if you like, on the revenue assumptions. I know my wife is budgeting at 30%. But whatever that is, we'll find out what that number is. But what are the behaviours that people are going to do? I think they're going to be more localised. They're going to do more stuff outdoors. How do we activate, if you like, the bay, for example, to give the swimming lessons to all the kids that haven't had swimming lessons in this particular time, and change the lifesavers who are monitors into activators on the shores? They could be other things that we need to be thinking about and we're doing. And then when you're thinking about those behaviours and the behavioural changes, principle 3 is to say, recover, reposition, and redesign. And this is where the rubber hits the road. This is where the strategic thinking takes place. Now, I've got some questions for you. So you might want to get out a piece of paper and a pen, and you might want to sort of list some of these things down at home. But how long will COVID-19 be around? What's our best guess? Well, how about if you said worst case scenario, because I said plan for the worst, but operate in the present? Could be here forever. What do I do if there's no vaccine around? If there's a vaccine comes, fantastic. That's a game changer for us. But what do I do if it doesn't? And what are the things that are coming over the wall at me at the moment, and how do I react to those particular things? What is COVID normal going to look like to you? Is COVID normal going to be, we're going to get 50% of the people back into the facility? We're going to get 70% of people back into the facility? What's happening in South Australia at the moment? I mean, Adam Luscombe, that runs the South Australian Aquatic Centre, I watch his blogs. He seems to be doing pretty well, but he would be a good litmus test for Victoria to say, how has the business come back there, and what are the issues that he sees he's facing? Now, there's a man that if you pick up a phone and you ring him, he will share information with you, and that'll be real-time information. But you need to make an assessment of what is COVID normal to you. And number 3 is, what do you believe is the new operating model for the aquatic centre and the fitness centre? I put to you that if I was running MSEC today, my mind would be thinking that if I got 50% of my customers to return, that would be a good outcome for me. So how do I make up the other 50% of my customers? What are the programs, products and services that I can digitize? How can I take some of my intellectual property that I've got in my programs out to the broader and to the wider marketplace? How do I become a trusted advisor in health, wellness, aquatic education for the people out there in the marketplace? And when you start to answer questions 3 and 4, what will emerge is you will see that there is a new opportunity out there. There is a new operating model. And again, my challenge to you is then to drive growth opportunities from whatever concept that you come out of to the implementation of that particular idea. Just like sort of Jonathan Duke's done in Duke's, just like Atlas's Dining have done, and there's other companies that I know of that have been innovators in this time. Now, in order to do this, we really need to think about having the right culture within the organisation. So we need to build an innovative culture and infrastructure to enable rapid experimentation in terms of where you want to go into the future and the future operating model. And again, I've got some key questions that I've put up on the slide here, and think about what are the underlying trends that have emerged from the crisis in your area. What would Paige Busey be doing down at GSEC at the moment? How has she digitized her business, and where is that going? And what impact will these things have on the future centre's operating model? So trend 1 that I see is this digital transformation. This has been elevated exponentially. The mobile phone is the platform, that's not going to change, but the app and how you communicate and the information that you give out on that phone is going to be absolutely critical. The customer expectations will shift on the spectrum now of safety and convenience. There's some people that are very fearful out there, and you know, the mask wearing, the social distancing, how they're going to re-engage with the facility is going to be really how you get your environment really safe. What happens if you're open for 2 months, like happened in Canada last week? You got a spinning class, somebody gets COVID-19 in the spinning class, not just the spinning class is shut down, most probably the centre is shut down, and then you've got to reposition and redo. How do you stop that from happening? How do you ensure that the people coming into your venue are COVID safe before they come in? I haven't got all the answers, I'm just posing some questions, but the customer experience and expectation is going to be different. And you need to be a trusted venue plus a trusted brand. Trend 3, the shifting workforce. Remote living. We've already sort of experienced some companies work very, very well on Zoom. Something doesn't replace face-to-face. But I think more and more companies, especially out of the city side, are going to be actually operating from home. You might not see Telstra with a massive tower with people employed there. They might be devolved now out into the homes. Maybe people will only come into the office two days a week. How do we unite now humans and technology? How do we make the Zoom and the interaction a better tool than it is already? Karen, for example, have just put robotics in the Woolworths store down there, where basically they see a massive rise in online sort of groceries, and they're using robotics to package it up, but still humans to actually do, if you like, putting in the different bits and pieces. So what is going to be your digital footprint and your digital map for your facility? And lastly, trend 4 is resilience. This is all about resilience and taking resilience to become a competitive advantage. And whilst we've always tried to design facilities and programs and products for efficiency, how do we design, if you like, our services to be resilient and still be around, if you like, whilst we're working through, if you like, the COVID disruption, as I call it. So I've put some leisure marketing trends that we've got there. And before COVID, there was a massive rise in gyms and personal training. There was a rise in digital social media. I think this is going to go exponentially here now. There's going to be more time than ever whereby we've got this time where we're at home as opposed to sort of going in the office, and we're going to work differently, in my opinion. And understanding what that is going to cause, and there's this rise of non-organised physical activity. I mean, I've talked to some people that own the bike shops, and their sales have gone through the roof, absolutely through the roof in this time, especially the country stores, which haven't been as effective as the metropolitan. But still, we've got problems on obesity, and still we've got problems, if you like, on capturing the right data going back for the government. Now, I'll give you an example. And reading the Auditor General's report last year, basically praised the industry, even though only 1% is of our facilities wash their face or actually break even, if you like. However, that's not the issue. The issue is, what are the social benefits that we're giving for the community? And what is the social benefit of teaching a kid to swim? What's the benefit of somebody being fit and not having diabetes and costing the government? The industry is not smart and hasn't developed the right KPIs to measure the dollars spent in terms of the infrastructure to the return to the community. Now, there's countries that have done that very, very well, and I think one of the key operational business models is going to say, well, if you give us $1 million here to operate, we're going to give you $5 million worth of value back in the community. And more than ever, that smart thinking of what the value is, the social and economic benefits to the community are going to be really, really important, as well as the products and the services. So in this growth of the digital and the health market, look at some of the issues that we've got here in terms of, this is pre-COVID, by the way. Wireless gadgets have grown from 8 million to 72 million over the period of moving forwards. The App Store, medical fitness, like telehealth, has just gone off the charts since we've had COVID, because we've had to change. We've had to relook at things. So this bioconnectivity provides a huge opportunity for innovation in the space of leisure facilities. And 78% of consumers are interested in mobile health and wellness solution package. That's a massive opportunity in the marketplace. So the world is changing. There's a couple of quick little slides on there, but the most important one is that by 2020, where we're at now, 26 billion objects are linked together via the internet. And there's this demographic transition in driving, changing social behaviors that we can see that COVID-19 has gone exponential on. And there's a new generations focused on values-based buying. Why do I want to associate with that particular product? So the Internet of Things, you all know about that, but the most important thing is, how do we get a connected solution? And this is an old slide, this is 3 years old, but if I had the time, I would redo this particular area here. But the connected solution is talking about networking, if you like, the customer, so they're seamlessly in the facility, and using the mobile phone as the platform to capture the data, to educate, to send information, to have everything at your fingertips in terms of, you can do your blood pressure, you know what the calories that you've burned, you know what that workout's just been, you can get stuff downloaded online to do the latest class from your particular facility. And getting this ecosystem whereby the facility is QR coded so that you can sweat the assets, you can understand when to replace things, but more importantly, that you can talk and communicate with ease to the customer of the future. I call it a connected solution, and in the data ecosystem, which is a network functional layer on the right-hand side in the slide, is where, if you like, sits the monetization, the loyalty, the membership, and the innovation side of that. But what operators need is real-time analytics, and we're going to be a data-driven society on our customers. And we need to get to scale very quickly. I mean, look at the COVID app, 7 million sort of downloads because we've had to have it. Imagine if we could, you could get your app sort of downloaded for your particular facility, or there was a generic app for the facility that linked everything together. So we're living in this this connected world now, and one of the challenges I would say to you guys is how do you make your facility connected, but connected into the and with the customer. Your challenge. The vision of the facility of the future is where the assets, the operation, the new business, and the customer are all integrated within one particular solution. Now, again, it's old hat what I've got there. This stuff's 3 years old. But I think it's very, very important that you sit down and you capture and you digitize your program services, and you digitize the programs and services of the future. But you build this innovative culture and infrastructure, this digital infrastructure, to enable rapid experimentation. And you understand, and I keep saying this is a U-shaped recovery. We must capitalize on the opportunities that are presented to us at the moment. And we must take the glass half full. In phase one, we had a bit of shock, you know what I mean? I thought, Christ, what's going on here? I've never seen anything like this. Nothing's like this. I mean, my consulting business just shut down. And I had some companies like Samsonite and things like that I was consulting to with the executive team. But once the revenue stopped, the airports closed, bang. So people were in shock. And it takes some time to come out of that. I think we're out of that shock now. And I think we need to, again, plan for the worst and operate in the moment and see what these opportunities are coming out. And expect to come out of this in 2023, 2024. It's a three-phased approach to this at the moment. And I think how you vision your facility of the future and how you bring in the whole of the circle and the segments of the circle, and in particular the green area, the new business. What's the new business that we can get out there? Yeah, we still got to operate, and yeah, we still want to squeeze and manage the assets, and yes, we still want to interface with the customer, but what's the new business? What are the new opportunities that we can see and we can get out there? Coming back to the same three sort of words is be bold here. Be bold, be the wolf. Go out there and really look during these times of uncertainty, understand the unique micro changes that are taking place. Evaluate the sustainability of your business, and this will ensure appropriate actions are taken to respond in the crisis. Then identify emerging expectations and the needs of the customers. Stress test the business to assess scenario planning and strategic applications. And I think the stress testing of the business is really important to look at all the differences that you've got. I mean, my style with my team is when we had a problem, right? And I'd call the team together because obviously getting people's input is really important. I'd call it the yin and yang experiment. I'd always look at, first of all, with this particular problem, and I was talking digital transformation at the time, this is 5 years ago when I was at MSEC, I'd say, well, what's the minimum we can do? It's a big problem, this digitization and the connected facility and the solution. But what's the absolute minimum we could do? And everybody can come up with what they think is the minimum position, the must-dos, if you like. Then you can flow to what's the maximum we can do. And normally when you tweak the minimum by 20%, you come into the sweet spot and then you've got something that is actually good, and you're challenging assumptions relating to the trends and the scenario planning. and then you start to develop the new model. So you must be bold with this stuff. You've got to reshape your strategy because the stable environment has changed, and new priorities must be clear, and you've got to communicate them and to guide the organisation through this disruption. And you've got to have conviction. When you repivot and you look at what the new norm is, you must have conviction in the choices that you've made. I hope that you're thinking about adjusting programs and services to balance reposition and redesign offerings. And I hope that you've thought about some of the things that I've talked to you about today that have triggered, if you like, thoughts, some critical thinking, and you can sit down with your teams and reposition and redesign the way you're going to operate in the future. I'd like to conclude by saying thank you very much for tuning in and listening to me at the summit. I'd like to thank Lifesaving Victoria for hosting this, and again, a great example of innovation in these times to bring you up-to-date information and resources at your fingertips, and what a great initiative that it's been. And lastly, if you feel the need to contact me or I can help in any way, please either contact my website or maybe give RJ a ring at Lifesaving Victoria. Have a fantastic conference, and I hope I've stimulated some of your grey matter. Thank you.
Michelle Ling joined the Swimming and Water Safety Education team at LSV in 2018. She is working on the Public Water Safety Initiative funded by the Victorian Government to support both schools and the aquatic industry deliver school swimming and water safety programs that align with the Victorian curriculum. Michelle has a background in the aquatics and recreation industry, having previously worked in program delivery and facility management. She has delivered swimming and water safety programs and teacher training locally as well as internationally in Bahrain, Cambodia and Sri Lanka. With a lifelong history in the aquatic, recreational and life-saving sector, Paul has the luxury of combining his passion with his career. After 5 years managing the life-saving clubs and water safety industry on Victoria's world-famous coastal beaches, an opportunity arose to represent the aquatic industry in the 3 tiers of Australian government. Paul now leads the strategic direction, managing assets and resources that go into drowning prevention. As part of his role, he manages the community and government partnership at Lifesaving Victoria, which includes chairing industry communications and campaigns, pool and spa safety, and inland waterway drowning prevention. He is passionate that the benefits of being in, around, and on our waterways outweigh the risks associated.
Hi everybody, thanks for joining me. My name's Michelle and I'm a Swimming and Water Safety Education Project Officer at Lifesaving Victoria. Today we'll be talking about Water Safety Week 2020, the events, activities, merchandise and competitions, and how this year might look different. The Swimming and Water Safety Education team are live in the chat to answer any questions you have, so why don't you write your name and where you're from so they can say hi. To get started, I'm going to hand over to Paul Shannon, General Manager of Government and Industry Relations at Lifesaving Victoria and Chair of the Play It Safe by the Water Committee, to give us a brief overview and background on Play It Safe by the Water.
On the 8th of January 1998, 4 children drowned while swimming at Gunnamatta Beach in Victoria. In response to this tragedy, the Play It Safe by the Water campaign was launched. The first TV commercials appeared in 1998. Since then, the campaign has addressed many aspects of water safety, including keeping toddlers and children safe when around water, the impact of swimming ability when drinking, and general precaution when at inland waterways, beaches or pools. The Victorian Government continues to work collaboratively with aquatic agencies and others in delivering public education and awareness programs to increase water safety awareness. The Victorian Government would like to commemorate the 20-year anniversary of this important campaign, which has made a significant difference for the people of Victoria. Authorised by the Victorian Government, 1 Treasury Place, Melbourne.
So 21 years ago, there was a terrible tragedy at Gunnamatta Beach where 9 people headed over the sand dunes onto the sand and only 5 returned. As a consequence of that day and the events that had happened in the lead up to it, there'd been 16 drowning deaths in 19 days. And the government of the day stood up and said, you know, that's enough, what's going on, what can we do about it? So as a result of that, the government brought together 5 key stakeholders in water safety, put them in the room together and said, okay, as a collective, what can we do about drowning in the state of Victoria after this horrific run where the tabloids had named the Victorian coastline the cruel sea. A set of engagement principles were adopted as a result of bringing those five agencies together, one of which was Aquatic Recreation Victoria, which is pretty relevant for the day. And from that was the birth of the first community issue-based working group, which was really the recognition that everyone has a place to play in the drowning chain, and it's important that both community, government and the industry play a part in trying to reduce drowning. With the engagement of those 5 stakeholders, a set of principles were put in place to make sure that everyone contributed evenly across the board with regards to drowning prevention. Those principles were consultation, so the sharing of information, questions or positions to obtain ideas, feedback, knowledge or an understanding of objectives and expectations. Collaboration, so partnering with communities to support action, including developing alternatives and identifying a preferred solution. Empowerment, individuals and communities have capacity to understand risk and accept responsibility and implement initiatives. Information, sharing information between communities and agencies to come to a mutual understanding. Everyone is informed and able to take responsibility for decisions and actions. And participation, so building connected networks and relationships, ownership and trust through active involvement. So the objectives of the Play It Safe by the Water group are really to honour the memory of Molly, Ben, Belinda and Catherine, who all drowned that day at Gunnamatta Beach 21 years ago now. And in doing that, we're striving to understand the inherent dangers of water. Some positive things came out of that terrible tragedy. One has been the state signage around the coastline, which is now uniform, and also the introduction of the Play It Safe by the Water group. The Play It Safe by the Water group has been able to influence a number of areas across water safety, and as a consequence, compared to 21 years ago, we've now got a 46% reduction in the drowning toll. There's lots of different steps along the way that have contributed to that, and that's things like advocacy around life jacket use, changes to boating laws, changes to backyard swimming pool, barrier laws. So the Play It Safe by the Water allows us to address drowning through a collaborative lens of stakeholders made up of subject matter experts, state sporting associations and government bodies and non-for-profits. So where we started with 5 agencies 21 years ago, we've now got 20 agencies who are regular participants of the Play It Safe by the Water group. As a consequence of that 20 years of hard work, the Play It Safe by the Water message in itself has become a little bit of an oxymoron, be it that it's like don't play on the road. It's largely common sense. But what we've been able to do over those 20 years is to actually build a brand of excellence in water safety. And for the agencies involved in Play It Safe by the Water, it's a mark of excellence in water safety to be able to put the Play It Safe by the Water brand across your name, and it really shows it to their members and those that partake in those activities that the agencies do have a duty of care and like to see that their members are prepared for being in, on and around water. On the other side of the equation to the industry, we've got government, and Lifesaving Victoria's involvement with Emergency Management Victoria gives us that ability to tie in the government element. There are a number of different parts of government that have touch points to water safety. More recently, the government has formed an interagency task force to address drowning as a consequence of the highest drowning record in 20 years happening 2 years ago. So that task force is made up of a number of different agencies, whether it be Department of Education, Sport and Recreation Victoria, Department of Planning in the case of backyard pools. And that interagency task force is now coming together to address the new Victorian water safety strategy, which we hope to be able to put out next year. And while Lifesaving Victoria is a key delivery arm for the different stakeholders of government, it's important that we've got that buy-in at a state level. Play It Safe by the Water has touch points across many different areas in the drowning prevention chain, and certainly if I just work through these ones, from a research perspective, everything we do runs through the Lifesaving Victoria Risk and Research Department. We're continuously gathering data from our own LSV work, but also across the work that's delivered by the other agencies in Play It Safe by the Water. There's a high level of advocacy, whether this is around drinking in public space, or the introduction of life jacket laws, or in fact the backyard pool scenario with fencing. Also on partnerships, we're working with other stakeholders, whether it be the Victorian Building Authority looking at home pool regulations, or the Department of Land in regards to location of lifesaving clubs. At a campaign level, Play It Safe by the Water group delivers a public campaign every year. The campaign that we've run that has the greatest recall is the 20 seconds is all it takes for a child to drown. With the safe venues, an example that Play It Safe have been involved in has been the development of a risk app that we're working on at the moment that allows the different state sporting associations that are involved with water safety to be able to run a risk process before their events. And from an education perspective, a good example is the Surfers Rescue 24/7 program, which looks at teaching the surfing fraternity on how to conduct a rescue. And again, thanks to the state government, there's a contribution from state government that goes into a number of these particular areas on an annual basis. Key documentation in regards to water safety in the state of Victoria is the Victorian Water Safety Strategy. The current strategy concludes this year. The state government is going to manage the production of the next Victorian Water Safety Strategy in conjunction with industry and Lifesaving Victoria. The Australian Water Safety Strategy, which is to be released later this month, again is based on that same framework that the Victorian Water Safety Strategy will work off. The new Victorian Water Safety Strategy to be delivered by government is following the Safe Systems Framework, which is adopted across the Victorian roads. It's also adopted across Australian maritime, which is that people make mistakes, people are vulnerable, safety is a shared responsibility, and all parts of the system must be strengthened. So people make mistakes. Some aquatic incidents are inevitable due to the erratic forces of our environment and human behaviour and how the two interact. And people make mistakes, for want of a better word, is the shit happens phrase. You can be totally doing the right thing but being in the wrong place at the wrong time, and as a consequence you may be washed off a rock wall and drown. So certainly the forces of nature which are uncontrollable play a large part in regards to that piece of work. People are vulnerable, so human bodies have a limited ability to withstand submersion and exposure to weather conditions. Some people are more vulnerable than others depending on age, fitness, competency and knowledge. Safety is a shared responsibility. Drowning prevention is a shared responsibility across community, industry and government, which we've just spoken about being the essence of the Play It Safe by the Water Group. Community plays an important role in ensuring its own safety. The aquatic industry plays a role not only in providing venues, education and information for drowning prevention, but also addressing resilience, health, social and wellbeing issues associated with being in, on and around water. Governments provide policy and enforcement to manage and keep our waterways safe, sustained and available to all. And all parts of the system must be strengthened. Strengthening systems includes infrastructure, safety equipment, enforcement, risk management, policy, research, preparedness and response and access and egress, communication structures and management and coordination. A strong system will ensure that if one part fails, then the other parts will be there to protect those involved. The key areas of focus of the strategy are going to be safer aquatic environments, better prepared people and stronger partnerships and collaboration. Again, hopefully post this narrow focus on COVID, once we get some more government resources, we intend to get that new strategy started in 2021. For 2021, the key focuses for the Play It Safe by the Water Group, we're going to be looking to address toddlers, which is something we pretty much cover off every year, given that there's a new set of toddlers every year and a new set of parents and carers that all need educating. And what our drowning report's telling us after toddlers is that both older adults and younger men are a high priority, as are our cold community, which we know are in that 34 to 40% of all drownings in the state. So we'll be addressing some of the behaviours there, alcohol life jackets, and making sure people aren't swimming alone. In regards to environments this year, it's going to be through a slightly different lens. Coming out of COVID, we've got some pretty high-level predictors that are telling us that there's going to be a lot of people flocking to our waterways, both inland and coastal. So we'll be putting a COVID safety lens over people frequenting, public land and waterways. So again, there'll be messaging come out. So if you require any further information on the Play It Safe by the Water group, or you'd like to be involved in some way, you can contact us at playitsafe.by-the-water@lsv.com.au, or you can have a look at the Play It Safe by the Water website that's hosted by Department of Justice and Community Safety. Thanks for your time today. Really appreciate you listening in. The Play It Safe by the Water is a wonderful initiative. As mentioned, it's really about honouring the memory of those 4 young children who died 21 years ago as a result probably of poor signage and communication, and hopefully we've all learned something from it and something good's come out of it, and Play It Safe by the Water is just a fantastic committee to be involved with.
Thanks, Paul, for that insight into Play It Safe by the Water and the work the committee are doing to lower drowning incidents in Victorian waterways. Water Safety Week is a Play It Safe by the Water initiative. It's run annually during the first week in December. This year, Water Safety Week will run from Monday, 30th of November to Sunday, 6th of December. And to tell us more about Water Safety Week, I have a quick message from Taya Phillips at Aquatics and Recreation Victoria.
Good morning, I'm Taya Phillips and I'm the Member Services and Event Coordinator at Aquatics and Recreation Victoria. I've been part of the Play It Safe by the Water campaign for nearly 9 years now and have seen it through many different eras, and it's been involved in many success stories that have been accomplished across these years. Play It Safe, established in 1998 with 5 aquatic agencies, which included ARV, and has now grown to 20 aquatic agencies with experts in their own given fields. Throughout the last decade, ARV have engaged with these independent agencies to enhance and distribute important water safety messaging through the iconic Water Safety Week. During these years, ARV's initiatives have included water safety carnivals, family fun days, performances, social media campaigns, competitions, water safety documentation, and the well-regarded distribution of merchandise. For many years, ARV have distributed water safety merchandise to 200 aquatic and recreation facilities to encourage the participation in Water Safety Week and the importance of aquatic safety. ARV will continue this for 2020 to help swim schools navigate their way through this challenging year and the recovery after COVID-19. So please sign up via ARV's website and newsletters to be one of the first 200 facilities to be involved in Water Safety Week for 2020. As the industry recovers from the current uncertain environment, we hope the projects from all Play It Safe by the Water Committee members and agencies are welcomed and provide valuable resources for the industry. After all, our common goal is to increase the safety around water and to reduce the number of fatal and non-fatal drownings within Victoria.
Thanks, Taya, for that message. For anyone who would like to register for Water Safety Week merchandise, we've put a link to the ARV survey in the chat for you. Now, as we have mentioned, Water Safety Week may look a little different this year. We may or may not be able to do some of the same activities that we're used to. Things such as running big community events with lots of people, running water safety stations in swimming lessons, or using mascots or costumes may not be available. But that does not mean you cannot still participate. This just means we have an opportunity to think about how we can deliver things differently. This year, you might be sharing your key messages online and through virtual engagement. This could include virtual CPR or first aid information sessions for both parents and students, online activities and competitions, apps such as the Everyday Lifesaver app or 000 Hero are great options because students receive a certificate at the end. We also have some free resources available via our online swimming and water safety toolkit. The link is in the chat. You may also share the key water safety messages through awareness campaigns on your social media platforms. Or this could be the time to drive swimming lesson enrolments with a Join Now, Pay Later campaign ahead of summer. Whatever your plans, we would love for you to share your ideas with us at Lifesaving Victoria. We may be able to visit your facility or help promote your activities online. So send us an email at schoolswimming@lsv.com.au. Now, the team at LSV have also been currently working hard on some exciting plans ahead of Water Safety Week. Now, while I can't give everything away now, what I can give you is some small snippets of what you can expect from us. Firstly, the key message for Water Safety Week 2020 will be about supervision. You will see in the chat a link to an article from KidSafe which highlights the recent number of drowning deaths in Victoria and provides a timely reminder for the need to supervise children around water. This Water Safety Week, we will be reminding parents that children under the age of 5 must remain within arm's reach at all times, and children under the age of 10 must be within eyesight at all times around water. As always, LSV will be launching the Victorian Drowning Report for the 2019-2020 year. And to help you share the message of supervision, Lifesaving Victoria will be designing some media tiles which will be available for you to download for free and share key water safety messages with your communities. I am very excited to be able to tell you that the Swimming and Water Safety Education team are planning a big staged activation in Melbourne with the focus on supervision. I can't give away too much now because we're still working to get permits and equipment, but what I can say is that we're hoping to attract some big media attention. Lastly, we will be running a competition for schools and swim schools. To enter, you simply need to share what you've been doing for Water Safety Week. Entries will need to include either a video or photo showcasing your Water Safety Week activities and will be submitted via the online form. The winning entry will demonstrate innovation, creativity, and a wide reach within the community. We will provide further information on how you can enter via our Swimming and Water Safety monthly email closer to Water Safety Week. If you do not receive these emails, you can subscribe via our Swimming and Water Safety online toolkit. So now is the time to get planning. We only have 1 month until Water Safety Week. Think about what will work best for your facility and community and how you can share water safety messages safely. I look forward to hearing all your ideas and plans, so don't forget to send us an email at schoolswimming@lsv.com.au. Thanks for joining me today, and I hope you enjoy the rest of the sessions on offer. I hope to be able to see you in person soon. Bye for now.
Now we'll be joined by Trudy McAuliffe. Trudy has over 17 years' experience in the aquatic and recreation industry, specialising in aquatic programming with the aim to reduce drowning-related deaths. She has held various roles over her time, including facility management, where she focused on empowering local communities to become more connected.
Hi, I'm Trudy, Manager of Strategic Projects here at Lifesaving Victoria. Today I'm going to bring you an overview and understanding of bush nippers. Some of you may have heard about it, but I'm going to take you on a journey. So where has the concept come from? Let me take you back a step. Nippers, which is an education program that is typically run through lifesaving clubs, 57 of them to be exact, mainly across the Victorian coastline. The program caters for all experience levels of children, 5 to 14 years of age, and focuses on fun and education. The activities are designed to progress the nippers through the variety of skills as they move through each age group. The program is run and supported by volunteers who are members of each club. This being the age managers, who essentially look after an age group of children and guide them through the activities, skills and education components of the program. The in-water activities are supported again by volunteers who are club members, who act as water safety to ensure the nippers can interact safely in the water. Another important component of the program is the support shown from the families of the participants. Many of these upskill and act as age managers or water safety. However, some volunteer in other aspects, like cutting up fruit, carrying the age manager flags around to ensure each age group is visible on the beach. So, due to the success of the Nippers program, and many clubs around the state reaching or nearing capacity, the idea of bush nippers was born. Why wouldn't we run in regional Victoria and inland areas where there is such a need to learn and educate our young people and their communities on the risk and dangers associated with inland waterways? In 2018 and 19, Victoria recorded the highest number of drowning deaths in more than 20 years, which was 56. Drowning deaths in open waterways, which do include coastal areas and inland waterways, continues to increase, with a 49% increase in inland waterway drownings compared to the 10-year average. Unintentional entry into water via slips, trips and falls, including attempts at rescuing others, was the most common activity before drowning. Thanks to the funding from the Victorian Government through the Public Water Safety Initiative, we conducted some research to evaluate the Nippers program and test the concept across the summer of 2018 and 19. So, knowing the program concept was now well supported, Bush Nippers was being designed to increase capacity and coverage of the traditional Nippers education program with the aim to build life-saving and water safety skills and knowledge in young people, with the aim to decrease drowning and near-drowning incidents in inland and regional Victorian communities. From there, we identified a number of regions that have an increased relative risk of drowning for those who reside in or live in those areas, including those that visit. These were the City of Wodonga, Campaspe Shire, City of Ballarat and Greater Shepparton City Council. Unfortunately, due to the increased risk of fire danger in the region earlier this year, we are yet to run a pilot in Wodonga, but we hope to do this in the future. We saw a 5-day intensive program run in the Murray River, which was located in Echuca Moama. A 5-day intensive program run in the outdoor and indoor pools at Aquamoves at Shepparton, and a 10-week program for 3 schools at Ballarat Aquatic and Lifestyle Centre and at St George's Lake. Unfortunately, this was cut short due to the COVID-19. For the evaluation, we chose the under 9s and under 12 age groups to focus on so that we could align our results to previous aquatic-related studies. These age groups answered pre- and post-program surveys, along with skills testing and interviews with age managers and parents. The video that I'm going to show you will highlight the successes of the pilot programs that saw 514 young people get involved. So why don't we show you what we did at the start of this year, being summer 2020.
The Bush Nippers Education Program pilot is funded through the Victorian Government, which forms part of the Public Water Safety Initiative. Lifesaving Victoria's aim is that every Victorian child has access to nippers to learn life-saving skills and knowledge. The Bush Nippers program built on the success of the Nippers program that each summer sees more than 10,000 children learn life-saving skills across 57 Victorian life-saving clubs. Bush Nippers was run in the following regions across the summer period of 2019 and 20 to increase knowledge, skills and life-saving understanding in response to the increased drowning toll in inland waterways. There was an overwhelming demand for the Bush Nippers program in each location, with a rapid uptake and registrations. We saw 514 participants rate the program 4 out of 5 stars. In the under 9 and under 12 age groups, 77% of children increased skills in safe water entry and exits, out of water rescues, first aid and CPR, as well as rescue elements like run, swim, run, safe use of life jackets and nipper boards, survival swimming, floating and propulsion, as well as increased teamwork. Bush Nippers provided important open water skills, water safety knowledge and social value in a fun, participation-focused environment. By developing a program that delivered location-specific content in a non-competitive environment, Bush Nippers gave an invaluable opportunity to upskill inland regional communities, which may ultimately help reduce inland waterway drowning trends. 92% of parents said their child would participate in Bush Nippers again, and 100% would recommend the Bush Nippers program to family and friends.
I'd highly recommend this program to anyone who's interested. It's been just a wonderful program for families and for the young children of this age. It's fabulous.
Everyone's saying this is the best thing that the Shire has ever done. There was no time to get bored. Every child was made to feel valued. The skills the kids have learnt this week have been invaluable. We hope to see the Bush Nippers education program across more Victorian locations in the future.
I'm sure you were able to pick up so many great things, but I'm keen to highlight some of them for you. Participants having a great time. I'm sure you saw plenty of that with their friends, building confidence and understanding of their local waterways and aquatic facilities. The fun and connection that grew between the Bush Nippers was significant. Many saying that this was one of the best aspects of the program, which we know is now more important than ever. Parents and the community thoroughly engaged in the learning of their children, which not only educated the young people, but it spread through their whole community and family. The increased knowledge and skills was very promising, showing that even a short program can impart substantial confidence in knowledge and skills. The school teachers thought the program was invaluable at Ballarat, allowing their students to explore different ways to learn water safety and build confidence upon their current knowledge. Most of all, the programs were delivered by local staff for their communities. The programming focused on imparting some of the following skills and education onto the Bush Nippers. These included identifying hazards and knowing where it's safe to swim, survival skills, how to enter and exit the water safely, learning how to put on life jackets and how to use them if you get in trouble in the water, teamwork, building resilience, understanding currents, snags and submerged objects, knowing how to spot hazards in other aquatic environments like rips, knowing how to call for help, rescues and how to be rescued, first aid, CPR, volunteerism, and one of the favourites with the bush nippers, paddling a board. These programs were all evaluated to explore the feasibility of the program for statewide implementation and to see if there were any barriers to participation for facilitators and participants. The pilots demonstrated a huge success of the concept, and we now want to look to roll this program out across Victoria so more children can have the opportunity to be safer around water and also to understand the different risks in different aquatic environments. Due to our current climate, we will be looking for interested parties to roll the program out across Victoria in mid to late 2021 and beyond. The interest can also extend to delivering typically Life-Saving Victoria ran programs like Open Water Learning Experience and the Sink or Swim program to schools and community groups. For more information on these programs, you can visit lsv.com.au/education. What could a program look like if you were to offer it to your community? Would it be a weekly, year-round program, intensive holiday program, an addition to your school's programming, seasonal or sessional programs? And what environment would you run it in? Would it be a pool or an open water venue like a river or lake? I'd like to challenge you to think about the long-term opportunities as a result of programs like Bush Nippers. Is this where you can recruit future staff and create a trainee lifeguard and swim teacher program? Have you ever thought about entering teams into the sport of life-saving, either in the pool or beach, which provides the avenues for, again, you to have a longer connection with these engaged young people? The opportunities are endless. By you delivering one of these programs in the future, you are helping more children stay engaged in learning water safety education, creating another pathway for young people to stay active and healthy, building and fostering positive relationships with different aquatic environments. Bush Nippers could be the change in your community that starts to address the risks and dangers associated with water and increase their water safety awareness and skills. If you have any questions, we would love to connect with you. The easiest way to do this is to send us an inquiry form at lsv.com.au/bush-nippers, where you can also view the full evaluation reports from year 1 and 2. Alternatively, you can contact me directly with my information below. Thank you so much.
Now we have Jennifer O'Connor. Jennifer O'Connor is a senior scientist in the water unit at the Victorian Department of Health and Human Services. She is a qualified microbiologist with over 13 years' experience in a diverse range of roles in academic research, compliance, and policy settings. She aims to improve public health outcome through research, education, advocacy, and policy advice.
Thank you for inviting me to speak to you today, and I'm going to be telling you about maintaining safe water quality in our pools. Here's an overview of the information that I'd like to share with you today. First, I'll discuss why we have public health regulations for public aquatic facilities. I'll tell you about the regulatory roles, responsibilities and compliance requirements. I'll touch on the Water Quality Risk Management Plan, which is mandatory for all Category 1 and Category 2 aquatic facilities. I will discuss what may occur during a council inspection of an aquatic facility and discuss the procedure that aquatic facility operators must follow in the event of microbiological non-compliance. And then I'll discuss some key take-home messages. First, why regulate public aquatic facilities? Aquatic facilities are an integral part of our communities. They are accessible to people of all ages and physical ability, and they're important for our health and well-being and the social aspects of our lives. In 2017, a report on the economic benefits of aquatic facilities found that each visit to a facility resulted in an economic benefit of $26.39 on average, and this was in addition to the leisure value gained by users. But there are some health risks in aquatic facilities that need to be carefully managed. One major public health risk comes from poo in the pool. People have around 0.14 grams of poo on their bodies at any given time. Poo can contain harmful microorganisms. One of these is Cryptosporidium, which is shown in the image on the right in this picture. It's a hardy parasite that's resistant to chlorine and can cause gastrointestinal illness. The graph on the left shows data collected by the Department of Health and Human Services. It's the number of cryptosporidiosis outbreaks per year and by setting. And you can see from this graph that the vast majority of the outbreaks are linked to aquatic facilities. The people most susceptible to serious illness if they contract diseases such as cryptosporidiosis from aquatic facilities include the elderly, young children and pregnant women who may be more susceptible to dehydration resulting from diarrhea, and immunocompromised people who may be at risk of serious or life-threatening illness if they contract an infection from the pool. The health costs of a single episode of gastroenteritis can be serious. For mild gastro, this may cost around $65. A moderate case with a few doctor's visits and some pharmaceuticals can cost around $4,347. And a severe gastroenteritis episode involving hospitalisation may cost in excess of $14,500. And this is in addition to the impacts on the health of the individual and on the social and economic parts of their lives. In addition to the existing known health risks associated with pools, we also have some new challenges. One of them is novel coronavirus. Fortunately, maintaining pool water quality to the regulatory standards is sufficient to manage the risk of novel coronavirus disease transmission in pool water. There will also be some facilities that have closed down and need to start up again, some of which would never have been designed to close. This involves some new challenges in achieving and maintaining good water quality. In these cases, it's very important to ensure that all equipment is working, any stagnant water has been flushed from the pipes, and any biofilms removed. It's also important to ensure that water quality is being maintained within the regulatory standards prior to reopening. There will also be other considerations for reopening, such as having a COVID-safe plan, including regular cleaning of surfaces, meeting the density requirements, physical distancing, and the wearing of masks when not in the pool. Aquatic facilities must comply with all of the COVID restrictions that are applicable to their geographic location and their setting. And facility owners and operators should regularly check government websites for updates. So in summary, there's never been a better time for aquatic facilities to achieve best practice in water quality risk management. As facilities reopen, there's also an opportunity to promote swimmer behaviour change around healthy swimming and pre-swim showers. These activities reduce the number of harmful microbes going into the pool and therefore reduce the public health risks associated with public aquatic facilities. If showers and change rooms are closed, swimmers can be encouraged to have a pre-swim shower at home. The resources that I show you here encourage the use of soap for hand washing, pre-swim showers, changing nappies in nappy change areas only, use of swim nappies for very young children, and not swimming if people have diarrhea. The sticker in the middle is intended to be used with children's learn to swim classes. And all of these resources are available free from our website. You can download them in electronic format, and some of the posters can be ordered in print for free. So we all have a role to play in ensuring safe water quality, from the regulators to the facility owners and operators and the people who use the pool. Now I'm going to tell you about the regulatory roles and responsibilities of duty holders relating to aquatic facilities. This image shows the governance framework for the regulation of aquatic facilities in Victoria. The Department of Health and Human Services, or DHHS, provides the legislative framework, including the Public Health and Wellbeing Act 2008, or the Act, the Public Health and Wellbeing Regulations 2019, or the Regulations. And we also provide the policy framework and guidance to facilitate compliance and monitor and investigate outbreaks of illness in connection with aquatic facilities. Local Council is the aquatic facility regulator. They will facilitate and monitor and enforce compliance with the Act and the regulations and facilitate the registration of Category 1 aquatic facilities by the 14th of December this year. They also inspect aquatic facilities during routine compliance checks or to investigate complaints and outbreaks of illness. Aquatic facilities are the service providers. They are responsible for client and staff health, wellbeing and education, and are also responsible for compliance with the regulations in the Act, Australian standards and industry best practice. The objectives of aquatic facility regulation under the Act and the regulations are to ensure that water quality in public aquatic facilities protects public health, to provide accountability for maintaining good water quality and protecting public health, and they take a risk-based approach to regulation. This means that there's more oversight and monitoring of higher public health risk settings. And in this case, public health risk is determined by the number of people from different households visiting the pool, the number of people visiting the pool who may be in categories that are more susceptible to infectious disease, such as young children, older people and pregnant women, and the number of people who may be immune compromised who are visiting the pool, who have a higher risk of serious illness if they contract an infectious disease. These are the definitions of Category 1 and Category 2 aquatic facilities under the Public Health and Wellbeing regulations. A Category 1 aquatic facility means a swimming pool, spa pool or interactive water feature that is used by members of the public, whether free of charge or on payment of a fee, is used in association with a class or program that is offered free of charge or on payment of a fee, or is located on the premises of an early childhood service, school or educational institution, or is located on a premises at which aged care services are provided, or is located at a premises that fits the definition of a public or private hospital or similar setting. A Category 2 aquatic facility means a swimming pool, spa pool that is used by members of the public and is located at the premises of either a residential apartment complex, hotel, motel or hostel. And although not defined in regulations, members of the public in relation to Category 2 facilities is interpreted to mean a non-resident or a non-owner, in other words, guests and visitors. This slide shows you a summary of the key compliance requirements that apply to Category 1 and Category 2 aquatic facilities under the regulations. Category 1 aquatic facilities must register with Council by the 14th of December 2020. Category 2 facilities do not need to register. All of the other compliance requirements apply equally to Category 1 and Category 2 facilities. One key requirement is under Regulation 46, the requirement to manage risks to human health arising from pathogenic microorganisms in the water in the aquatic facility in accordance with the regulations and the water quality guidelines for public aquatic facilities managing public health risks, or the guidelines. This document, the guidelines, is also available on our website. Aquatic facilities must ensure adequate training and competency of aquatic facility operators. They must have a water quality risk management plan and undertake at least one daily check of key pool water quality parameters before the pool opens for the day, and operational monitoring every 4 hours while the pool is open. And at least one of these daily checks should be done by hand and analysed manually. It's strongly recommended that this check that's done by hand is done before the pool opens for the day. And the key parameters are free and total chlorine and pH, or free and total bromine and pH. In the event of non-compliance with microbiological parameters, aquatic facility operators must follow the prescribed procedure for responding, which is described in Regulation 59. Aquatic facility operators must keep written records for 12 months from the date the record was made. And at the discretion of local council, facilities may be subject to an inspection for compliance with the regulations and the guidelines. And all of this information is available in a fact sheet that's located on our website. So who is responsible for compliance? Well, that's the registration holder and the aquatic facility operator. The registration holder is the applicant for the certificate of registration and would usually be the proprietor or the owner of the premises. The registration holder has the ultimate responsibility for ensuring that the standards and requirements for a Category 1 aquatic facility are complied with. The aquatic facility operator also has a duty to ensure that the standards and requirements are met. The aquatic facility operator is defined in Regulation 4 as a person who owns, manages or controls an aquatic facility. For Category 1 aquatic facilities, the aquatic facility operator may be the proprietor, or it may be a person or company the proprietor contracts with or engages to manage their facility. For the case of Category 2 aquatic facilities, they are not required to register with Council. Therefore, the aquatic facility operator has the ultimate responsibility for ensuring that the standards and requirements are complied with. To assist aquatic facility operators and owners to comply with the regulations, we have a range of supporting resources on our website. The first is the Water Quality Guidelines for Public Aquatic Facilities Managing Public Health Risks. This is currently under review. Compliance with this document is mandatory and it can be downloaded from our website. We also have a Water Quality Risk Management Plan template and a guide to support the development of a Water Quality Risk Management Plan. These are also available on our website. We have the free Healthy Swimming resources that can be ordered online. And we also have a range of incident response procedures that can be adapted to your own facility. Now I'm going to tell you about the Water Quality Risk Management Plan. A Water Quality Risk Management Plan details how aquatic facilities will comply with the aquatic facilities provisions of the Act, the regulations and the guidelines. The guidelines state that a water quality risk management plan must include the following elements: staff roles, responsibilities, competencies and training requirements, a description of the facility, its source water and its treatment systems, water quality targets and treatment objectives, hazard identification, risk assessment and control measures, operational and verification monitoring, incident management and response procedures, and data recording and reporting. The department has developed a template that aquatic facility operators can use to prepare their water quality risk management plan, and this is available on our website. Use of the department's template is not mandatory. Aquatic facilities can use their own water quality risk management plan template if they wish, provided that it addresses all of the mandatory elements. Now I'm going to tell you about aquatic facilities inspections and the procedure for responding to microbiological non-compliance. Aquatic facility inspections would usually be carried out by an environmental health officer from the local council. These may be done as part of a routine compliance check or in response to a complaint or a report of an outbreak of illness. What might an aquatic facility inspection include? For Category 1 facilities, the certificate of registration might be checked to ensure that the registration details are current. The water quality risk management plan and policies and procedures may be reviewed. Chemical and microbiological water quality may be tested, and the facility may be inspected to ensure cleanliness and appropriate management of chemicals and equipment. Other matters that may be considered include a review of records, and operator training records, and incident response procedures. There is an existing Environmental Health Officer inspection checklist in Appendix 8 of the Water Quality Guidelines on our website, and we're currently developing an updated checklist which is intended to exist as a standalone document in future. We're also working with Lifesaving Victoria to develop an Environmental Health Officer training course. So now I'm going to tell you about what aquatic facility operators need to do if they receive a report of microbiological non-compliance. Aquatic facilities must comply with the regulated microbiological parameters. These are listed in Regulation 49. For water sampled from each aquatic facility pool, spa or interactive water feature, the heterotrophic colony count must be less than 100 colony forming units per mil, and E. coli and Pseudomonas aeruginosa must not be detected in 100 mils of water. These water samples should be sent to a NATA accredited lab for analysis. For higher risk facilities such as Category 1 facilities, it is recommended this test be done at least monthly. If the aquatic facility operator receives a lab report of non-compliance with the microbiological parameters listed in Regulation 49, the procedure outlined in Regulation 59 must be followed. So within 24 hours of receiving a notification, The aquatic facility operator must ensure that the following procedure is implemented. Corrective action is taken to bring the water quality within the microbiological parameters set out in Regulation 49. Any water quality risk management plan required under the guidelines that is in place for the facility is reviewed, any faults are corrected, and any changes necessary to prevent a recurrence of those faults is implemented. And then within 48 hours of receiving that lab notification of non-compliance, the operator must ensure that a second sample of water is taken from the facility and provided to a laboratory to assess compliance. Once both of those results have been received, council needs to be notified of the results within 24 hours. If the second sample of water returns a non-compliant result, the procedure needs to be repeated. And if 3 consecutive non-compliance results are received, the facility must close and notify council in writing. A copy of this procedure is available to download from our website. So to summarise, the key messages for my presentation today are that maintaining good water quality protects public health. Everyone has a role to play in maintaining good water quality in the pool. Category 1 aquatic facilities must register with council by 14 December this year. All other compliance requirements apply to both Category 1 and Category 2 facilities. All facilities must have a water quality risk management plan, and your local council will determine the inspection timing and frequency for your facility. In the event of non-compliance with microbiological parameters, facility operators must follow a defined procedure prescribed in Regulation 59. And supporting resources are available on the department's website. So let's work together to keep swimmers healthy in pool water. For further information, please contact us at the Water Unit, and if you require information on COVID compliance, please check the Victorian Government's websites for current restriction levels and information on industry restart guidelines. And thank you for your attention.
Now it's time for a quick morning tea break before starting our next segment. Now's your chance to grab a drink or snack, catch up on emails, or settle in to watch some of the videos that we have put together for you. See you shortly.
Hi, I'm Yvette. I'm the sales manager here at Aflex Inflatables in Nelson, New Zealand. We're really proud to be supporting LSV and all the great work that they do. So we manufacture inflatables predominantly for commercial pools and aquatic centres. We also have a range of inflatables for water parks, whether that's the sea or the lake. And we have a range of land-based inflatables as well, whether that's slippery slides or our fun and fitness obstacles that can be used for recreation centres as well. We supply clients all around the world, and we work really closely with our customers to understand their pool size, their water depth, demographic and target age group so that we can match our inflatables to suit their needs. Whether that's a constant airflow inflatable for quick and easy setup, whether that's our sealed modular inflatables, which gives a bit more variety and people can add pieces to it in future, or whether it's a range of our ever popular sealed pool toys. You know, we really make sure that they get what's suitable for their pool at the time. The main purpose of inflatables really is to bring more people to the pool, and whether that's enhancing their programs, getting kids in the pool for longer, and just the engagement and fun and building water confidence. We're really proud that all our products are manufactured here in New Zealand. We control everything from here. It's the sales, the design, the customer service, the manufacturing, quality control, it's all here in-house. Our customers are really at the moment focused on the recovery of their centres, and they're looking at investing in an inflatable to help bring the fun and energy back into their centre, whether that's through hiring the inflatable, birthday parties, family fun days. It's all about bringing the community together, getting that engagement in the pool and people having fun. With more people coming to the pool and people staying for longer, naturally centres will start to see that return on investment and start to see their centres flourish.
Hi everyone, Steve here from Commercial Aquatics. I'm sure you'll agree 2020 has been an extremely challenging year for everyone, and especially those in the recreation industry who have unfortunately not been able to work due to the restrictions with COVID-19. Commercial Aquatics as a business has been very lucky. We've been very busy. We've had a lot of projects. So Gippsland Regional Aquatic Centre, East Keilor Leisure Centre, Wangaratta Aquatic Centre have been three of our largest jobs that have been running throughout 2020. Our service division's been extremely busy, still maintaining facilities throughout the lockdown period and also attending to breakdowns and some small capital works as well. We hope that we can see you again next year at this event, and unfortunately this year, due to the restrictions, it's not going to be possible. We're a big supporter of Lifesaving Victoria, and we really feel that this is an event. Safety should be at the top of everyone's list. It's very important. It's a key part of our industry. We hope to provide as much advice as we can as far as plant and pool operations and design to assist that safety. Get in contact with us via our website, call the office, call Ben or myself. Always happy to help and be involved in your projects or your maintenance. Enjoy your day and hope to see you all soon. Thanks.
Aquatic centres can save thousands of dollars each year and reduce their carbon footprint by leveraging the latest technology and solutions for energy efficiency. The energy efficiency experts at EcoSave can work with aquatic centre owners and operators to implement innovative, practical and robust energy efficiency solutions. Since 2002, EcoSave has helped thousands of organisations to reduce their energy costs and carbon emissions across Australia, New Zealand and the United States. Our team of energy efficiency specialists have extensive experience in aquatic centres, having worked with some of the largest and most well-known centres and pools in Australia.
We start with a comprehensive engineering review of your facilities and operations. We then design and implement a package of solutions engineered to maximise your return on investment.
Therefore, the benefits of partnering with EcoSave to implement energy efficiencies in your aquatic centres includes the reduction of energy and maintenance costs, the reduction of carbon emissions, the support of your net zero emission targets, the use of energy savings to fund the upgrade of old equipment, and to improve the ability to control pool and space ambient conditions, and most importantly, to embed COVID-safe best practice maintenance at all times.
To learn more about how to reduce energy costs and carbon emissions at your facility, you can download a free video presentation at our website. To book a free consultation, go to ecosave.com.au/LSV-aquatic or call EcoSave today on 1300 5577 64.
Hi everyone, I'm Tim Atkins from Lauderdale, and today I'd like to take you through some of the products that we have that are relevant to the aquatic industry. First up, our range of CPR mannequins. These are our QCPR mannequins, so quality CPR. We've got Little Ant QCPR, Little Junior QCPR, and the newest addition to our family is Little Baby QCPR. So when linked into the free to download apps for either Apple or Android devices, these mannequins will provide quantifiable objective feedback on the CPR performance. So you'll get a breakdown of that CPR performance in terms of your compression depth, release, compression rate, time on chest and ventilations. That will all come out as a summative score. You can save results on your device. You can do screenshots and obviously send them off to your learners, etc. So great for CPR training or just refining your CPR skills. We've also got our airway management products, so the Bag 2, which is our manual disposable resuscitator. It comes in 5 sizes from adult down to neonatal. We also have a range of pocket masks with or without case and with or without oxygen port. And not to forget our spinal immobilisation range, backstrap spine board, and the Speed Blocks head immobiliser and strapping systems that go with those. All these products are available through Lifesaving Victoria. If you want more information, certainly check it out on our website. Thanks everyone.
Hi guys, Dave Florence, General Manager of Business Development and Marketing from Cleaning Melbourne.
We're a commercial cleaning company servicing a myriad of different clients in the aquatic and leisure space, and we've recently partnered with Lifesaving Victoria to help support their Swim Safe campaign. We also want to look to help support a lot of your facilities out there return to operation and get people back swimming and using the gym and getting fit. We can look to do this through 4 different ways and simple steps. One of those ways is to make sure that the general cleaning requirements are up to scratch. Make sure all those areas are swept and mopped and looking nice and sharp, ready for people to come back into your facilities. Secondly, look at what's required from a periodical point of view. Does the change rooms need a deep scrub? Does the pool need a pressure wash? Those high dusting points, make sure the entry points are all nice and clean and looking presentable, ready for people to come back in and be wowed and ready to go. Thirdly, high touch points. There's a lot of those high touch points scattered throughout the facilities. Things like door handles, pressure plates, toilet flushes, bench tops, pens, computers, all those sorts of things that need to be made sure they're disinfected frequently using a hospital grade disinfectant. We've got the services and the means to be able to do this for you, and you can simply get in touch with us to help support that. Lastly, we need to look at what's required from a hygienic point of view. Any of those equipment that might need to help provide dispensers for sanitizer, disinfection kits for the gyms to make sure equipment is nice and clean and hygienically safe, and to give your members that peace of mind and make sure that their area is nice and clean and ready for the next person that comes along. Again, we can look to help provide a lot of these different bits of equipment, in particular those dispensers that are touch-free, which is recommended from the Victorian Health Department, and automatic dispensers. We can also look to provide those disinfection kits and make sure that your places are ready to go. If you want any more information on this or to get in touch, we can help come in and provide a different report with providing some recommendations and opportunities to help provide some areas of hygienically clean facilities. Get in touch with us at 1300BClean or contact me at dave.florence@cleaningmelbourne.net.au.
After moving to Melbourne at 17, I wanted to be in an industry that made a difference. I grew up in Cairns, so it wasn't uncommon to hear devastating news about drownings growing up. So enforcing water safety and preventing risks made a lot of sense to me, and I've had a keen interest since. And it's been great meeting like-minded people. The most rewarding part of lifeguarding is the life experiences and skills you can gain. From conflict resolution, customer service, incident prevention and rescue, teamwork, and problem solving in high pressure situations, lifeguarding has it all. Being a lifeguard not only helps you with future endeavours, but it also helps you become a more well-rounded person in different situations in everyday life. Every now and then, there'll be difficult situations when educating and enforcing the Watch Around Water policy. Always be aware of the resources at Lifesaving Victoria and the help and support of staff around you when preparing for those situations, as it's all part of the role. Being able to effectively communicate is one of the many things that make a great lifeguard. Having strong communication skills ensures the fellow staff around you know any situations around the pool, during rescue, and to reassure patrons. Some advice would be to understand your role and responsibility upon your shift. Some days it could be freezing with only 2 people swimming laps, or you could have over 500 people entering the facility at over 40 degrees. You must remain just as vigilant in both circumstances. My message to parents of young children is that lifeguards are on your side. We both prioritise the safety of your children, and we are always watching the pool, but an extra set of eyes always helps. Also, be aware that it is about water safety and not swimming ability. Water can be dangerous no matter how good of a swimmer you are. It is strongly encouraged for non- and weak swimmers to come to the pool to gain experience and improve their swimming abilities in a safe environment. It is also important for you to make sure the lifeguard is aware of your abilities, read the signs, enter feet first, swim within your depth, and always swim with a friend. Also inquire about swimming lessons. They may be available to you, as swimming is a great skill to have.
Lifesaving Victoria are proud to announce the launch of the LSV Swim Teach course. LSV Swim Teach course can lead to a rewarding career as a swim teacher. I love being a swim teacher because you have countless opportunities to make an impact on your students' lives. It's a lifelong skill that you're teaching and you're helping them be safe and enjoy their water experience.
Well, it's a different career set to what I used to do. So I was working in retail hospitality. I thought, why not do a swim teach course? My friends do it and they love it, and I wanted to give it a shot.
I'm doing the swimming teacher course because there aren't enough swimming teachers in regional Victoria.
This course is an accredited qualification and it is recognised nationally across schools, universities and the aquatic industry.
Hi, I'm Yvette Thomason, Managing Director of Waterlily Australia Proprietary Limited. We are the sole importer of the Lovibond brand of professional water testing products to the aquatics industry throughout Australia, New Zealand and the South Pacific. Founded in 1989, myself and our small and experienced team in all areas of water analysis offer the most appropriate instruments to the aquatics industry, ensuring that the instrument recommended is fit for purpose and is supported by local knowledge, technical support and excellent service. Tintometer in Dortmund, Germany have a long and successful history in water testing. There are very few companies that can look back over a history of over 130 years of success. The reason Tintometer can do this is due to the worldwide appreciation of their products, brought about by innovation and commitment to high quality standards in production and sales care. The brand Lovibond is known for exceptionally high quality water testing instruments and reagents. All products are manufactured in Germany to the highest technical standard. Lovibond instruments ensure accuracy and consistent results due to their stable, long-term components. With no moving parts and a high-precision optical system, the operator can be assured that they are getting the right result every time. Lovibond test methods are tried and trusted amongst aquatic centre operators worldwide. The test methods incorporated on Lovibond photometers conform to national and international standard methods for water analysis. This means that the test results are recognised and operators can trace the results back to these standard methods. If you're not already one of our very happy customers using Lovibond products, we would love to hear from you. We are delighted to share our product and technical knowledge and ensure you find the best instrument to suit your requirements. We look forward to assisting you.
The ocean gives our lives balance. It calms our spirit. and soothes the soul. And yet it can be a powerful force. We're one of the lucky ones. We love what we do. People's lives depend on us. We have to be prepared for all possibilities. To do what we do requires a unique set of skills. World-class technology. The partnership between Microflight, Lifesaving Victoria and Westpac means great things can be achieved.
Welcome back to the LSV Aquatic Industry Summit. I hope you've had a nice break. Welcome also to those who are just tuning in. Please make sure you get involved in the chat to show your support for our presenters. Our next presenter is Bridget Gardner. Bridget Gardner is the Principal Director of HPC Solutions and has 20 years experience in the cleaning industry as a trainer, auditor and document writer. She is a frequent contributor to the industry journals and conference presentations. In April of this year, Bridget wrote the Guide to Cleaning for COVID-19 and is currently working with the Victorian Department of Health and Human Services to produce guidelines for cleaning in non-healthcare buildings.
Thank you for inviting me to speak at Lifesaving Victoria's first virtual Aquatic Industry Summit. My name is Bridget Gardner and I'm Director of High Performance Cleaning Solutions. I've been providing advisory and training services to facility managers and cleaning service providers since 2006 and working in the industry for 20 years. Back in April of this year, when the coronavirus hit, I wrote a guide to cleaning for COVID-19. And I've currently had the pleasure of working with the Department of Health and Human Services to produce cleaning guidelines for non-healthcare buildings. That means aquatic centres and all buildings across Victoria. So I thought it would be a really good idea to start my presentation with a quick refresher on how coronavirus is spread and why cleaning and disinfecting is such an important way to prevent the risk of infection from frequently touched surfaces. COVID-19 is mostly spread via respiratory droplets, human-to-human contact, and also the surfaces and objects that can become contaminated when someone who is infectious coughs, sneezes, or touches them. And then the germs can be spread to the people when they touch their nose, their eyes, their mouth with their hands, or other personal items such as their phone or clothing that has been in contact with that contaminated surface. So to address this risk, the Victorian Government's COVID Safe Plan includes requirements for you to increase environmental cleaning, ensure high-touch surfaces are cleaned and disinfected regularly, at least twice daily, and ensure you've got adequate supplies of cleaning products such as detergents and disinfectant. But I'm actually not going to speak about how to clean high-touch surfaces today. Instead, I want to talk about who cleans them, because the management of this highly casual workforce is as important as the management of cleaning itself, as I'll explain in the first half of this presentation. Then in the second half of my talk, I'm going to share 4 strategies with you that you can implement in your aquatic centre to help prevent the spread of COVID-19 in partnership with your cleaners. Since Melbourne's hotel quarantine program infected some security guards, it's become really clear that the casual workforce is at the epicentre of the second wave of coronavirus. In the words of one reporter, it's churned through them. Casual workers are often migrants, students or young parents, and being on minimum wages, they may have to hold down 2 or even 3 jobs, and they're constantly moving between these different workplaces. Hence the title of this session, Uber driver by day or aged care worker by day, and cleaner by night. So the hotel quarantine inquiry identified several reasons why the casual workers have a higher risk of spreading the virus. The first is that they often have limited English skills and a poor understanding of the rules of community spread. Second, and importantly, they can't afford to isolate for 2 weeks, and $300 doesn't pay for 2 weeks of staying off work. And the third reason is that with no job security and young families to feed and rent to pay, etc., they're scared of losing their jobs if they do isolate. So they keep working, they keep quiet, and they hope for the best. And this is a really, really big problem, especially for Victoria and especially for cleaning services. Because according to a 2019 parliamentary inquiry, there are over 2.6 million casual workers employed in Australia, and that makes up for 24.4% of all employees. In Victoria, there are 95,000 casual cleaners and laundry workers, and 41.5% of them are casual. And most other cleaners are actually permanent part-time, and that carries exactly the same type of risks. An investigation by the Australasian Centre for Corporate Responsibility into the impact of coronavirus on vulnerable workers concluded that subcontracted cleaners posed a significant risk of workplace transmission of COVID-19. The lead author, Dr. Katie Hepworth, identified 3 core issues through their research. So the first issue is that current contracts are not sufficient in terms of staff and hours to cover the additional cleaning and hygiene and safety requirements. The second problem is that cleaners aren't being provided with safeguards to protect themselves from the virus, including fit-for-purpose personal equipment. And I'm sure you've all seen images on the media of cleaners in hazmat suits and proper respiratory gear, but that's actually not what's happening in most of the buildings around Australia. And cleaners are not being provided with sufficient training in how to carry out their work safely and how to clean building surfaces properly. At this point, you might wonder how relevant this is to an aquatic centre. So I thought it would be a really good idea to explore a recent outbreak and see how it unfolded and the impact that that had on the public venue and the people that used it. Chadstone's Butcher Club outbreak. The Butcher Club is a butcher shop in the middle of Chadstone Shopping Centre. The first confirmed case happened way back on the 25th of August, when a cleaner who was meant to be isolating worked at the Butcher Club. We now know that she was actually part of the Frankston outbreak, where 11 members of one family had tested positive, but unfortunately she didn't inform her managers or the butcher shop of this. Then on the 29th of September, a whole month later, a second confirmed case of COVID-19 was identified in a staff member of the Butcher Club. By the 30th of September, it had spread to more Butcher Club team members, plus members of the general public that had visited Chadstone in the previous week. And by the 6th of October, staff members from 2 other Chadstone stores were infected and had to close, including a clothing shop and a cafe. So by the 9th of October, there were 31 active cases linked to Chadstone, and the manager of the Butcher Club was in ICU. And then a delivery man linked to the Butcher Club travelled to Seymour, sat in a cafe where he infected more people. And just yesterday, the DHHS found out that it was this same driver who caused the outbreak at a tyre shop in Shepparton. And importantly, because he failed to inform the contract tracers, the virus has been allowed to spread. So as a result, at least 6 businesses have had to close, be deep cleaned and disinfected, which costs thousands. And all associated staff and family have had to stay in 2 weeks isolation, and some are very ill. And all this disruption and pain was caused by one cleaner who failed to self-isolate when her family members were diagnosed with COVID-19. The DHHS said that in some cases there were only casual contact with this cleaner, and that contact could have happened in facilities like public toilets, and it might have actually contributed to the transmission, which just goes to show how infectious it is, but also makes me wonder whether the surface to human transmission was a factor here. So the second part of my presentation, I want to talk about solutions. The DHHS's COVID response teams, they're the ones who go out and check that the building has been cleaned so it can go and open back up again. They told me they were shocked at how poor the cleaning was and the communication was between the occupiers and the cleaners in the outbreak situation. No one knew who was doing what. They stressed how crucial it is that both parties work together to help stop the spread of COVID-19 through the community. So I really recommend you take a more proactive, collaborative approach now towards the management, delivery of your cleaning services that you might have been used to. So today, I'm going to share with you 4 key strategies, and that will help you ensure that your cleaning service provider is delivering adequate levels of hand and surface hygiene, supervision and training, physical distancing, and scheduled duties and hours. And these strategies are so important because they're going to give you confidence that you're doing everything you can to protect your cleaners, your staff, and importantly, the public who use your aquatic centre. So let's start with hand and surface hygiene. So now is a really good time to fit out your cleaner's room with ventilation and running water like you've been meaning to do for ages, so that they have proper cleaners' sinks and cloth laundering facilities. Because honestly, we really can't expect cleaners to take hygiene seriously unless they're given a workspace that allows them to take it seriously. When I ordered a cleaner's room, this is what I'm looking for. I want to see a chemical dispensing system so that I know that the detergents and disinfectants have been accurately diluted, because otherwise they're not going to work properly. I want to see cloths and mops that have been properly washed in washing buckets at the minimum, or washing machines preferably, and that they're being hung to dry or they've been dried in a dryer. I want to see that there's proper hand soap, that there's alcohol hand sanitizer and plenty of gloves, and that they're being supplied in the cleaner's room and carried on the carts. And this is really important. I want to see posters displayed on the walls, because I want to know that the cleaners have been told and taught how to wash their hands properly, how to use hand rub properly, and how to remove gloves safely. Because unless they do that, they'll be recontaminating their hands and spreading the virus around the building as they clean. And this is what I don't want to see. And unfortunately, these photos were taken in real buildings. I didn't set them up, from all the cleaning audits I've done over the years. And yes, that's toilet brushes sitting in the bottom of the buckets on top of the cloths that are being used to clean the kitchen sink. And sure, there's colour coding, but the cleaner's hands are going to be touching the bottles, spreading germs around your facility. Okay, so our second strategy is about supervision and training. Can I ask you, are you confident that your cleaning contractor would have known if one of their team members needed to self-isolate? Because honestly, I don't believe there's any excuse for that cleaning company that employed the super spreader cleaner at the heart of the Butcher Club outbreak. How should they have not known that that cleaner needed to self-isolate? That's a big red flag for me. As part of our guide to cleaning for COVID-19, we provide a set of procedures, and one of those procedures is called the Procedure for Managing Cleaning Staff During a Pandemic. I put a copy of that up on the slide so you can see some of the requirements in it, but one important one is that the cleaners must sign their agreement to inform the company if they need to self-isolate. But importantly, to support that, there's also the requirement that the company nominates what I call a COVID champion, but you can call them whatever you like, but basically it's someone who's going to have constant contact with the cleaners so that they are checking in on them, making sure they're well, making sure that their family members are well, so that if something happens, they know. The second procedure I wanted to highlight was a standard operating procedure for cleaning and disinfecting high touch points. And this requires managers to report and communicate to other team members if a cleaner has had to self-isolate because they're sick or their family members are sick. So I really recommend that what you do is you talk with your contractors and you find out what procedures they've got in place for managing their staff and what assurances they can give you that their workers will tell them if they have to self-isolate, because clearly this is a very, very important issue. So the second part of supervision and training is the training aspect. It's really important that every cleaner is given COVID-19 infection control training. The Department of Health has provided this for free, so there's really no excuse for them not doing it. I recommend that what you do is you ask your contractors for copies of their standard operating procedures or any other procedures that explain their processes, and importantly, samples of the cleaning and training manuals that they're providing to their cleaners. Because what you really need to know is that the cleaning practices they are doing are based on government guidelines, and that the cleaners are being given training in things such as correct handling of cloths and wipes to prevent cross-contamination from surface to surface, correct use of disinfectants, including cleaning first and allowing sufficient contact time, and the correct method of taking off their gloves and masks so they don't reinfect themselves. And finally, you really need to find out that training was done safely. So were they wearing masks and not sharing equipment while they were being trained? Were they holding training sessions outside or in a well-ventilated space that enabled physical distancing? And that brings me to another point that I'd like to explore, and this is your third strategy, physical distancing. Most Safe Work Australia's information about physical distancing is actually only relevant to businesses operating from a fixed location. But physical distancing while cleaning, it has some unique challenges. Firstly, cleaners' rooms are often really small and poorly ventilated. Secondly, if you've got daytime cleaners, they're moving around all of your staff and all your visitors. So if they're infectious, they're going to be spreading it around to everybody. And the third point is that they often work and take breaks unsupervised. And as we saw from the hotel quarantine security guards, if no one is watching them, the temptation to stand close together, looking at each other's phones, sharing cigarette lighters is pretty high. Cleaners working after hours also may need to carpool when travelling to and from different sites. A maximum of 2 people are actually allowed to travel together if it's absolutely necessary for work, but there are restrictions, so they have to keep the windows open, for instance, or the passenger has to sit in the back seat. So is that being done? So I really recommend you discuss these potential risks with the cleaning company. You'd ask to have a look at their risk management plans and then make sure that all these risks are being considered and are being prevented. But if you engage with a really small company, I recommend that you actually sit down with them and work through it, because they're probably not familiar with doing a risk management plan to this degree. And as I said, partnership is key here. But the best tool of all for addressing the challenge of physical distancing is actually our fourth strategy, and that's the cleaning schedules. So when you're looking at the cleaning schedules and scheduling duties, the workflows have to be scheduled in a way that enable physical distancing, and I'll give you a few examples of that. First one would be staggering break times, or setting up physically distant areas so that workers don't have to sit together during smokos, as the tradies in my local area seem to do, I've noticed. Or stagger start and finish times so that one staff prepares all the cleaning supplies, say 15 minutes earlier, then by the time the other staff arrived, it's all ready to go and they don't have to be in that cleaner's room in close proximity together. Another idea about staggering start and finish times would be having a cleaner finishing off after everyone else has left, disinfecting the surfaces so there's no risk of recontamination. And I might just explain that point a little bit more, because most people do their high touch points first. And yes, clean it first while the cloths are clean. But I recommend you actually finish with a disinfection, because otherwise they're going to be touching those door handles or taps while they're cleaning and they'll be recontaminating them. And the fourth idea is to adjust the workflows so that one cleaner could be, say, washing cleaning cloths while the other is finishing mopping and waste removal, so they're not working together. So we're going to finish where we started, because scheduling is really important when it comes to the frequent cleaning and disinfection of high-touch surfaces. In a busy public space, I recommend that high-touch points are cleaned throughout the day by your reception and duty staff, as well as the cleaning staff. For this to work effectively, it's really important that what you do is you identify and document the critical high-touch surfaces. And what I mean by critical is this: they're the surfaces that most people touch and at most risk of becoming contaminated. So that's the surfaces in the entry areas. In washrooms, we know that COVID-19 has been found in fecal matter, so washrooms are really critical. And of course, if there is food eating areas as we start to open up, those surfaces are really, really important to become disinfected, because that's how people can contaminate their food and then bring it into their bodies. So the next thing you've done is, once you've listed and identified your high touch points, is you need to schedule when and how often and by whom they're going to be cleaned. I call these charts that I'm showing you on the screen my high touch point cleaning protocols. And they are sold with a guide to cleaning for COVID-19, but you can just draw them up yourself. They're pretty simple. What's really important is that when you're documenting them, you make sure you communicate it to everybody, because it's a very important way to give you confidence that nothing's being missed, but also everyone else will know where and when they need to clean them and that they're being done. And your protocols also need to list cleaning and disinfectant products that are used. I can't stress this strongly enough, because some disinfectants will react with each other. It might be that they actually neutralise the effects, or they could actually create dangerous fumes. So again, communication with your cleaning company is critically important. Now, we get to the part in the presentation, whereas if I was doing this live, people would be asking me questions. This is going to cost a lot of money. So if you calculate the cost of having to close down, decontaminate your centre, have all your staff and family members in isolation for 2 weeks, then I would suggest that increasing your cleaning hours is actually a cost-effective risk mitigation strategy. But if it really is busting your budget, then a second way of doing this is adjusting the schedules so that now you spend less time on things that are less important, such as dusting the skirting boards, vacuuming, wiping minimally touched surfaces, such as the bottom of chairs, and spend more time frequently cleaning those high touch points and on cloth laundering. So in summary, if you partner with your cleaning service providers, you can make sure that they're providing adequate hand and surface hygiene, supervision and training, physical distancing, and scheduling their duties and hours properly. And these 4 strategies are going to give you confidence that you're doing everything you possibly can to protect your cleaners, your staff, and the public who use your aquatic centre. Thank you.
Next, we'll be joined by Kelly Smart. Kelly is the Centre Coordinator at Lakes Entrance Aquadome and Orbost Outdoor Pool for East Gippsland Shire Council. Due to the facilities being closed, she is currently working as a Pandemic Projects Coordinator. Kelly has worked in the aquatics industry for 8 years and reflects on the year that was, saying that 2020 has been one of the hardest, but it has also shown me the strength and resilience small communities have.
Hi, I wanted to start off by saying that the story in my presentation is mine and some of my team's. There are thousands of stories out there, but there isn't a single person that hasn't been impacted or knows someone that's been impacted by the recent bushfires that tore through our beautiful town. But this is our story from an aquatic facility point of view. I wanted to start off by showing these photos. These are part of my team. This is Christmas, a few days before the major event, and we love Christmas, especially at the Aquadome. We go all out, big decorations and everything. I worked as the Centre Coordinator for Lakes Entrance Aquadome and for Orbost Outdoor Pool, but I'm currently the Pandemic Coordinator for East Gippsland. And my story starts on my birthday, December 29th, where my family and I were out for lunch and we spent time, having a drink, everything like that. And while we were there, we got a text message. The text message came from the state government. Never received a text message from the state government before. It was telling us that we needed to enact our fire plans. Didn't really think much more of it and finished my beer and went home. I went to work at 5:30 the next day. I remember the air was different. It was hot, unusually hot for 5:30 in the morning. But we opened and we went along as business as usual. During the morning, a staff member came in and said to me, "Cal, it's bad. It looks really bad out there." And we looked outside and you could see the wind, like it was strong, it was hard, it was fast. And there was black leaves all over the ground. They were just falling everywhere. At 2 p.m, the CFA came to our door and asked us for a list of all the chemicals that we had on site. They wanted to know what we had in case the fire was coming our way. We gave them the list, and at this point I realised that something's not right. It's getting worse. At 3 p.m, we got a phone call from the Orbos Outdoor Pool, who had the CFA on site there as well, and they wanted to connect their pumps up to be able to pump the water out. The CFA explained to me that they didn't have enough water in the town of Orbos to be able to fight the fire if it came that close. So they set up the fire pumps ready to take the water out. Our staff that were on site at the time had to then shut down the main plant, ensuring that the dosing stopped and all the mechanics were turned off in preparation. Our staff had never done that before. So we video called them and walked them through what they needed to do. At the time, video calling was very different, but as we all know now, it's the norm. Our staff were great and they were able to do what needed. It was also at this time that I rang my manager. I needed assistance. I needed to know what to do. The decision was made to close the facilities and for us to go home and prepare ourselves. I went home and I enacted our fire plan for my family. At 5 p.m. that day, I received a phone call from our control centre in Bairnsdale asking if I would go back to the Aquadome and prepare a new relief centre as there was too many people still in town. The decision was made to open up the basketball stadium in town, which, if you've ever been to Lakes Entrance, it's one court. It's not really a stadium as such. We then were told that there was too many people left in town and the messages were coming through saying the roads were closed, you can't get out. We were then also told that we had no bedding. So I called the team, asked them to come back to the Aquadome to help me, and we got whatever we could find for bedding. We got yoga mats, we got learn to swim mats that the kids float on, and we even went into our children's services area and grabbed the cot just in case we had young kids. 3 carloads later, we had enough bedding for 100 people just on the things that we found within the facility. We opened the relief centre and we assisted all throughout the night. Meanwhile, I was arranging for my family to come closer into town so that I knew that they were safe so I could care for other people in the community. This first photo is of around 10 p.m. We thought we were tired at this stage, but tired had not even hit us at this point. We spent the night looking after people of all walks of life. We had people who had no idea what was going on, and we had other people who wanted to know everything that was happening. We had asthma attacks, we had panic attacks, we had dehydration, we had scared kids, and we had elderly with limited mobility. We also had dogs, lots and lots of dogs, which really helped with the scared kids. This red photo was actually taken from my backyard. At 3 a.m, I finally took a break and I sat out the front of the basketball stadium. Ash was falling all around, burnt leaves all over the ground. I was scared. I cried, but I drank the coldest can of Coke that I could find, thinking that this caffeine will be enough to get me through the night. About 5 minutes later, a cool breeze came from behind me. And I remember this moment so much that I remembered that it was a sigh of relief. That when that cold wind came, it was cold and it came from the opposite direction. And I knew at that point that this was the cold change we'd been waiting for. This was going to help the firefighters stop the fire from coming to Lakes Entrance. It was going to help. The biggest sigh of relief came over me. I worked through until 8 a.m. the next day. This beautiful photo of me just shows how tired and exhausted I was. But at the time, all I could think was about the firefighters, the emergency services, and our control centre and how they kept on going. But I was exhausted. I went home and I only slept for about 6 hours. After this, I went down with my family to bring in the new year with the rest of the town. The next day, 1st of January, I went back to the relief centres and offered assistance to help wherever I could. I stayed until about the 16th of January, where I helped manage the bushfire relief centres that we had and the information centres that we needed, as well as trying to reopen the recreation facilities when safe to do so. Over the next few days, we had to evacuate the town again. This time there was not many people left. Once the roads opened, people left. My team stayed. They stayed for the people who were left in town to ensure that they were supported and cared for during this time of need. Over the weeks in this role, I met some of the strongest community people that I've ever met. People who had lost everything but still wanted to help. They wanted to help those who they felt needed more help, whether it be giving them advice, having a cuppa with them, or genuinely just handing over the clothes on their back. I made some great friends with the Defence Force and was lucky enough to work with them. It was a weird feeling every time they rolled up in their big vehicles or the chooks went flying overhead. The emotional roller coaster that we went through is one that I won't forget. A sense of pride when you saw the CFA and emergency services. A sense of sadness when you spoke with community members. And a sense of hope when you worked with colleagues to assist the community in the way that we did. But what did we learn? We learned in the first few days that the outdoor pool was capable of assisting the CFA by giving them extra water if they required it. We learned that recreation facility equipment can be used in many different ways. It can be changed to be whatever is required, so a learn to swim mat became bedding for someone on a basketball floor stadium. Training of staff is extremely important, and the training that the aquatic industry brings was able to be adapted into what we needed at the time. The staff, mainly lifeguards and customer service, worked in the relief centres to help with anything that came up. Asthma attacks, panic attacks, dehydration, scared people, people that were low mobility, they were able to assist with. General communication was an utmost of importance so that people could understand that we're going through a scary stage at the moment, but it'll be okay. After the first major evacuation, a lot of staff were redeployed. We realised at this point how interchangeable our staff skill was. From lifeguards and customer service working at relief centres through to duty managers and team leaders working to respond to claims to help people rebuild their lives, to coordinators and managers working out of the control centre and aerodromes for the relief effort. We also learnt that relationships with our remote staff is highly important. The Orbost Outdoor Pool is 45 minutes away by car from Lakes Entrance, and the staff that work there are summer staff. And at this point of the major event, these staff had only been working for us about 6 weeks, and one of these weeks was the induction week. We weren't able to drive to Orbost due to the fact the roads were closed, so we weren't able to physically get there to assist people. But by having a good communication plan and knowing that we could communicate to our staff via other means meant that the staff felt supported to get through what they needed to do in this time. Community values. I moved to Lakes Entrance 8 years ago with my family, and I thought I knew what community meant. It wasn't until this event that I realised what community meant and also what the role of our facilities play in the community, as they are community facilities. Every New Year's, Lakes Entrance hosts the best New Year's Eve party that I've ever seen. There's carnivals, there's food, there's markets, there's fireworks, there's bands playing. It's a massive, massive event. They shut down the main street. And if you've been to Lakes Entrance, there's really only one main street. But this New Year's was different. but it meant more. The community banded together out the front of one of the local businesses where the local musicians grabbed their gear and played music all night long. The local fish and chip shops stayed open for a community picnic where people could get chips and sit on the grass, listen to some music and come together as a community. While this event was happening, the firefighters returned. As they were returning, the whole community stood up and started clapping and cheering. The amount of emotion that goes over me is huge. The community spirit of knowing that these firefighters had been out saving our neighbouring towns from the fires, had just returned home, was the most proudest moment that I remember as a community member. I saw this again over the next few weeks where community people just banded together to either give advice, to have a cuppa, to make you stop for 5 minutes and say hello, or help you find as many gas bottles in town in 20 minutes, get it on a boat, get it to Malakuta. But I tell you what, that one's a different story. Community and recreation facilities is not any different to out in the community. When we were able to reopen and people could return to our facilities, our customer service team had to use their skills to the extreme. We had members returning that had lost everything, and all they wanted to do was see a familiar face and go for a swim or go for their gym workout. And all I can say is there was a lot of cups of coffee during this time, and our staff were amazing to just be there to listen to what these people needed. Returning. How we did it was definitely different. It was not something that I had actually been trained to do. It had to be different. Our first point of call was to check in with all the staff. Even if they only worked 1 hour a week for us, or if they worked full time, they got a check-in phone call. We had a standard check-in, but we soon realised it wasn't enough. It wasn't enough to just ring up and say, "Hi, how are you? You're doing good, that's great." It had to be more. We had staff who'd lost all their property. We had staff who'd been hospitalised due to smoke inhalation. And we had staff who hadn't even returned to the area from evacuating to see what awaited them on their return. We realised as much as the community needed us, we weren't ready to open. We had to ensure that our staff had the support in place for when we reopened. We needed to also ensure that if we had a major incident at the facility, that our staff would be able to handle it emotionally and mentally, not just another thing that would be on top of what we've just dealt with. Our organisation had plans in place to support this, but a call to LSV was also greatly needed to ensure that we had the support to give to our staff that required it. Bairnsdale and Lakes Entrance opened first. When Lakes Entrance reopened to the public, we didn't really realise how much the smoke was going to affect us. We weren't able to open to full capacity. We couldn't put every program back on just based on the amount of smoke that was still around. The Bairnsdale outdoor pool remained closed for a bit longer due to air quality and visibility. The Orbos outdoor pool required a different approach to reopen. The ash and the debris had made the facility a horrible looking place. We also needed to ensure that the water quality met the health standards. We didn't end up reopening that pool until the end of January, and we only opened it for a few hours a day rather than our normal peak season that we would do. We went back to normal operation in about mid-February. So my take-home message is this: training of staff. It's highly important, not just for their job role, but for what else might be thrown at them. Know your facility, know what's in there and what can be changed into something different in these sort of situations. Understanding that everyone reacts and deals with highly emotional situations differently, taking time for yourself, and genuine time for others. A 10-minute chat could change someone's day. And lastly, being real. It's probably one of the most important things that I learned. is to show the real you, the authentic you. Then you'll connect in ways that you never thought that you needed or what others required. Thank you.
Now I'd like to introduce Nathan Burke. Through Nathan Burke's 27 years in the elite world of AFL football, he has gained great insight into how to extract great performance from individuals and teams. Since leaving St Kilda Football Club, he has been applying his expertise in human performance in the fields of education, business and sport. In 2014, Nathan founded his own consultancy organisation, specialising in the fields of personal development, leadership, culture and resilience. Nathan's work builds heavily on the concepts of personal responsibility, ownership and making the most of your talents, while focusing on practical actions that can be employed immediately. He is now also head coach of the AFLW Western Bulldogs Football Club.
Hello everyone, Nathan Burke here. It's time to talk about reinvigorating your particular team or organisation. Over the last couple of months I've been lucky enough to get out and talk to quite a few different businesses, and they tend to fit into a couple of different categories. You've got the ones who are just hoping things will return back to normal, and they're just hunkering down and just pushing through until they get back to whatever normal looks like or used to look like. And you've also got the ones who are using this time to really reinvigorate, reset, because we really don't know what is coming. How long are we going to be in these circumstances? How long are we going to have to just sort of push through and make do? And what does the new normal actually look like? Nobody can really put their finger on that. So it's time to actually look at how you do things and reinvigorate so that you're not just trying to survive, you're trying to thrive, like a lot of businesses are actually doing. And we need to look at the challenges that are coming up and then put in place some plans to counteract those challenges. So if we can sort of look at four main areas that businesses are being challenged at the moment. One is maintaining that safety and motivation. Staff, there's a lot of things going through their heads. Should I come to work? Is it safe to come to work? What's it going to look like? I'll talk a lot more about safety later on as well. And also maintaining motivation from staff. That's a tough one. Improving the performance. And if we talk about performance, I want to make the differentiation between performance and outcome. So we're not looking at outcome, we're looking at the stuff you do to get the outcomes that you actually want. And a lot of businesses over this period, what they're doing is they're saying, you know what, we'll just keep doing things the same, and then we'll start to improve once things get back to a little bit of normal. That's wasting a lot of time in my opinion, so we should always be looking at how do we actually improve things. Navigating complex problems and also reinventing your business or your team. That's a tough challenge for a lot of businesses at the moment. So you're probably saying, yes, I've got those challenges. I need to get through those challenges, but where do I start? And you start pretty much at the finish. And by the finish, I mean understanding what success looks like. What are you actually trying to achieve? So at the moment, I'm lucky enough to be coaching the Western Bulldogs AFLW team. And for us, we sat down over this period and said, right, what does success actually look like for us? So winning a grand final, that's the ultimate success for a football team, but we want to be something more than that. So for us, success is actually, we want to be the country's #1 female sporting program. So the best female sporting program in Australia. That's what success looks like for us. And then we look at, okay, what do we need to do to make that actually come about? What things do we need to concentrate on? So we then take a step-by-step look at how we actually perform to get that outcome. And one of the best things that you can look at when you're thinking about performance is the word culture. Now, when I say that word, a lot of you probably switch off and you say, yeah, culture was big probably 10, 15 years ago, and it sort of died out a little bit. It got replaced by engagement, and it got replaced by high performance. And one of the reasons why culture dies off is because it's very hard to put your finger on what it actually is. For me, the definition is quite simply, it's how we do things around here. Think about two different places that you might have worked in your career. One of them did things differently to the other one. They've got a different culture. And what we need to understand about culture is that you have a culture whether you like it or not. Every single team or organisation has one. The great teams and organisations, what they do is they actually design the culture that they need in order to be successful. They don't let it evolve by default. Evolving by default are things like, the old, let's use a life-saving club as an example. The old-timers, old Don and Shirley at the life-saving club, and people want to come in and do new things and change things up, and Don and Shirley say, no, that's the way we've always done things and we're not going to change things. That's evolving by default. It's too hard to challenge something. So, we'll just let it progress. And that becomes how we do things around here. So what great organisations do is they push back against that and they say, no, we're not going to let things evolve by default. We're going to design our culture, the way that we actually do things, in order to bring about that success. So at the Western Bulldogs, we've got our values and we've got our behaviours and things that we need to do as a club, a team, in order to bring about that success. So to break it down a little bit further for you, I've got 7 areas that, first of all, I want you to assess how you do things. Do these things, the way you do things at the moment, currently take you closer to success, or do they take you further away? And once you've actually assessed that, I call them levers. And what I want you to think about is, which of these particular levers do I need to pull that is going to reinvigorate, get us closer to that success? The first one is how you communicate. Businesses communicate really, really well. Everybody knows the information that they need to know. Other places use information and communication as a little bit of power. I know something, and I can't tell you what that is, but I want to let you know that I'm more important because I've got this information and you don't. Does everybody know what they need to know? Do we talk openly, honestly, and we communicate in a timely manner? They're all questions that you need to ask yourself. And the answer is no. Don't beat yourself up over it. Then think about how can we actually change that, because that might go a long way to reinvigorating your particular team. The next one are the systems that you use. When we looked at the Western Bulldogs, we found that one of our systems, which is our communication system, we probably had about 6 of them. We were using Facebook, we were using WhatsApp, we were using Strava, we were using Team Builder, we were using emails, we were using phones and text. So we had about 7 different forms of communication. That was a bad system. Things were getting lost in that particular system. So we pushed them all together into one particular app that we now use, and that has streamlined everything that in terms of communication and knowledge disbursement throughout our group. So how do your systems work? And systems can be everything from who gets rewarded and what for. At your life-saving club, how easy is it for people to actually join and become a member of your life-saving club? Do you have them in different languages for different people to actually sign up? So think about all the different systems that you actually use. Might be booking a system to actually take out some equipment. Does it help you or does it hinder you? Change your culture, change the system. The next one are the symbols. Now, symbols is a really important one, and it can be a bit of a fun one. Symbols can be everything from who are the heroes around the place? Who are the ones that we look up to around here? Is it old Don and Shirley, the old timers that have been here members for 40 years? Or is it the person who actually goes out of their way to help other people around the club? The one who hasn't even used that equipment, but you know what they'll do is they'll pitch in and they'll help clean and put away the equipment after everybody's used it. They're just always around to help other people. Are they the heroes around the place? You need to redesign the heroes if they aren't the right people. So take it away from the old timers, old Don and Shirley, and get these new people who help people, because that's the actual behaviours that we want to promote. Make them the heroes around the place. And other things like who gets a good car park out the front, that always tells me who's important and those sorts of things. So they're really important aspects, subliminal aspects of your culture that you need to take control of. The next one is the structure. Is it a my way or the highway? I'm in charge and everyone does what I actually say? Or do we actually have levels of structure? I'm going to say, you know what, you're in charge of this area. That's your role and responsibility. I'm going to give you autonomy over that area. But you report to me, but these other people report to you. How does the structure work at your club? Does it need to change to reflect the actual operating systems of your club? The behaviours is an easy one. Behaviours is easy to change because you can actually recognise it. You can see it. You can say, you do that, you don't do that, and then make the necessary changes after that. So behaviours could be everything from who turn up on time. Are we punctual around this place? Do we look after the facilities? Do we look after the equipment? Do we put things away? Do we ask people to put things away? Do we speak in a really polite manner to each other? If you can think of those things that I just mentioned and say, you know what, we don't actually do that. We've got a segment that don't put things away, that don't turn up on time. Well, reinvigorate, change those certain areas, because behaviours is a really observable one. Because when you get new people coming to your club, what they're going to be doing is they're going to say, I want to fit in around here. How do people behave? Because pretty soon I will follow those behaviours, and that's how cultures get perpetuated, by new people coming in, and then they follow the same behaviours as the older people who have been there. So change the behaviours, make sure they are conducive to actually getting that success that you actually want. Mindset, I'll talk a little bit more about mindset later on, but mindset is a tough one to change. Is your club a can-do club? If somebody comes up with a new idea, are you more likely to say, you know what, let's have a crack at that, let's see how it works, you know, what have we got to lose? Or are you more likely to say, you know what, we tried that 5 years ago, it didn't work then, so it's not going to work now. Where do you sit on that scale? Where do you want to sit? And then go about changing. And the last one is the leadership. What style of leadership do you actually have at your club? Because you need to understand that your leadership needs to be the right form of leadership for the people that you are leading, not the form of leadership that you just want to put out there. As an example, when I took over at the Western Bulldogs, I had a way that I thought I was going to conduct myself as a coach, and I had it all planned out. But then I met the people that I was actually leading, and after a couple of weeks of talking to them one-on-one and figuring out where they'd come from and where they want to go, I had to completely change my leadership style. Mainly because a lot of these players, we had 11 new players. 8 of them were 18-year-olds. 3 of them were brand new to the sport. And I had a whole bunch of other ladies who were sort of in and out of the team over the last couple of years. They'd play a couple of games, play a bad one, go out of the team, come back in again, and their confidence wasn't very high. So my leadership had to change. My leadership had to be all about giving them confidence and self-belief in themselves that they could actually play this game and play the game with freedom. And if they made a mistake, it wasn't going to be the end of their career. So that was my form of leadership. So your leadership has to reflect the people that you are actually leading. So from those 7 areas, what I'd love you to do is sit down and go, which one of those do we really need to work on the most? Which lever do we need to pull that is going to get us closer to that vision of success? Now, I mentioned before about mindsets and changing mindsets. One thing that I would love you to think about is the word safety. Now, at Life Saving Victoria and associated entities, it's all about safety. But the safety that I want to talk about is not necessarily the physical safety, it is the psychological safety. Now, the psychological safety is, to me, this could be the silver bullet. It could be the thing that gets you and your organisation to take a huge leap forward. And psychological safety is basically, it's the extent to which we feel able to show and express ourselves without fear of negative consequences. So to be able to be myself without thinking that, oh, you know, people are going to have a go at me, people are going to think I'm silly, people are going to say, no, that's a stupid idea. Imagine if you had everybody at your organisation or your club with that attitude of, you know what, I can be myself, I can put ideas out there. I can have a crack at things, and if they turn out great, if they don't, well, you know what, we'll learn from it, and then we'll keep going. Imagine if everybody had that attitude. Wouldn't that be fantastic? And that was the sort of attitude that I had to bring to the Western Bulldogs. At the moment, we're working a lot on physical safety because we've got our COVID-safe practices that we have to put in place, but it's also about that psychological safety that we need to put in place. Now, you're probably saying, okay, that's great. Psychological safety is super, super important, but how do I bring it about? So there's 5 areas that I'd love you to work on when we're talking about how do we increase a person's psychological safety. The first one starts with S. It's status. And what we're talking about status is simply valuing somebody, valuing the person that you actually are working with. And it might be giving them some form of a role or a title. Think back to, I do a fair bit of work in primary schools, and it always fascinates me. When just around about lunchtime, you see the kids who have been chosen to actually go and get the lunch order box. And it's like they're the kings of the school. They walk down there, they get the lunch order box, and they come walking back into the classroom because they're going to feed the masses, and they feel really, really good. All you've given them is just a little bit of status. A little bit of status that you're in charge of the lunch order box, and they feel like kings of the school. And just doing something like that, how can you give a person a role, a responsibility to show that you value them and what they do? That will increase the psychological safety. The next one is certainty. Certainty is about clarifying what they need to do. If a person is sure of what they need to do, they're more likely to feel confident and attack that task with a lot more confidence than if it's unsure. So you might say to them, I want you to patrol this particular area, and your instructions are pretty vague. If you give a person vague instructions, they're not going to explore the whole width of their capability. They're probably going to be more concerned about making a mistake and not following the right instruction than actually exploring and putting themselves out there without that fear of negative consequences. So clarity is really, really important. The next one is autonomy. Autonomy is giving somebody a say, giving them an opinion on what is going on. So with my Western Bulldogs girls, with a game plan, we say, look, this is what we want to achieve. This is how we want to actually use the ball. Come up with a plan, come up with a training drill that's going to actually promote this. Because I know that if they actually come up with a drill, even if the drill isn't working at the start, they'll push through. And they'll push through, and they want to actually make it work. So autonomy is a really, really important one. And the next one is relatedness. Now, relatedness it's another word for connectedness, basically. And connectedness is a really big thing these days, certainly within organisations. And what I want you to think about is there's 2 forms of connectedness. One, there's a social form, which is quite simply getting people together, relationships, wanting to be together. Think about that workplace where you really enjoyed working with your colleagues, how exciting it was to get to work each day. Even if the work was a tad boring or monotonous, if you work with a good bunch of people, well then that got you through. And think about the times when you weren't really connected with those people and how difficult it was to work. So you need to spend a lot of time on that social connectedness. The second part of connectedness is basically task connectedness. They need to be connected towards a task. So what I'm going to do with my Western Bulldogs girls when we start pre-season in November is they won the grand final a couple of years ago. And in the trophy cabinet there at the Whitten Oval is the big trophy that they won. I guarantee you half the new girls into the team, because we've got 14 girls that are under 20 years of age, so they're probably new to AFLW, wouldn't even recognise what the trophy is. So we're going to get it out of the cabinet. We're going to let them hold it and feel it. It's a great big thing and it's very, very heavy. And they're going to hold it and they're going to feel it and they're going to smell it and carry it. And what we're going to do is we're going to find a spot in our room that's going to be reserved, and we're going to put a reserve sign on it. And nothing gets put in that spot until we win another premiership trophy. And what that's going to do, hopefully, is that's going to connect them all into a task. They're going to be connected into winning another one of those. And hopefully, when times get tough and they start thinking about their own individual performances and whether they're playing well, whether they're not playing well, we can bring them back to that task connectedness. So when you think about connectedness, thinking about connecting towards a task and also that social connectedness, which is the relationship aspect of that psychological safety. And the last one is fairness. If you want to create an environment where a person feels comfortable to be themselves, then it has to be indescribably fair. It has to be absolutely fair. If you favour one group over another group, one person over another group, nothing erodes trust faster than an unfair situation. So making sure that fairness is the key. So if you do each of those 5 areas, really overdo those 5 areas, hopefully you'll increase that psychological safety. And then you'll get everything you possibly can out of the people that you're actually leading and working with. And imagine that. Imagine the power that you would generate if you got the most out of every single person within your team. At the Western Bulldogs, I'll just very quickly talk about our 3 pillars. So last week I met with our assistant coaches and I said these are going to be our 3 pillars that we're going to work on to build the team that we need to actually achieve that premiership and for us to be the best team, best female sporting program in Australia. And the first one is we're going to maximise that psychological and physical safety. Okay, we're going to overdo those 5 areas. The second one is that building that connectedness. And the third one is concentrating on performance. Not necessarily outcomes, but performance. We have got a list of 30 players that not one of them has reached their potential yet. And as I said, we've got 14, 20 years or under out of a list of 30. That's a pretty young group. Imagine the potential and improvement we could get out of that group. So I want our coaches to focus on performance, getting people to be better at what they do. Not necessarily outcomes, but performance. To focus on performance at the football club, we need a teaching environment. So I've got 2 brand new assistant coaches at the Western Bulldogs, and both of them are school teachers. One's a principal, one's a vice principal, and so they're going to come on because they've got the expertise at actually increasing performance and teaching, which is what we need with such a young group there at the Bulldogs. And the last thing I want to talk about is you, the leader. And I want you to assess yourself. And even if you're not a leader, this is a really, really handy thing to do. Assess yourself. Think of the good habits that you've got. Great. If it's a good habit, keep it going. But if it's a bad habit, we need to change it. And we need to keep working on ourselves all the time, because if you're going to ask other people to work on themselves, and you're going to ask other people to be better, you have to lead the way, leading by example. And some of it might be changing some bad habits. And a bad habit might be just being really short-tempered at certain things. And when you get short-tempered at certain things, other people say, are they in a good mood today? If the answer is yes, well, they might come and ask you a question. If the answer is no, well, then they're probably not going to come and ask you a question. They might not engage you in something important. They might go away and make up something that might not be the way that you want it actually done. So that might be a bad habit that you get into, and you can linger in that bad mood. So we need to get ourselves out of those sorts of bad habits that don't help your leadership. And one way to do it is to identify what causes those habits to occur. So if it is somebody who is turning up late, somebody who doesn't put the equipment away, if that gets you into a really bad mood that lingers on far too long, we need to recognise that trigger. And then once we've recognised that trigger, we need to spot it, recognise it, and then say, okay, what's a new pattern? What do I actually want to do now when I recognise I'm in that state? So it might be, you know what, I'm not going to get angry when someone doesn't put something away. Instead of just yelling and screaming, because that's not getting the result that I want, what I'm going to do is I'm going to go and address that person. I'm going to calmly take them back, explain the reasons why they've done the wrong thing in a calm manner. I'm not going to blow up because other people will see that and then not come and engage with me. And then once I've done that, I'm going to reward myself. And I'm going to pat myself on the back. It might be, you know what, I'm going to go grab a coffee, I'm going to go for a swim, whatever it may be. Reward yourself. And if we do that often enough, we follow that pattern, eventually we get the ability to actually change habits. Now, as a coach, I did have a bad habit of getting too involved with the umpires and too involved whether they were doing a good job or a bad job. And what I found was at the start of last season, it took me 2 games. And I'm not proud of this. It took me 2 games. After 2 games, I got a letter from the AFL saying that because I was talking to the umpire at half time, I've got a $2,000 suspended fine hanging over my head. If I do it again the rest of the season, it's going to cost me $2,000. That was my impetus. I needed to change. So what I needed to do was spot the habit when it was starting. And for me, the habit was when I saw a couple of bad decisions, I started to engage with the other people on the bench saying, oh, this umpire's no good. This umpire's screwing us. This umpire is terrible. And I'd engage with them. And eventually, when I wasn't getting the recognition from them, I would escalate. And the escalation would actually be then starting to talk to the umpires. I'd talk to the boundary umpire as he ran past. And I'd say, hey, boundary, go and tell the umpire he's doing a terrible job at half time. And then if I ran past the umpire at half time, I'd probably chirp to them as well. So that was how my triggers escalated into a bad habit. So what I had to do was to make sure that when I saw the umpire for the rest of the season doing a bad job, stop that first trigger, which was talking to the people around me. And then that stopped it from escalating to the point where I got myself in official trouble. So as a leader, if you want to reinvigorate your actual team, think about how you can reinvigorate yourself first. You've got to start first. Think of the old, I'm on the aeroplane. What do they tell you to do when the oxygen masks fall out of the roof? They say you've got to fit yours first, and then you worry about other people. So if you want to reinvigorate your team, you want to challenge things, you want to make things better, start with yourself, then start with the bigger picture of your organisation, and then what parts of our culture, the way that we do things around here, do I need to work on first? Doesn't guarantee that you actually get that success, but what it does is it actually gives you the best opportunity to get that success. So hopefully that's given you something to work on. Best of luck with everything, and hopefully we can get down to the beach or the pool and see you in person soon. Thanks very much.
Next, we'll be joined by Anita Savic. Anita Savic is a clinical and counselling psychologist with extensive experience as a clinician, as well as in training development and delivery, consultation, policy and practice development, management and strategic planning. She has led the development of organisational mental health strategies and large workplace projects. She has expertise in the mental health and well-being of high-risk populations, including 10 years' experience working within the police and emergency services sector. Her clinical experience includes delivering evidence-based mental health interventions to those impacted by trauma. Anita is an experienced trainer, developing and facilitating training on a range of topics, including resilience, mental health training for managers, and trauma response and recovery. At Phoenix Australia, Anita works across service development and training projects that focus on translating evidence into practice and improving capacity to manage the impact of traumatic events.
Hi, I'm Anita from Phoenix Australia. Thanks for having me today. It's a real pleasure to be joining you for this session. Today we'll be looking at trauma and mental health in the workplace, how to support yourself and others. Phoenix Australia is a not-for-profit organisation. We're affiliated with the University of Melbourne, and our area of expertise is post-traumatic mental health. We support individuals, organisations and communities who have experienced trauma. We do that through research, policy and service development and training delivery. During the first part of today's session, we're going to look at what trauma is. What does trauma and stress look like? What are the experiences people might have following exposure to a traumatic event? And what does COVID-19 related stress look like? The second half of the presentation, we're going to focus on looking after yourself and others. We'll have a look at resilience and the importance of looking after ourselves during this time. And we'll look at psychological first aid strategies for supporting people during COVID-19. And we'll finish today's session with the important topic of self-care and looking after yourselves as leaders during these critical times. What is trauma and how does trauma and stress impact on us? A potentially traumatic event is any event in which the person experienced or witnessed a situation that involved threat of death or serious injury, either to yourself or others. This event can be sudden and unexpected, and some of the experiences or events that we might consider out of the ordinary include things like assault, rape, motor vehicle accidents, and in this current climate, they include natural disasters and COVID-19. Within your workplace environment, these things might include drownings or attending to young children. Potentially traumatic events can be single or isolated events, or they can be chronic or prolonged events. And many have described COVID-19 as a potentially traumatic event or a cumulative trauma event. The graph that we're currently looking at shows the individual differences that exist following exposure to potentially traumatic events. Not all of us react in the same way. Many people will react in a resilient way. So what we can see with that yellow line is that people using their usual coping strategies and good support will follow a resilient pathway. That is, their functioning will not be impaired and they will continue to function in a positive manner. Many other people will follow a recovery pathway. They may have a short-term reaction to this event, and then this period will be followed by recovery. Some people have what we call a delayed reaction. That is, following their exposure, they continue to function really well. We may not see any changes to the individual in the workplace, for instance, but following a period of time, and this may be weeks, months, or for some even years, we see a decline in their functioning. And this experience can be quite confusing for the individual as it appears to come out of nowhere. For this reason, it is really critical that for us as leaders and managers, we do monitor people on an ongoing way in case they do experience a delayed reaction. For a small but significant minority of people, they do experience persistent issues or problems following exposure to a potentially traumatic event. But the key thing to remember is that this is a minority of people. For these people, they may develop a condition such as post-traumatic stress disorder, depression, or anxiety. When people experience stress or trauma reactions, we tend to see changes across 4 domains. They do vary in type and intensity between individuals. We tend to see changes to our thinking or cognitions. We see changes in our emotions, behaviours, and in our physical symptoms. So some examples of reactions that we might see in ourselves, our loved ones, or in people at work include, particularly at this time, we might see people experiencing fear, anxiety, sadness, or anger, for instance. Some common physical reactions tend to be changes in sleep, jumpiness. We might also see behavioural changes. Within the workplace or team environment, the behavioural changes tend to be the things we notice first. So looking out for these changes to behaviour is important. People tend to also experience changes to their thinking. They might worry a lot more, their concentration tends to go, or they might have trouble making decisions. So what we do tend to see is that during these periods of high stress, we do see an impact on social and occupational functioning. So some common mental health and behavioural problems following exposure to traumatic events, and this is across all ages, includes sleep problems and nightmares, hypervigilance, which means that we might experience some jumpiness or being on the lookout, depression, anxiety, and some somatic complaints, so physical complaints. The mental health spectrum is another helpful way to help us understand mental health. And it also helps us identify problems or stress signs early on. And this is really critical to good self-care. We can see that mental health is at one end of the spectrum. It's represented by feeling good and functioning well, while mental health conditions or mental illness is at the other end of the spectrum. And this is represented by symptoms that affect people's thoughts, feelings, or behaviour, and also represents mental health conditions such as depression, anxiety, and PTSD. Different strategies are recommended depending on where you are at the spectrum. When we are feeling stressed, we want to identify symptoms early. It's in this yellow area that we want to take note. Symptoms such as irritability, nervousness, forgetfulness, or those early stages when we might start to decline social offerings or social engagements with friends, or start to feel a bit tired or sluggish. This is the time when we really need to intervene early, and these are the symptoms that we want to look out for in ourselves, our family, but also amongst the people in our teams. There is movement in both directions along the continuum, much like a physical injury. If we intervene early and look after that injury early on, the return to full recovery should be much swifter and much quicker. Let's now have a look at some COVID-19 associated stressors and impacts. It's hard to ignore the current situation that we all find ourselves in Melbourne and Victoria. Looking at evidence from previous large-scale natural disasters and pandemics has been helpful to understand what some people might be going through. And there has been some early research done in the area of COVID-19 also. All of this research, past learnings and current learnings, tell us that during pandemics or in the aftermath of pandemics, there is a significant increase in anxiety, depression, and post-traumatic stress in some people. So it's really critical that we look after ourselves and each other during these times. Some of the potential stressors that have been acknowledged in the general community include having a diagnosis of COVID-19. So this may include diagnosis of ourselves or a family member, or knowing someone close to us who may have been diagnosed with COVID-19. We hear a lot about the personal stressors, and we're likely to have experienced these ourselves. We know that for people with pre-existing mental health and health issues, this has been a particularly difficult time and has made these people more vulnerable to the COVID-19 related stressors. The term coronaphobia refers to the mass fear of COVID-19. Restrictions, self-isolation, and quarantine have all had an impact on people's mental health. And what we are hearing about is that they have also deferred people's help seeking for both mental health and health issues. In terms of the psychosocial impacts on our community, we know that prolonged restrictions lead to physical and mental health impacts. We have seen people talk about their frustration and boredom and pervasive anxiety, and loneliness has been a real issue for many. Aspecific or generalised and uncontrolled fears related to infection is another issue or impact we have seen. And people who have COVID-19 have shown varying degrees of stress disorders, even when they have returned to good health. We've also seen an increase in risk behaviours such as gambling and alcohol and other drug use. Let's have a look at the psychological impacts of restriction and isolation during this time. We know that increased levels of stress and psychological distress are evident both during and after an outbreak. And for some, these can be longer-term impacts. The key thing to remember at this time, as we start to see some easing of restrictions, is that there is stress for many associated with getting back to a normal routine. For many people, they have experienced financial loss, they have experienced stress during this prolonged lockdown, and so there may be some anxiety about getting back to that normal routine and what that might mean. The Phoenix Australia website has further information on COVID-19 and its psychological impacts. To access these great resources, just click on the link in your chat function. In this half of the session, we'll have a look at the importance of good self-care and some general wellbeing strategies to support yourself and others during this challenging time. Resilience has been characterised or described as the ability to bounce back from adversities. Resilience refers to having resources within the individual, their life or their environment, including their work environment, to facilitate this capacity to adapt to change or to bounce back following exposure to stress or trauma. Resilience focuses on the positive and on well-being rather than on illness. Building resilience is likely to help people cope better with exposure to stress or potentially traumatic events. So ensuring that we're feeling resilient and healthy and well as we enter challenging events or experiences is really important. Resilience is informed by the view that it can be developed and fostered. So resilience isn't something that you're either born with or not. It's something that we can develop and foster. And in this session, we'll focus on actively looking after ourselves and others as a core component of building our resilience. So resilience is not a permanent state. What this means is that we need to maintain our well-being. We need to stop that bucket from overflowing. It's a term that's often used in the emergency services and first responder sectors. Every time we experience a stressful event or we have a difficult experience, we fill that bucket. By using positive coping strategies and good self-care, we can empty that bucket to maintain our well-being so that it doesn't overflow. So resilience requires a proactive approach to self-care, regular practice of coping strategies, and ongoing monitoring of well-being. It's important to remember that one size doesn't fit all. So it's critical that we get to know ourselves, what our early stress signs are, how we're traveling, and what strategies work for us. From an individual perspective, there are a number of characteristics that can support our resilience. Making time for positive emotions is critical. Having a laugh at yourself, having a laugh with colleagues, or just having a good time at this particularly challenging time is something that can really contribute to boosting our resilience and well-being. Having the skills to manage strong emotions such as sadness or anger is also really critical. This means that when we are overwhelmed with strong emotions, we have the skills to manage those and that we won't act or react to those strong emotions. Adaptive, task-oriented coping style simply means having good coping strategies to manage problems. The opposite of adaptive, task-oriented coping would be to stick your head in the sand or to avoid dealing with your problems. Having a flexible thinking style means that we can adapt to situations. It's not about having all or nothing thinking, but being able to go with the flow and adapt to various situations. Finding meaning and having a sense of purpose is also critical. Some people find this in their work, others in their volunteer work, or in their hobbies and other interests. But having meaning and a sense of purpose is something that can really help boost our resilience. And of course, keeping fit, healthy, safe, and connected. And sometimes we can neglect this at times that we really need to do it. But eating well, staying fit and healthy is really critical. And this is something that you can not only focus on for yourself, but with the people in your teams to ensure that they continue to boost their resilience at this time. So some example of some good self-care strategies to promote for yourself and your teams include things like, in safe ways, spend time with people that they care about. Giving yourself and others the time to adjust and recover and transition during this time is also important. Learning about the impact of trauma can also be helpful for people. Keeping to routine and having structure and talking about feelings, but when the person or when you are ready is also very helpful. And basic good self-care, such as getting plenty of sleep, eating well, and getting good rest is also critical to good resilience. Resilience doesn't just apply at an individual level. We hear a lot about resilient teams and organisations these days. So what does that look like? The characteristics that contribute to a resilient team include having trust and confidence in your leadership, as well as having good organisational support. As leaders, we have a key role in establishing these characteristics. We know that team cohesion and good morale will also contribute to a resilient team and organisation. Having a positive team culture or a safe psychosocial climate is also critical to people feeling resilient at work. We talked about the importance of having meaning and having a sense of purpose at an individual level, but this is also critical at a team and organisational level. For many people, the work itself will give them meaning and purpose. We also know that support and communication and engagement with families is another really important characteristic to building team resilience. Let's now have a look at psychological first aid and how we can use PFA skills to support others during this COVID-19 period. It's important to remember that these are unprecedented times, so PFA and the skills that we're about to cover is not a silver bullet. However, providing a sense of safety at this time is critical, and meeting people's practical needs is fundamental to supporting people's coping and recovery at this time, particularly as we transition to returning back to work. So PFA is an evidence-informed approach. It's not a structured or standardised intervention. It focuses on the immediate and short-term period. However, the strategies that we're about to cover also apply to longer term and can be really effective, for instance, during anniversary periods or other stressful times. PFA uses simple, practical and flexible techniques that are tailored to the needs of the individual. In that regard, it is not a structured process. It assumes that individuals and people are resilient in the face of trauma, and it really promotes their natural recovery processes. So let's look at the first principle of PFA, and this is a really important one during this time specifically, promoting safety. There are a number of practical ways that we can help people feel safer at this time. Meeting people's practical safety needs through their working conditions, for instance, practicing good hygiene, following advice that we've been given, and providing information about resources. You might also like to check in with people and see what they need to feel safer at work. Some of the things that can help promote calm or ease some of these stressful or anxious feelings for people, for yourselves or your teams, are things like acknowledging the challenges of the situation. Providing information about common stressful reactions can also be helpful to people, and acknowledging that there may be stress associated with the easing of restrictions. Strategies such as breathing and relaxation, for example, are really helpful in helping calm people. As leaders, it's really important that we promote looking after ourselves and using these strategies. We know that because we know they're effective, and it's important that we lead by example. So some ways that we can promote or encourage self-efficacy. So using problem-solving strategies, for example, to assist people to prioritise and begin to address issues. Reminding individuals about what's worked in the past, or helping to or supporting them to work out what's helpful to them is a really good way to promote self-efficacy. As I mentioned earlier, promoting social support and connectedness is really important. It's the number one factor that supports recovery and good mental health. We heard early on during the COVID-19 pandemic, people talk about social distancing, but that was quickly changed to talk about physical distancing. We don't want to socially disconnect. In fact, we want to maintain those connections. As a leader, some ways that we can promote connectedness is ensuring that we check in with people and reach out to those who may be in need. Know what supports are available through Life Saving Victoria. Know what's available in the community for those members who might want to access community supports, and have this information at hand for those people. Given the critical importance of social support to recovery and good mental health, let's have a look at some additional and practical ways that we can offer social support to people, including emotional support. This is where we can have an empathic conversation with someone, provide them with information, for instance, and show our understanding of what they're going through. Practical support is another good way of providing social support. Do they need any practical support? Do they need any material goods or services, or practical links to other services? Some good ways to support people to feel safer and calmer is just to provide them with some information about common stress reactions or common trauma reactions. And of course, companionship support. So ensuring that we have people around us who we can have a laugh with, have a coffee with, and just hang out and do some social activities with is a really core important part at this time. Promoting hope is the final PFA principle. Focusing on the positive and encouraging people to take control of what they can are ways that we can instill hope and assist recovery. As a leader, it might also mean that you can include activities for your team that are positive and that are hopeful. So in summary, we can use the 5 PFA principles to support our people at this time. Let's now move on to talk about how we can look after ourselves as leaders. As I mentioned, resilience is dynamic. This means it can change from day to day, and it also means that it requires constant monitoring and attention. It's a very proactive process. Now, as leaders, we also need to lead by example. COVID-19 has added another level of unique stress. To maintain your own well-being as a leader, it's important to actively monitor how you're travelling. A regular and quick check-in with yourself is important. So using a monitoring scale like the one that's up on your screen is one way we can check in with our mental health. Take the time to ask yourself how you're tracking at the moment. From a mental or thinking perspective, how are you feeling? Can you think clearly? Are you able to make good decisions? Or are you feeling a bit mentally worn out? And do the same with the other areas. How are you tracking from an emotional functioning perspective? Are you feeling strong and resilient, or are you feeling emotional at times? It's okay if you are. The key thing here is that you check in with yourself and monitor your own well-being and how you're tracking. And if you find that you're not tracking too well, it's important to implement some strategies to manage these. Another really important way to look after yourself is to monitor your early warning signs. We spoke earlier about the mental health spectrum and some of those early warning signs that are indicative of stress. It's really important to catch those early on. If you're not too sure what your early warning signs are, check in with someone either at home or at work, but someone that you trust to give you this information. Developing a self-care plan is crucial to maintaining our well-being and boosting our resilience. So if you think about the 4 areas we spoke about, mental, behavioural, physical, and emotional, think about how you're tracking across these 4 areas. Identify what your early warning signs are, and then what strategies you might use to manage some of those symptoms. It's really important to have additional strategies for times of high stress or for times of change such as these. By developing and implementing your self-care plan, you can look after yourself and maintain your resilience during the busy period. Now, we saw children return to school recently in Melbourne and across Victoria. And what I observed during that period is that teachers helped prepare children for the return to school prior to the return. We want to do the same. We want to prepare ourselves and our teams before we actually return to work. Now is the time to start preparing your teams. Share information, let them know how things are going to happen and what's going to happen, the way that teachers prepare their students. I wish you all the very best with your work, and don't forget, there are some great resources for you to access to support you in the work that you do. The Phoenix Australia website has a broad range of information, including tip sheets and videos about trauma, COVID-19, and coping strategies to support yourselves and your staff. Thank you for this wonderful opportunity to be a part of your day. I hope today's session has given you some insights and information that you can apply to support yourselves and your people as we transition back to work during this unprecedented time.
I'd now like to introduce Kathy Parton. Kathy Parton has over 30 years' experience working within the community services sector in not-for-profit, federal, state and local government sectors. In November 2019, Kathy commenced as interim CEO at Aquatics and Recreation Victoria. She has been a board member of ARV since 2018.
Thank you for the opportunity to present to you today. I'm going to take you through 3 key areas regarding our experience over the last 8 months around industry coordination and advocacy. I think it's important to note that these are preliminary thoughts. This topic requires much more thinking and discussion. We're still managing obviously the impacts of the pandemic on our businesses and services, so I see there is a real opportunity to discuss this topic much more. So what a year. We know that COVID has been the blunt instrument to help us to see what we can and need to collectively advocate for. The passion of what we do and how to best position and coordinate our industry to achieve mutual benefits and outcomes for all has been evident. This quote paints the picture of the year to date and our hopes for the future. And I'd like to acknowledge the CEO of LSV, Nigel Taylor, for sharing some of his thoughts. So our achievements. I'll take you through some of the achievements to date. Firstly, the development of an industry recovery proposal. In June 2020, we forwarded to the Victorian Government, after getting support from the Minister for Community Sport, a proposal to support the reboot, recovery and sustainability of the Victorian aquatics and recreation sector. Many areas were discussed in the lead up to that proposal. Key areas were supported. And we're still awaiting deliberations at the November Victorian budget. Financial support for a training package for the industry to upskill current staff and new entrants into the industry. 2, funding to support an initiative to address the high cost of energy consumption. 3, a scheme to increase access and attendance within aquatic facilities and support the Learn to Swim sector. And 4, support for the continuation of coordination of our sector. The second achievement was the development of an industry reopening proposal. This proposal was discussed at several Victorian government roundtables with senior staff from various government departments, and it outlined a number of things. The benefits of our industry, the preparedness of our industry, the impacts of the closure of our industry, and a recommended reopening schedule aligned to the Victorian Government roadmap for metropolitan Melbourne and regional Victoria. The third achievement was the establishment of key industry collaborations that didn't exist before. I want to highlight 3. The Victorian Aquatics and Recreation Industry Leaders Group, the Victorian Aquatic Industry Alliance, the National Aquatic and Recreation Industry Leaders Group, and there's been a number also of issues-based and locally developed collaborations over this time. fourth achievement is the development of resources to support industry reopening and recovery. And I want to just put a spotlight on one of those. LSV have developed a return to play plan, which is providing statewide guidance to assist our industry to prepare and to return to pools, and informs their COVID safe plans. The fifth achievement is the development of an industry advocacy plan, and this advocacy plan has really supported us with our advocacy to the Victorian Government and the federal government. It's really identified the key asks of government to support the recovery of the industry and the reopening of the industry. The sixth achievement has been to strengthen partnerships within the Victorian Government between our industry and the Victorian Government, and I want to highlight those partnerships that have been strengthened with SRV, DHHS, DET, the new Community Sport Minister, and obviously Emergency Management Victoria as well. Another achievement is many industry innovations over time that have really informed new and different service design and delivery. So what has informed our achievements? Three key things. Firstly, industry surveys. Industry surveys have been done by peak associations, management companies, local governments, and other organisations in our industry. The key things that have come from these surveys has been an understanding of the needs and impacts of COVID-19 on our industry, a particular survey around swim schools to understand both the financial impacts and participation impacts on them. Many organisations have surveyed their customers to understand the community's experience of COVID and their confidence to return to our industry. And lastly, our staff. We've also surveyed our staff to understand the impact of COVID on them and particularly their mental health. The second area that's informed our achievements has been industry engagement, and as outlined before, there's been multiple methods to approach our industry and new parts of the sector engaged. The third area of achievements been industry collaborations, and as previously mentioned, there have been new collaborations established made up of technical experts, Victorian and national industry decision makers and leaders, and other industry partners. So what have been the challenges? There have been many challenges over this time. Number one, the changing nature of our environment. The pandemic itself has been shifting and changing, as we all know, and it's impacted our planning and decision making. Two, how we've balanced the competitive elements and individual needs of our organisations whilst trying to look at the bigger picture industry and long-term outcomes. There have been challenges around balancing the competitive elements of our industry, the individual needs of organisations and interests, with the bigger picture of our industry and the long-term outcomes. And there still have been examples of where this has been a challenge for organisations, and the organisational needs have taken priority over the collective outcomes. Thirdly, time, resources and funding. Obviously, COVID has had an impact on us as organisations financially, and certainly there's been many examples of where multiple staff stand-downs have occurred and has impacted the ability for people to participate and engage. Fourth, the absence of our industry. The closure of our industry has obviously had an impact on us financially. It's affected the retention of our staff. It's also affected our ability to upskill our staff. We've had a challenge in influencing government decision making. Whilst making progress and making headroads, that has still been a challenge. And obviously the pathways at times to get to government and get to the decision makers has been challenging. Whilst we've had some opportunities to advise, our ability to influence at times has been difficult. We know there's been a conservative, cautious approach to the reopening of our industry, and that hasn't matched our aspirations. In discussions with the Senior Advisor to the Federal Government Minister for Sport, he has advised the challenge that we have as an industry at a federal level. He has described us as having structural deficiencies at a national level. He outlined that our structures are wide-ranging. We have multiple sectors within one sector. We have an elite industry, a community sport industry, some federated, some not. The levels of resourcing are varied across the industry, And ultimately, we have no one voice, no one industry to represent us, compared to other industries like the aviation industry or the arts and entertainment industry, and that has been a challenge for us. One of our greatest challenges but opportunities is how we capitalise on the achievements we've had to date. We've got a challenge now to continue what we've started whilst we restart the industry again. So our learnings are multiple. As you know, we have more providers than previous years, which have offered new thinking, perspectives and connections, which has been fabulous. COVID itself has changed us for the future. We know we need to adapt, pivot and evolve to shape our new normal. We've learnt from our community engagement activities that engagement with our industry, within our industry and outside our industry is critical. We need to create and continue to create those meaningful opportunities for involvement. That's what's going to create the community ownership and investment in our industry. We've learned about the fragility of our facility staffing strategies. Our casual mobile workforce, the younger age profile, has been a positive for us, but has also caused some concerns around long-term retention. And finally, we've learnt that industry advocacy is a marathon, not a sprint. We need to have endurance, we need to have resilience. We've navigated at the starting line, but we need to stay true to the plan, visualise this success and stick to our goals. We're only halfway there. We've learnt that one size doesn't fit all. The Victorian Government roadmaps, as an example, have had a different focus for regional Victoria and Metro Victoria. The restrictions that have been put in place have had different impacts for smaller facilities to larger facilities, the location of facilities as well. We've learnt that our industry is filled with talented people. We've learnt that we need to further strengthen our pathways into government. We've learnt that there's opportunities for new approaches to facility management. We conducted a research project over COVID across Victorian local governments, which identified and has made recommendations for change to the facility management contracts that we have across our industry. There's an opportunity for a new framework, one that provides a better capability of how we cope with major disruptions and provides opportunity for greater community activation. There's also both a greater understanding and recognition both within our industry and within government that our industry is more than facilities. Our industry plays a key role in enabling community health and wellbeing within Victoria and improving the quality of lives of Victorians. So some of the opportunities going forward. We need to continue and strengthen those new collaborations that we've created. We want to ensure that they continue to work together for a common purpose, have a shared vision, and there are many opportunities that they can influence. There are ideas around reform of industrial implements, influence of government policy, government resourcing, and how industry implementation of change happens. We aren't finished yet in advocacy, there's still a long way to go. There's opportunities for enhanced integration between government departments. There's one vision for our industry, but each department plays a different role. We need to take the opportunity to work across those departments. There's opportunities for stronger alignment across the three levels of government. These three levels of government have all got a role to play in our industry. They all have a role to invest in our industry, and we have an opportunity to strengthen the alignment across those levels of government. And as previously outlined, there are opportunities for new frameworks for aquatics and recreation facility management contracts. There's a real opportunity now to create an ongoing database that provides to us and demonstrates to us the capacity and impact of our industry and its ability to achieve health and wellbeing outcomes. A live state of sector report, if you like. So our aspirations for the future. Our research and engagement over this COVID period has told us that the establishment of a national industry body will be critical to the success of our industry. Our aspiration that the importance of the value and benefit of what our industry offers is clearly understood, resourced and valued by all. An aspiration that the strategic alliances that have been established are maintained and strengthened both within and across sectors. Our industry is utilised by government to contribute to addressing a broad range of health and social issues, and across multiple public policy areas. We're well placed now to reboot and revitalise the industry coming out of COVID. ARV, as the peak body, along with others, are ready to moderate and facilitate networks, to continue the advocacy to government, and to coordinate industry activity and implementation. So to finish today, another adapted quote. It provides a positive message, and I think highlights to us, we know what we need and want. It's now up to us to grow the value and the impact of our industry. Our actions will count, and we can rewrite the future.
Now it's time for a lunch break. We will reconvene in 30 minutes and move on to our afternoon segments. Make sure you keep an eye on the timer so you don't miss out on any of our next session. See you soon.
The ocean gives our lives balance. It calms our spirit. And soothes the soul. And yet, it can be a powerful force. We're one of the lucky ones. We love what we do. People's lives depend on us. We have to be prepared for all possibilities. To do what we do requires a unique set of skills. World-class technology. Partnership between Microflight, Lifesaving Victoria and Westpac means great things can be achieved.
One word I would use to describe life-saving would be trust on all different levels. Public trusting the lifesavers, trusting your teammates, and our mentors being able to trust us to be able to handle any situation.
For me, life-saving is opportunity. I've grown so much as a person and done so many things that I never ever thought I would do. I went from being the kid who failed her bronze medallion assessment to being an RWC lifeguard, and it's just really given me the chance to push myself and led me onto a study path and a career path that I never thought would have been possible.
I think purpose would be a good word to describe lifesaving for me. You know, it gives me something to do on the weekends, whether it's patrolling or whether it's competing. Competing helps me keep fit and it helps me keep healthy, whether it's mind or body. You know, it always means I'm out there with my friends as well. But yeah, purpose.
I think it's all about lifestyle. Weekends down the beach with your friends, weekends patrolling the beach, weekends helping people. The skills, the friendships, the community activity, it's just fantastic.
For me, the one word I would sum up lifesaving with is confidence. Through lifesaving, I've been able to develop my confidence as well as encourage others to develop theirs, and this can take you anywhere in life.
The word that describes lifesaving for me is community. For what lifesavers give the wider community on the beach, and within the lifesaving family of supporting other teams and each other in competition, but as well as community amongst that. So amongst your club, amongst the other clubs, and amongst the wider community of supporting and serving the public.
Lifeguarding is about communication, as we have to communicate to a diverse range of people using hand signals and different communication styles.
I think teamwork, seeing everybody work together and having that opportunity to work as a team, it's so supportive, and I think that's probably the best thing about lifesaving for me.
If I could pick one word about what lifesaving means to me, it's probably community. The community that is the people I've met and worked with throughout lifesaving, and they're a big part of my life. They all share a passion for what we do, and it really makes it worthwhile coming back and volunteering.
I'm going to pick two words: active training. Our sport is more than a sport, it's a community service. Our athletes are our lifesavers, our junior athletes are future lifesavers, and active training is all about providing people skills for life to be used in everyday life.
So one word that describes lifesaving for me personally would be teamwork. We're so fortunate in lifesaving that we can deal with a lot of different facets of the organisation and also a lot of different volunteers. So putting the aquatic sport carnivals together really is the epitome of teamwork.
I think I would pick passion, because I'm extremely passionate about what I do on the beach, and it's meant that I have been very passionate about my career choice in helping people and doing nursing and midwifery. I just love turning up to the beach and working to keep the public safe.
One word that lifesaving means to me and why would be resilience. The ability to have a great race and then have one that doesn't go your way, but the ability to get going, and I think that's what the sport has for it.
One word that describes lifesaving for me is definitely passion, as we're surrounded by so many different people that share a common goal of keeping people safe, and everyone is happy to give up their own time to make this happen.
For me, personal development. I think no matter your age, no matter your colour, no matter your culture, you can get involved in lifesaving and take part in any number of activities that will lead to your own personal development.
Hi, I'm Yvette Thomason, Managing Director of Waterlily Australia Proprietary Limited. We are the sole importer of the Lovibond brand of professional water testing products to the aquatics industry throughout Australia, New Zealand and the South Pacific. Founded in 1989, myself and our small and experienced team in all areas of water analysis offer the most appropriate instruments to the aquatics industry, ensuring that the instrument recommended is fit for purpose and is supported by local knowledge, technical support and excellent service. Tintometer in Dortmund, Germany have a long and successful history in water testing. There are very few companies that can look back over a history of over 130 years of success. The reason Tintometer can do this is due to the worldwide appreciation of their products, brought about by innovation and commitment to high quality standards in production and sales care. The brand Lovibond is known for exceptionally high quality water testing instruments and reagents. All products are manufactured in Germany to the highest technical standard. Lovibond instruments ensure accuracy and consistent results due to their stable, long-term components. With no moving parts and a high-precision optical system, the operator can be assured that they are getting the right result every time. Lovibond test methods are tried and trusted amongst aquatic centre operators worldwide. The test methods incorporated on Lovibond photometers conform to national and international standard methods for water analysis. This means that the test results are recognised and operators can trace the results back to these standard methods. If you're not already one of our very happy customers using Lovibond products, we would love to hear from you. We are delighted to share our product and technical knowledge and ensure you find the best instrument to suit your requirements. We look forward to assisting you.
Aquatic centres can save thousands of dollars each year and reduce their carbon footprint by leveraging the latest technology and solutions for energy efficiency. The energy efficiency experts at EcoSave can work with aquatic centre owners and operators to implement innovative, practical and robust energy efficiency solutions. Since 2002, EcoSave has helped thousands of organisations to reduce their energy costs and carbon emissions across Australia, New Zealand and the United States. Our team of energy efficiency specialists have extensive experience in aquatic centres, having worked with some of the largest and most well-known centres and pools in Australia.
We start with a comprehensive engineering review of your facilities and operations. We then design and implement a package of solutions engineered to maximise your return on investment.
Therefore, the benefits of partnering with EcoSave to implement energy efficiencies in your aquatic centres includes the reduction of energy and maintenance costs, the reduction of carbon emissions, the support of your net zero emission targets, the use of energy savings to fund the upgrade of old equipment, and to improve the ability to control pool and space ambient conditions, and most importantly, to embed COVID-safe best practice maintenance at all times.
To learn more about how to reduce energy costs and carbon emissions at your facility, you can download a free video presentation at our website. To book a free consultation, go to ecosave.com.au/LSV-aquatic or call EcoSave today on 1300 55 7764.
Hi guys, Dave Florence, General Manager of Business Development and Marketing from Cleaning Melbourne. We're a commercial cleaning company servicing a myriad of different clients in the aquatic and leisure space, and we've recently partnered with Lifesaving Victoria to help support their Swim Safe campaign. We also want to look to help support a lot of your facilities out there return to operation and get people back swimming and using the gym and getting fit. We can look to do this through 4 different ways and simple steps. One of those ways is to make sure that the general cleaning requirements are up to scratch. Make sure all those areas are swept and mopped and looking nice and sharp, ready for people to come back into your facilities. Secondly, look at what's required from a periodical point of view. Does the change rooms need a deep scrub? Does the pool need a pressure wash? Those high dusting points, make sure the entry points are all nice and clean and looking presentable, ready for people to come back in and be wowed and ready to go. Thirdly, high touch points. There's a lot of those high touch points scattered throughout the facilities. Things like door handles, pressure plates, toilet flushes, bench tops, pens, computers, all those sorts of things that need to be made sure they're disinfected frequently using a hospital grade disinfectant. We've got the services and the means to be able to do this for you, and you can simply get in touch with us to help support that. Lastly, we need to look at what's required from a hygienic point of view. Any of those equipment that might need to help provide dispensers for sanitizer, disinfection kits for the gyms to make sure equipment is nice and clean and hygienically safe, and to give your members that peace of mind and make sure that their area is nice and clean and ready for the next person that comes along. Again, we can look to help provide a lot of these different kits of equipment, in particular those dispensers that are touch-free, which is recommended from the Victorian Health Department, and automatic dispensers. We can also look to provide those disinfection kits and make sure that your places are ready to go. If you want any more information on this or to get in touch, we can help come in and provide a different report with providing some recommendations and opportunities to help provide some areas of hygienically clean facilities. get in touch with us at 1300BClean or contact me at dave.florence@cleaningmelbourne.net.au.
My name is Julia Barwon and I am a commercial trainer for Lifesaving Victoria. The best thing about gaining a Community Surf Lifesaving certificate is that it gives you the skills and the knowledge to facilitate programs around open water venues.
My name's Thomas. I'm here today to do the Community Surf Lifesaving certificate. I want to do it because I want to get into marine-based outdoor activities.
I'm Emily. I am a secondary school teacher. I am here so that I can supervise some students while I take them on a school trip to Nauru later in the year. The best thing so far has been using the rescue equipment yesterday in the surf. Learning how to use the rescue board and the flotation devices.
Welcome to Lifesaving Victoria's Where Are They Now series, bringing you inspiring settlement stories from some of the many multicultural youth that have entered and graduated from our employment and settlement pathway over the last decade. We catch up with them again to find out more about their settlement into Australia and, of course, where are they now?
I was born and raised in Mogadishu, which is the capital city of Somalia.
So I was born in Afghanistan, and due to the civil war, my mum decided to move to Pakistan in a hope of better life.
Yeah, my parents both were born in Sudan, but my mum and dad moved to Ethiopia. We lived in huts, so we lived in a deserted area. Yeah, because you sort of just grow up to sort of learn how to just survive.
And then his way of doing that was, risking his life and coming here on a boat and then sponsoring us to come here and have better childhoods than he did.
Well, I was so young back then, I didn't even know where we were going.
How long did it take you?
23 days.
23 days on a boat.
Yep.
Why did you decide to come to Australia?
Considering that I survived a number of explosions.
Witnessing people dying on streets. But every Friday, there are people who drown those beaches in Somalia.
Did that play any sort of part in you wanting to become a lifeguard?
David organized all the courses and all that, and then I became a lifeguard.
But the thing is with me, I'm not really good with beaches or oceans, but I'm surprised that I even did it and I went through the whole course and everything.
Firstly, let me clarify that I was not a good swimmer. I could not swim at all. I met someone from Lifesaving Victoria when I was at language school.
Lifesaving Victoria have this great program where you get to join a surf lifesaving club, but I didn't know how to swim.
When I was becoming the lifeguard in 2016, there was not a lot of African background lifeguards. Now I got into lifeguarding 16, 17 people who are all good jobs.
What else are you doing at the moment? Because I know you're not lifeguarding anymore.
Well, I'm a college athlete in Texas. Yeah, I'm on a full scholarship, so both, I think, half academic and then half sports.
So I work with IAG, which is the largest insurance group in Australia and New Zealand. I also do a lot of community work. I worked with volunteered with the UN Youth.
I work for Ambulance Victoria as a first responder, and I like my job. I love my job.
Well, at the moment, I'm working as an engineer, which is, would not have thought of this a few years ago, actually.
I would love to become a business owner one day, because just knowing that I can do something that can impact the world in a better way and make it at least 1% better, then that's definitely something I'm going to do.
Say yes to opportunities. Don't wait.
And I'm glad I live in a country where I can get a lot of opportunities.
You can become anyone. You can do whatever you want, just like I did.
Hi everyone, Steve here from Commercial Aquatics. I'm sure you'll agree 2020 has been an extremely challenging year for everyone, and especially those in the recreation industry who have unfortunately not been able to work due to the restrictions with COVID-19. Commercial Aquatics as a business has been very lucky. We've been very busy. We've had a lot of projects. So Gippsland Regional Aquatic Centre, East Keilor Leisure Centre, Wangaratta Aquatic Centre have been three of our largest jobs that have been running throughout 2020. Our service division's been extremely busy, still maintaining facilities throughout the lockdown period and also attending to breakdowns and some small capital works as well. We hope that we can see you again next year at this event, and unfortunately this year, due to the restrictions, it's not going to be possible. We're a big supporter of Lifesaving Victoria, and we really feel that this is an event. Safety should be at the top of everyone's list. It's very important. It's a key part of our industry. We hope to provide as much advice as we can as far as plant and pool operations and design to assist that safety. Get in contact with us via our website, call the office, call Ben or myself. Always happy to help and be involved in your projects or your maintenance. Enjoy your day and hope to see you all soon. Thanks.
Hi, I'm Yvette. I'm the sales manager here at Aflex Inflatables in Nelson, New Zealand. We're really proud to be supporting LSV and all the great work that they do. So we manufacture inflatables predominantly for commercial pools and aquatic centres. We also have a range of inflatables for water parks, whether that's the sea or the lake. And we have a range of land-based inflatables as well, whether that's slippery slides or our fun and fitness obstacles that can be used for recreation centres as well. We supply clients all around the world, and we work really closely with our customers to understand their pool size, their water depth, demographic and target age group so that we can match our inflatables to suit their needs. Whether that's a constant airflow inflatable for quick and easy setup, whether that's our sealed modular inflatables, which gives a bit more variety and people can add pieces to it in future, or whether it's a range of our ever popular sealed pool toys. You know, we really make sure that they get what's suitable for their pool at the time. The main purpose of inflatables really is to bring more people to the pool, and whether that's enhancing their programs, getting kids in the pool for longer, and just the engagement and fun and building water confidence. We're really proud that all our products are manufactured here in New Zealand. We control everything from here. It's the sales, the design, the customer service, the manufacturing, quality control, it's all here in-house. Our customers are really at the moment focused on the recovery of their centres, and they're looking at investing in an inflatable to help bring the fun and energy back into their centre, whether that's through hiring the inflatable, birthday parties, family fun days. It's all about bringing the community together, getting that engagement in the pool and people having fun. With more people coming to the pool and people staying for longer, naturally centres will start to see that return on investment and start to see their centres flourish.
Hello, I'm David Nankervis. I'm a trainer with LSV, and today we're looking at the inland waterway course, a problematic area, inland waterways, which was being identified as being one of our high risk areas in the aquatic environment. A couple of things I like most about the inland waterway course is it brings together a few elements from both the surf and the pool environments. brings them all together, encapsulates them into a skill set that can be readily used inside or in the inland waterway and river systems to give people the best outcome as far as rescue. The Inland Waterway course relates to LSV's mission in that we've got data that supports the fact that we're seeing higher incidents inland waterways, and this is by way of introducing this course, addressing those issues. This course is aimed at people who work in and around inland waterways, rivers, creeks and streams, dams, as opposed to people who are working in and around pool environments or ocean coastal areas.
Lifesaving Victoria are proud to announce the launch of the LSV Swim Teach course. LSV Swim Teach course can lead to a rewarding career as a swim teacher. I love being a swim teacher because you have countless opportunities to make an impact on your students' lives. It's a lifelong skill that you're teaching and you're helping them be safe and enjoy their water experience.
Well, it's a different career set to what I used to do. So I was working in retail hospitality. I thought, why not do a swim teach course? My friends do it and they love it, and I wanted to give it a shot.
I'm doing the swimming teacher course because there aren't enough swimming teachers in regional Victoria.
This course is an accredited qualification and it is recognised nationally across schools, universities and the aquatic industry.
Hi everyone, I'm Tim Atkins from Lauderdale, and today I'd like to take you through some of the products that we have that are relevant to the aquatic industry. First up, our range of CPR mannequins. These are our QCPR mannequins, so quality CPR. We've got Little Ann QCPR, Little Junior QCPR, and the newest addition to our family is Little Baby QCPR. So when linked into the free to download apps for either Apple or Android devices, these mannequins will provide quantifiable, objective feedback on the CPR performance. So you'll get a breakdown of that CPR performance in terms of your compression depth, release, compression rate, time on chest and ventilations. That will all come out as a summative score. You can save results on your device. You can do screenshots and obviously send them off to your learners, etc. So great for CPR training or just refining your CPR skills. We've also got our airway management products, so the Bag 2, which is our manual disposable resuscitator. It comes in 5 sizes from adult down to neonatal. We also have a range of pocket masks with or without case and with or without oxygen port. And not to forget our spinal immobilisation range, backstrap spine board, and the Speed Blocks head immobiliser and strapping systems that go with those. All these products are available through Lifesaving Victoria. If you want more information, certainly check it out on our website. Thanks everyone.
Welcome back to the LSV Aquatic Industry Summit. I hope you've had a nice break. Welcome also to those who are just tuning in. Please make sure you get involved in the chat to show your support for our presenters. Now I'd like to introduce Sheila Langley. Sheila Langley has over 2 decades of experience in the aquatics and recreation industry, having been an athlete, volunteer and professional across both Royal and Surf Lifesaving respectively. In New South Wales and Victoria, her aquatic environment expertise is broad. Sheila's history reflects that of considerable interest and commitment to personal and professional development, water safety and aquatic industry operations. She has gained respect in the industry in Victoria and internationally, notably in Sri Lanka, for her work in drowning prevention over the past near decade and ability to motivate and develop others. Sheila has been with LSV for 9 years as a full-time commercial trainer, pool safety assessor, industry services coordinator, and currently industry development coordinator, which sees her focus on supporting the industry beyond the quals.
Hi everyone, I'm Sheila Langley, LSV Industry Development Coordinator, which sees me focus on supporting our industry beyond the quals. I'm sorry that we can't be together right now, but so excited to still be able to connect with you. In this very spot 2 years ago, we saw an opportunity to expand our offering to the aquatic industry beyond the quals. Our vision was to support and develop you, our people. In 2018, the Pool Safety Summit saw us connect with you and gain insight into what you and your people needed around the essential skills to be able to operate and support you, your teams and your members. Fast forward to 2020. On the 29th of October, we delivered our 24th Blue Connections PD session, which was another opportunity to share, connect and grow with a timely session around innovation and adaptation in recovery. Jump on our webpage to watch this session with your teams and keep an eye out for our final Blue Connections session in December. Within 2 short years, we have supported the development of your teams and have seen just under 1,000 people register. And Blue Connections is just the beginning. In November this year, we will launch our Masterclass series. And in 2021, we'll bring leadership programs and new opportunities. Up next, we're excited to announce our inaugural Industry Leaders Masterclass, delivered to you by high-performing specialists leading teams. To better understand how we can work with you and your teams, contact our Learning and Development team. Now, here's a taster from Gavin Marnie at Leading Teams, and we look forward to seeing you soon.
Over the past 6 months, we've faced many tests. None more so than the test to our leadership and culture of our organisations. Now, while we still face a really uncertain future, as leaders we can take a really proactive stance in driving the cultural standards of the teams that we lead. In that respect, COVID has given us an opportunity to reflect, reset and restart our teams. Now, what shape is your team going to come back in? Many people have been affected in really different ways. And to simply skip over that, not acknowledge it or dismiss it, carries with it many risks. Hence the reason Lifesaving Victoria is putting together a high-performance masterclass hosted by myself, where we'll provide you with the hands-on, practical tools that you can take back to your team to ensure you're performing at peak performance. I really look forward to catching up with all those who sign up for it and getting in and helping you create high-performing teams.
Now I'd like to introduce Jennifer Howgate. Jennifer Howgate is the Aquatic Education Services Coordinator at LSV. She has worked in the leisure industry for over 20 years in Australia and overseas, and her roles have been diverse in aquatics, administration, pool safety, operations, and management. Jennifer combines her knowledge, learnings, and experience to advocate swimming and water safety to industry and the broader community.
Welcome to the Learn to Swim Planning for Success session. My name is Jennifer Howgate, and today, along with special guest appearances from many industry experts, I will be taking you through some tips and tricks to drive your swim school's performance. We are live in the chat, so feel free to ask any questions or let us know where you are from. 2020 has been a challenging year. In total, 145,000 children are missing out on their weekly Learn to Swim classes, and that's excluding schools. Another approximately 140,000 have had school swimming lessons cancelled due to school or pool closures, and that's not including the current Term 4 data. So let's for a moment lift our heads and look at 2021 and beyond. Before we look at driving Learn to Swim performance, let's look at the swimming and water safety sector as a whole. Participation by age. Australia is a water-loving nation where aquatic activities play a part in many of our lives. The Australian Sports Commission reported swimming to be the #1 organised activity amongst Australian children aged 0 to 8 years. If you think about it, swimming and water safety is likely the first formal activity a child is enrolled into at 6 months of age. For males from 9 to 14 years, we see football take over. However, swimming is still #2 and for females remains at #1. For the next age group beyond this table, which is 15 to 24 years, swimming does not appear in the top 5 for males and ranked #4 for females. Interestingly though, in the older age cohorts, 60 plus, swimming reappears near the top for both genders. Of the children not participating in sport or physical activity, the main barrier for their parents is their perception that their child is too young, especially in the 0 to 4 age group. If you think about it, the last slide, where swimming is the most popular activity for 0 to 4s, and this slide, with parents stating their child is too young to participate, it leaves us with a clearer gap in the market. To A, continue to grow participation in the 0 to 4 age group as it is deemed appropriate, and B, identify yourselves as the water safety experts for this age group and educate parents to the importance of water safety, so then they do see it as the most appropriate activity for their young child. In addition, if we attract children younger, they will be in the program longer and the average length of stay increases. Performance. With that sector overview, it's time to look at tips and tricks to drive your swim school's performance. So let's look at the top tips to drive performance so that we can 1. Better understand our business, and 2. Set actions. The areas of focus that we'll be looking at are customer satisfaction and financial returns. So we will be looking at measures that have financial impacts without the customer impact. Currently, you have access to so much data. As they say, data is king, but what do you do with it all? Tip 1.
Hi everyone, I'm Janelle Forkingham and I'm the Aquatic Product Manager from the Y. Today I'd like to share with you my top tips for effectively managing your program cancellations. So most importantly, let's try and avoid them altogether. As part of your full customer journey mapping, be sure to have a process in place where each request for a cancellation is managed by an appropriate member of staff who can talk to the family or the individual about their reasons for cancelling. You might be able to offer them a new class position to try, an additional assessment to check their ability levels, or perhaps some ways to support some boosted progression. It might even provide an opportunity to share some education around the impact of taking a break over winter. Even if they do decide to continue on with their cancellation, hopefully their last experience with you was a positive one and you've increased their chances of becoming a returning customer. So aside from trying to avoid them altogether, our cancellation data can provide some great insights into our program effectiveness and provide us with opportunities to grow and develop our program as well as our people. Using your available reports, look for cancellation trends across days and times of the week that could guide you to make any timetable modifications. Look for higher rates of cancellations from any one particular teacher. Don't necessarily see this as a negative, but a chance to provide some feedback, a review, and perhaps some professional development opportunities. Staff incentive programs are also a great way to try and decrease your cancellation rates. And of course, your cancellation data will help you to analyse your overall program trends, such as your winter dropout rates, for example, which in turn will provide your insight to your budget, forecasting and development. Thanks for listening and enjoy the rest of the summit.
Tip 2.
Hi, my name is Amanda Locke from YMCA Victoria and Kingswim, and here is my top tip for monitoring enrolments. At Kingswim, we keep a live daily dashboard on Power BI that tracks the past, current and future enrolments of classes. This enables us to monitor class occupancy to ensure it is meeting our targets for a viable business. We need to ensure there's sufficient availability of classes to give our customers adequate choice of days and times, but not too many classes which could inflate our wage expense. We also want to ensure there is plenty of availability in entry-level classes for kinder and early school-aged children. We forecast for the year ahead to allow us to identify any trends or interventions we might need to make to keep us on track and to help manage our cash flows. All the best.
Tip 3. Let's talk occupancy. Many of you would currently record occupancy probably as an overall program number and at the end of the month, so it's retrospective data. During your average week, you probably see overall occupancy sitting at approximately 85%. When you have key intake periods, say term 1 and term 4, you would bring this percentage down in your key levels to between 78 to 80% and review it daily. There is no use making vacancies in the levels that your customers don't want. But how else can you look at your occupancy and what is the trigger point to take action? There's a few ways to do this. By shift, look at your occupancies per shift, for example, Monday AM, Monday PM, etc. This way you can target the shifts that have low occupancy and may be dragging your overall occupancy down to then trigger a solution, such as shortening the shifts, cancelling shifts, or combining classes. This then increases that shift's occupancy. Likewise, if the shift has a high occupancy level and is popular, you could extend those shifts and add an additional shift. This same concept applies to looking at occupancy via level. When you look at overall occupancy, most vacancies will sit in the levels less in demand, i.e. higher levels, teen, adult levels, and even access classes. If you remove these, what does your overall occupancy look like? This will trigger what solution you put in place. And lastly, occupancy by teacher. If a certain teacher has a very low occupancy, maybe start looking at the cause of this. And by using your most popular teacher or teachers, could they do more classes or assist with training staff so the customers have confidence they are trained by the best? Tip 4.
Hi everybody, my name is Paula. I work with Aligned Leisure. I'm the head of swim school based out at Cardinia Life in Pakenham. Thank you for logging in to the 2020 LSV Virtual Aquatic Industry Summit. I, like I'm sure all of you, are excited to be here and be able to hear what people across our industry are doing to ensure we have the best opportunity to bounce forward. We're a resilient and resourceful industry, and I'm sure we will hopefully return bigger and better than before. My topic is our income to wage ratio. We measure this through a key matrix, and it allows us to review the profitability of our program. By monitoring this, we can see fluctuations within our program, meet our customer demand, and ensure that we are staffing and meeting the staff requirement accordingly. It allows us to focus on our growth areas and deliver our program within the key program capacity range. This ensures we are continuously improving our program and adjusting our staffing requirements to meet our demand. Therefore, we are never stagnant within our Learn to Swim program. Thank you for listening. I hope the snippet has been helpful as you review the health of your swim program in preparations for our recommencement date. Stay safe, happy and healthy, and thank you LSV for the opportunity to present today. Take care. Bye for now.
Tip 5.
G'day, I'm Andrew Jeffrey, the Customer Experience Manager at Paul Sadler Swimland, here today to talk about Voice of Customer programs. A valuable Voice of Customer program will include questions that help build customer metrics to balance business operational metrics. When you structure your Voice of Customer program, ensure you have key moments of truth: first visit, onboarding processes, program transitions, events, and cancellations. Build into it your key drivers of success: team member performance, cleanliness, and any others that you believe are important to you. Good luck with your future Voice of Customer projects. Thanks for listening, and we'll see you guys soon. Have a great day.
Tip 6.
Hi, my name is Olivia Lee and I'm the Aquatic Service Manager for Belgravia Leisure based at Aquarina Aquatic and Leisure Centre. My topic will be on how we measure our customer satisfaction through an online software called Ask Nicely. The software sends a survey out to 2% of our customers every morning and asks them, how likely are you to recommend our facility? The customer then has the options to give us a rating between 0 to 10. 0 to 6 are detractors, which means they wouldn't recommend our facility. Scores between 6 to 7 are passive, which means they're neither satisfied or dissatisfied. Scores between 8 to 10 are promoters, which means they will promote us to other people. For all detractors, we would give them a call within 24 hours and ask them about why they gave us that scoring and what feedback that they would give to us. Then what we would do is send them a follow-up email regarding the phone conversation and the actions that have taken place. For all passive scores, we will still give them a call within the 24 hours and ask them what we can do to make them a promoter. All promoters will still receive an email thanking them for giving us such a fantastic score. We make sure all the emails are personalised and it comes directly from the department manager. I wanted to say good luck for the future and stay safe.
Tip 7.
Hi guys, it's Wayne Pollock, President of the Australian Swim Schools Association and franchisee with Paul Sadler Swimland. In business, we often talk about the importance of beginning with the end in mind. So in measuring business performance, an important KPI is measuring the quality of your product. So in a learn to swim environment, that product would be the quality of your lessons. So a way that you can measure the quality of your product is to have a system whereby you actually rate the quality of your lessons or the quality of the teaching, providing those lessons. Or you might want to measure how long it takes for a kid to achieve a particular level or get a particular certificate. Or at the end of each lesson, you might want to ask the kids or their parents what they thought about your lessons and how they feel about the product that you're providing them. Either way, guys, remember, begin with the end in mind. Good luck. Deliver great lessons.
Tip 8.
At KingSwim, we use population mapping tools such as gap maps to undertake local area analysis for new business opportunities. These tools give us business intelligence, such as numbers and locations of competitors in the local area, so that we can do a supply and demand analysis. They give us forecast population demographics with age breakdowns, so if we buy or build a new site, we know whether there will be a future population within the 0 to 12 age group to support the numbers of participants needed for a viable business case. And they can also tell you if there are any new development proposals subject to council approvals that may not yet show up in other environmental scans. Good luck.
Tip 9.
Hi, my name is Barry Harrison from Western Leisure Services. Here is my top tip for maximising your swim school. Do you know what your maximum numbers are? Occupancy rate, wage to income ratio, great indicators, but they look backwards. We want to look forwards. What aspirational indicators do you have? I suggest working out what your maximum number is. Consider, what pool space have you got? How many swim clubs and squads do you have? What's your lap lane culture? What's your teacher availability? But don't use that one as an excuse. Determine your maximum number and then you'll know how far you are to get towards that maximisation. When you get close to that maximum number, revise it again because quite often you can fit more than you think in. Good luck with it. Take care. Bye for now.
Tip 10. At Eltham Leisure Centre, we have found great growth with our Back to School campaign. Occurring from January to February, each year the campaign is scheduled to promote and influence program growth. The timing of the campaign is crucial for its success.
positioned in the calendar as a subliminal reminder that the return to school can mean the return to swim school for families who have taken a winter break. The incentive chosen for the program is an important factor. In this case, Officeworks vouchers takes the whole family environment into consideration. With this incentive and this campaign, we've seen on average 165% growth during the campaign months in 2019 and 2020 periods. Reaching our target markets through social media platforms, SMS, EDMs to previously cancelled students and in-house advertising has kept the cost low for the campaign period, increasing the return on our investment. We look forward to being able to reopen soon, and we will reopen with another back to school campaign.
Tip 11.
Hi everybody, my name's Chris Bannister and I'm the National Operations Manager for Paul Sadler Swimland Australia. We're excited to spend a very quick time today talking to you all about an important key performance indicator that we use at Swimland, and that is cancellation data. It's really important to us that we analyse the exact day, time, reason and level that all of our swimmers cancel, hoping to find some trends that we may be able to use in our day-to-day decision making. Another area that we're looking at analysing further is which teacher they had when they cancelled. Our thinking here is it might show opportunities for personal development, growth and even some feedback. At Swimland we believe in feedback and it's an important part of running a great business. Thanks guys, we hope you have a great day.
Tip 12. Clean up. Doing a regular cleanup is really important for income, expenditure, auditing, compliance, marketing, new enrolments and retention, not to mention the overall health of the swim school. So let's look at a few key actions that should be regularly reviewed. Outstanding debtors can be tracked via reports and is critical to income and ensuring customers are paying for your service. Keep regular checks on your discount offerings. For example, if you have a family of 3 kids that were enrolled with relevant discounts, are all kids still enrolled? Concession cards. Concession card discounts are an ongoing task. Again, it is really important to income as well as customer care. Some families rely on concession discounts to be able to afford lessons. I'm sure everyone at some point has forgotten to adjust the class ratio back to its maximum after having adjusted it for special reasons. This affects class, shift and overall occupancy as well as vacancies. These should be continuously tracked. Are all class prices correctly entered and updated in your database? Have term rollovers, public holidays been entered correctly and tested for enrolment function before going live to customers? If you have a wait list, is it controlled, actioned every day, relevant to the swim school operations, have a purpose and realistic to the classes programmed? You need to assess whether a wait list really is required. Ask yourself, why can't you offer the customer a current class place now? How else can you assist their availability? Absentee checks and procedures are a key retention tool. How do you track student absences? Reports or attendance records? Is there a follow-up procedure in place? Customer contact could be in the form of emails or texts to customers reminding them of their class and recent absences. Having an absentee procedure also minimises credit and refund requests currently and into the future. Again, this is a good customer care process. And finally, where do your new enrolments come from? Has the latest campaign been effective, both in cost and reach? Has social media played a role? A lot of parents enrol in a swim school based on word of mouth. How is all this tracked? Could be via your inquiry form or enrolment form. If you have any questions or inquiries about LSV's swim school support services, you can email aquatic.education@lsv.com.au. Thank you for joining us today. It's been wonderful. We hope you enjoy the information, can use it going forward, and we hope to see you next time. Have fun.
I'd now like to introduce Rhiannon Birch. Rhiannon Birch is the Manager of Research at Lifesaving Victoria. For over 8 years, she has assisted in the management and undertaking of LSV's research on injury prevention and water safety issues. These include swimming and water safety education programs, water competency among children and older adults, public pool safety, multicultural water safety campaigns, and international drowning prevention research. Rhiannon is also a co-author of the annual Victorian Drowning Report.
Hi everyone, and thanks for joining us today. I'm Rhiannon Birch from LSV's Risk and Research team, and I'm going to talk to you about the 2019-20 Victorian Drowning Report and the implications for the aquatic industry. The Learn to Swim industry in Australia is really competitive. A lot of swim schools were founded by Olympic swimmers. So there's been a lot of focus in the past on stroke technique and swimming skill. But many drowning deaths in Victoria actually occur in open waterways, so rivers, creeks and streams, or the beach and the ocean. These statistics suggest the need to move away from stroke correction to providing children with the skills they need to survive a risky situation in open waterways. So I'd like to pose this question today for you to think about while I'm speaking. Are our programs giving students the knowledge to behave safely and respond to risky situations in, on and around water? I'd just like to show you a quick video now, which is Royal Lifesaving Australia's National Drowning Report, which provides some overall trends in drowning across Australia in the last financial year.
Royal Lifesaving have released the 2020 National Drowning Report, which shows that 248 people lost their lives to drowning last year, and a further 504 people were admitted to hospital after a non-fatal drowning. This is a 12% decrease on the 10-year average. Males accounted for 80% of all deaths, with the largest number of deaths recorded among people aged 25 to 34 years. Drowning deaths among children aged 0 to 4 years decreased by 52% against the 10-year average. Rivers are still the leading location for drowning. However, deaths decreased by 32% against the 10-year average. A quarter of people drowned while swimming and recreating, making it the leading activity prior to drowning. Follow these tips to stay safe while enjoying Australia's beautiful waterways.
So we've seen a 23% reduction in the drowning rate in Victoria this year compared to the last 10 years. And this is largely thanks to people like you, facilities like yours, working really hard to keep our communities safe. However, unfortunately, there were still 34 fatal drowning incidents in Victoria last financial year and 100 non-fatal incidents where paramedics came to the scene. And remembering that this was a crazy year, we had bushfires in December, poor air quality for the majority of the summer, which led to beach and pool closures, and then the COVID pandemic. So we've had a lot less exposure to water this past financial year, and this probably means, as you're well aware, that people have also had less preparation coming into the summer ahead. So there's a lot of interacting factors here that may impact these rates going forwards. But what we also have seen in this data set is that 4 out of 5 drowning incidents were male. And if you look at this age group figure here, the light blue is last financial year, we can see that the highest drowning rates are in people aged 65 years and above. So how is your centre helping people in these older age groups? How are you engaging with them and helping them to gain those skills in safe behaviours around water? So last financial year, the majority of drowning deaths occurred in rivers and creeks, followed by on rocky platforms. There were also a number of drowning deaths in private pools, no drowning deaths in public pools. The majority of activities happening before people drowned were swimming and wading near water or recreating near water, followed by rock fishing. So the majority of rock fishing deaths over the last 20 years have occurred because the person wasn't wearing a life jacket. How can we encourage people coming to our pools to think about things like that going forwards? One really important statistic from last financial year is that half of all drowning deaths occurred because the person slipped, tripped or fell into the water. So that might be they were boating, they were fishing and fell in the water, but also they were maybe walking past along a waterway or attempting a rescue. So again, how can we equip people to be able to recover from an unintentional entry into water? So when we have a look at who's drowning, last year the only group to increase their drowning rate were young people aged 15 to 24. And the main reason that these people drown is because they are out there doing a lot more activities, probably not swimming between the flags, but also because they are taking more risks and alcohol and drugs are involved. So this is the group that's not doing swimming lessons anymore per se. So I'd like to ask you, how can we incorporate lessons on alcohol, risk-taking and those kinds of behaviours before they reach this age group so that they can go out there and enjoy the water safely? The age group with the highest fatal drowning rate, as I mentioned earlier, are adults aged 65 years and above. How do we engage these age groups? How do we protect them when they're in the open waterways? The main reasons that people in these age groups are drowning is because they have pre-existing medical conditions or are on medications, but also relying on skills they learned earlier in life. Again, alcohol and not wearing a life jacket are also key factors. How can pools work to help prevent drowning in this age group? Probably the most important statistic this year is that 1/4 of all drowning deaths were men aged 25 to 44 years of age. The main reason that people in these groups are drowning is that alcohol and drugs are involved, and then people are engaging in activities such as boating, watercraft, fishing, and often without a life jacket. So how can we equip people in this age group with just some simple knowledge of how to behave safely around water? Fortunately, we've had no drowning deaths in children in the last year, and this is largely due to the fantastic work that swim schools are doing with toddler and child swimming lessons. The key factors leading to drowning in public pools in the past have been a lack of parent or carer supervision, and that's where programs like Watch Around Water come into play. Other factors among adults and children include perhaps pre-existing medical conditions and a lack of swimming ability and water safety knowledge. One of the key areas where we're seeing drowning deaths is among our culturally and linguistically diverse communities. In fact, over the last 10 years, 1/3 of all drowning deaths were from people born overseas. Despite this number, the majority of them lived in Victoria. They were residents here, not international visitors. And the median length of time they were living in Victoria was 10 years. So they are here. How are we reaching those people? So we've got programs like Swim Safe, which are educating vulnerable swimmers on how to behave safely around the water and providing some key skills. What is your facility doing in that area? Multicultural Victorians are 1.5 times as likely to drown than the rest of Victoria, and they're actually 5 times as likely to drown swimming. It's not all bad news though. We have seen a 18% decrease in the drowning rate of females, and we've had no drowning deaths in children aged 0 to 9. So again, thank you very much for all of your amazing work in this area. We're going to take a closer look now at fatal and non-fatal drowning in Victorian public pools. I'm sure you're all interested to hear about this one. So last year we had no drowning deaths in public pools, and we did have 24 non-fatal drowning incidents where paramedics attended the scene. We did an analysis of drowning deaths in Victorian public pools going back to 2000, and since then there have been 10 drowning deaths in Victorian public pools. 4 in 5 of those were male, and the median age was 29 years. And in the last 5 years, there have been 92 non-fatal drowning incidents attended by paramedics. Since 2014, there have been 3 drowning deaths in public pools, and of the non-fatal drowning incidents, 41% were aged 5 to 14 years and 29% were under 5. So this is where parent supervision comes into play again. So looking in a little bit more detail about who is drowning, 9 out of 10 drowning deaths in public pools have been male. The median age has been 29 years. And interestingly, 40% of those have occurred in autumn. The key factors leading to child drownings include a lack of parent or carer supervision, also if they're playing with other children without an adult around. Children with intellectual or physical disabilities may also be at greater risk of drowning, and they may be unable to cope in deep water. For adults, they are usually found floating face down in the water. Contributing factors include alcohol consumption before going in the water, but also not being able to swim and getting out of their depth. So I've included this quote here, which is from leading researchers in global drowning prevention. "The causes of drowning should dictate the way we teach swimming and what children should learn. Weak or missing skills, attitudes, or knowledge are the causal elements in drowning episodes. So while we have made great steps in drowning prevention in Victoria, I'd like to challenge all program managers, pool facility managers, and swim teachers to ask yourselves, do your programs and campaigns address this need? So what does that mean for you? What can you do? Think outside the box. We have a number of different programs going on at the moment, and a number of facilities are doing amazing work in this space. How can we incorporate key life-saving and survival swimming skills and knowledge into our programs and our centres to provide resilient communities? Think about ways that you can incorporate the importance of life jackets, avoiding alcohol, risk-taking and safe rescues around waterways into your programs in a fun and engaging way. What education, training and awareness-raising activities are going on in your area? My challenge to you is to keep striving for innovative, challenging and engaging ways to create a more resilient Victoria. While we have seen a reduction in the drowning rate over the last few years and no drowning deaths in public pools, which is commendable, we still saw 34 people drown last year, and one drowning is one too many. So on behalf of Lifesaving Victoria and drowning prevention globally, I'd like to thank all of you in the aquatic industry for the amazing efforts that you are making to create a resilient Victoria and lower the drowning toll. Without you, the drowning rate would still be as high as it was 20 years ago.
Time for a quick afternoon tea break before starting our final segment. Now's your chance to grab a drink or snack, catch up on emails, or settle in to watch some videos that we have put together for you. See you shortly.
Hi everyone, I'm Tim Atkins from Lauderdale, and today I'd like to take you through some of the products that we have that are relevant to the aquatic industry. First up, our range of CPR mannequins. These are our QCPR mannequins, so quality CPR. We've got Little Ant QCPR, Little Junior QCPR, and the newest addition to our family is Little Baby QCPR. So when linked into the free to download apps for either Apple or Android devices, these mannequins will provide quantifiable, objective feedback on the CPR performance. So you'll get a breakdown of that CPR performance in terms of your compression depth, release, compression rate, time on chest and ventilations. That will all come out as a summative score. You can save results on your device. You can do screenshots and obviously send them off to your learners, etc. So great for CPR training or just refining your CPR skills. We've also got our airway management products, so the Bag 2, which is our manual disposable resuscitator. It comes in 5 sizes from adult down to neonatal. We also have a range of pocket masks, with or without case and with or without oxygen port. And not to forget our spinal immobilisation range, backstrap spine board, and the Speed Blocks head immobiliser and strapping systems that go with those. All these products are available through Lifesaving Victoria. If you want more information, certainly check it out on our website. Thanks everyone.
After moving to Melbourne at 17, I wanted to be in an industry that made a difference. I grew up in Cairns, so it wasn't uncommon to hear devastating news about drownings growing up. So enforcing water safety and preventing risks made a lot of sense to me, and I've had a keen interest since. And it's been great meeting like-minded people. The most rewarding part of lifeguarding is the life experiences and skills you can gain. From conflict resolution, customer service, incident prevention and rescue, teamwork, and problem solving in high pressure situations, lifeguarding has it all. Being a lifeguard not only helps you with future endeavours, but it also helps you become a more well-rounded person in different situations in everyday life. Every now and then, there'll be difficult situations when educating and enforcing the Watch Around Water policy. Always be aware of the resources at Lifesaving Victoria and the help and support of staff around you when preparing for those situations, as it's all part of the role. Being able to effectively communicate is one of the many things that make a great lifeguard. Having strong communication skills ensures the fellow staff around you know any situations around the pool, during rescue, and to reassure patrons. Some advice would be to understand your role and responsibility upon your shift. Some days it could be freezing with only 2 people swimming laps, or you could have over 500 people entering the facility at over 40 degrees. You must remain just as vigilant in both circumstances. My message to parents of young children is that lifeguards are on your side. We both prioritise the safety of your children, and we are always watching the pool, but an extra set of eyes always helps. Also, be aware that it is about water safety and not swimming ability. Water can be dangerous no matter how good of a swimmer you are. It is strongly encouraged for non and weak swimmers to come to the pool to gain experience and improve their swimming abilities in a safe environment. It is also important for you to make sure the lifeguard is aware of your abilities, read the signs, enter feet first, swim within your depth, and always swim with a friend. Also inquire about swimming lessons that may be available to you, as swimming is a great skill to have.
Watch Around Water is basically keeping children safe. So a program that we have in place, or a policy that we have in place, that ensures that children are being adequately supervised.
Watch Around Water is an education piece where parents and guardians understand their responsibilities when bringing their kids into a public facility.
Watch Around Water is a great education program designed to prevent accidents and incidents, and also educate families about the dangers associated with the aquatic environment.
What we like to say, lifeguards are lifesavers, parents are there to supervise children.
The Watch Around Water campaign's aim is to reduce the fatal and non-fatal drowning deaths in public facilities in Victoria. To date, because of the success of programs like this, we've not had one fatal drowning in the last 3 years.
It's effective mostly because it's a communication tool. We use the wristbands not just to identify children that are in specific demographics or in specific age groups, but we use it as an education piece. We use it as a first step to be able to make contact with people, and it's a great conversation starter.
My message to parents of young children is that lifeguards are on your side. We both prioritise the safety of your children, and we are always watching the pool, but an extra set of eyes always helps. Also, be aware that it is about water safety and not swimming ability. Water can be dangerous no matter how good of a swimmer you are.
The one word I would use to describe life-saving would be trust on all different levels. Public trusting the lifesavers, trusting your teammates, and our mentors being able to trust us to be able to handle any situation.
For me, life-saving is opportunity. I've grown so much as a person and done so many things that I never ever thought I would do. I went from being the kid who failed her bronze medallion assessment to being an RWC lifeguard, and it's just really given me the chance to push myself and led me onto a study path and a career path that I never thought would have been possible.
I think purpose would be a good word to describe life-saving for me. You know, it gives me something to do on the weekends, whether it's patrolling or whether it's competing. Competing helps me keep fit and it helps me keep healthy, whether it's mind or body. You know, it always means I'm out there with my friends as well. But yeah, purpose.
I think it's all about lifestyle. Weekends down the beach with your friends, weekends patrolling the beach, weekends helping people. The skills, the friendships, the community activity, it's just fantastic.
For me, the one word I would sum up life-saving with is confidence. Through life-saving, I've been able to develop my confidence as well as encourage others to develop theirs, and this can take you anywhere in life.
The word that describes life-saving for me is community. For what lifesavers give the wider community on the beach, and within the lifesaving family of supporting other teams and each other in competition, but as well as community amongst that. So amongst your club, amongst the other clubs, and amongst the wider community of supporting and serving the public.
Lifeguarding is about communication, as we have to communicate to a diverse range of people using hand signals and different communication styles.
I think teamwork, seeing everybody work together and having that opportunity to work as a team, it's so supportive, and I think that's probably the best thing about lifesaving for me.
If I could pick one word about what lifesaving means to me, it's probably community. The community that is the people I've met and worked with throughout lifesaving, and they're a big part of my life. They all share a passion for what we do, and it really makes it worthwhile coming back and volunteering.
I'm going to pick two words: active training. Our sport is more than a sport, it's a community service. Our athletes are our lifesavers, our junior athletes are future lifesavers, and active training is all about providing people skills for life to be used in everyday life.
So one word that describes lifesaving for me personally would be teamwork. We're so fortunate in lifesaving that we can deal with a lot of different facets of the organisation and also a lot of different volunteers. So putting the aquatic sport carnivals together really is the epitome of teamwork.
I think I would pick passion, because I'm extremely passionate about what I do on the beach, and it's meant that I have been very passionate about my career choice in helping people and doing nursing and midwifery. I just love turning up to the beach and working to keep the public safe.
One word that life-saving means to me and why would be resilience. The ability to have a great race and then have one that doesn't go your way, but the ability to get going, and I think that's what the sport has for it.
One word that describes life-saving for me is definitely passion, as we're surrounded by so many different people that share a common goal of keeping people safe, and everyone is happy to give up their own time to make this happen.
For me, personal development. I think no matter your age, no matter your colour, no matter your culture, you can get involved in lifesaving and take part in any number of activities that will lead to your own personal development.
Hi, I'm Yvette Thomason, Managing Director of Waterlily Australia Proprietary Limited. We are the sole importer of the Lobbygon brand of professional water testing products to the aquatics industry throughout Australia, New Zealand and the South Pacific. Founded in 1989, myself and our small and experienced team in all areas of water analysis offer the most appropriate instruments to the aquatics industry, ensuring that the instrument recommended is fit for purpose and is supported by local knowledge, technical support and excellent service. Tintometer in Dortmund, Germany have a long and successful history in water testing. There are very few companies that can look back over a history of over 130 years of success. The reason Tintometer can do this is due to the worldwide appreciation of their products, brought about by innovation and commitment to high quality standards in production and sales care. The brand Lovibond is known for exceptionally high quality water testing instruments and reagents. All products are manufactured in Germany to the highest technical standard. Lovibond instruments ensure accuracy and consistent results due to their stable, long-term components. With no moving parts and a high-precision optical system, the operator can be assured that they are getting the right result every time. Lovibond test methods are tried and trusted amongst aquatic centre operators worldwide. The test methods incorporated on Lovibond photometers conform to national and international standard methods for water analysis. This means that the test results are recognised and operators can trace the results back to these standard methods. If you're not already one of our very happy customers using Lovibond products, we would love to hear from you. We are delighted to share our product and technical knowledge and ensure you find the best instrument to suit your requirements. We look forward to assisting you.
Hi, I'm Yvette. I'm the sales manager here at Aflex Inflatables in Nelson, New Zealand. We're really proud to be supporting LSV and all the great work that they do. So we manufacture inflatables predominantly for commercial pools and aquatic centres. We also have a range of inflatables for water parks, whether that's the sea or the lake. And we have a range of land-based inflatables as well, whether that's slippery slides or our fun and fitness obstacles that can be used for recreation centres as well. We supply clients all around the world and we work really closely with our customers to understand their pool size, their water depth, demographic and target age group so that we can match our inflatables to suit their needs. Whether that's a constant airflow inflatable for quick and easy setup, whether that's our sealed modular inflatables, which gives a bit more variety and people can add pieces to it in future, or whether it's a range of our ever popular sealed pool toys. You know, we really make sure that they get what's suitable for their pool at the time. The main purpose of inflatables really is to bring more people to the pool, and whether that's enhancing their programs, getting kids in the pool for longer, and just the engagement and fun, and building water confidence. We're really proud that all our products are manufactured here in New Zealand. We control everything from here. It's the sales, the design, the customer service, the manufacturing, quality control, it's all here in-house. Our customers are really at the moment focused on the recovery of their centres, and they're looking at investing in an inflatable to help bring the fun and energy back into their centre, whether that's through hiring the inflatable, birthday parties, family fun days. It's all about bringing the community together, getting that engagement in the pool and people having fun. With more people coming to the pool and people staying for longer, naturally centres will start to see that return on investment and start to see their centres flourish.
Hi everyone, Steve here from Commercial Aquatics. I'm sure you'll agree 2020 has been an extremely challenging year for everyone, and especially those in the recreation industry who have unfortunately not been able to work due to the restrictions with COVID-19. Commercial Aquatics as a business has been very lucky. We've been very busy. We've had a lot of projects. So Gippsland Regional Aquatic Centre, East Keilor Leisure Centre, Wangaratta Aquatic Centre have been three of our largest jobs that have been running throughout 2020. Our service division's been extremely busy, still maintaining facilities throughout the lockdown period and also attending to breakdowns and some small capital works as well. We hope that we can see you again next year at this event, and unfortunately this year, due to the restrictions, it's not going to be possible. We're a big supporter of Lifesaving Victoria, and we really feel that this is an event. Safety should be at the top of everyone's list. It's very important. It's a key part of our industry. We hope to provide as much advice as we can as far as plant and pool operations and design to assist that safety. Get in contact with us via our website, call the office, call Ben or myself. Always happy to help and be involved in your projects or your maintenance. Enjoy your day and hope to see you all soon. Thanks.
Aquatic centres can save thousands of dollars each year and reduce their carbon footprint by leveraging the latest technology and solutions for energy efficiency. The energy efficiency experts at EcoSave can work with aquatic centre owners and operators to implement innovative, practical and robust energy efficiency solutions. Since 2002, EcoSave has helped thousands of organisations to reduce their energy costs and carbon emissions across Australia, New Zealand and the United States. Our team of energy efficiency specialists have extensive experience in aquatic centres, having worked with some of the largest and most well-known centres and pools in Australia. We start with a comprehensive engineering review of your facilities and operations. We then design and implement a package of solutions engineered to maximise your return on investment. Therefore, the benefits of partnering with EcoSave to implement energy efficiencies in your aquatic centres includes the reduction of energy and maintenance costs, the reduction of carbon emissions, the support of your net zero emission targets, the use of energy savings to fund the upgrade of old equipment, and to improve the ability to control pool and space ambient conditions, and most importantly, to embed COVID-safe best practice maintenance at all times. To learn more about how to reduce energy costs and carbon emissions at your facility, you can download a free video presentation at our website. To book a free consultation, go to ecosave.com.au/LSV-aquatic or call EcoSave today on 1300 5577 64.
Hi guys, Dave Florence, General Manager of Business Development and Marketing from Cleaning Melbourne. We're a commercial cleaning company servicing a myriad of different clients in the aquatic and leisure space, and we've recently partnered with Lifesaving Victoria to help support their Swim Safe campaign. We also want to look to help support a lot of your facilities out there return to operation and get people back swimming and using the gym and getting fit. We can look to do this through 4 different ways and simple steps. One of those ways is to make sure that the general cleaning requirements are up to scratch. Make sure all those areas are swept and mopped and looking nice and sharp, ready for people to come back into your facilities. Secondly, look at what's required from a periodical point of view. Does the change room need a deep scrub? Does the pool need a pressure wash? Those high dusting points, make sure the entry points are all nice and clean and looking presentable, ready for people to come back in and be wowed and ready to go. Thirdly, high touch points. There's a lot of those high touch points scattered throughout the facilities. Things like door handles, pressure plates, toilet flushes, bench tops, pens, computers, all those sorts of things that need to be made sure they're disinfected frequently using a hospital grade disinfectant. We've got the services and the means to be able to do this for you, and you can simply get in touch with us to help support that. Lastly, we need to look at what's required from a hygienic point of view. Any of those equipment that might need to help provide dispensers for sanitizer, disinfection kits for the gyms to make sure equipment is nice and clean and hygienically safe, and to give your members that peace of mind and make sure that their area is nice and clean and ready for the next person that comes along. Again, we can look to help provide a lot of these different bits of equipment, in particular those dispensers that are touch-free, which is recommended from the Victorian Health Department, and automatic dispensers. We can also look to provide those disinfection kits and make sure that your places are ready to go. If you want any more information on this or to get in touch, we can help come in and provide a different report with providing some recommendations and opportunities to help provide some areas of hygienically clean facilities. Get in touch with us at 1300BClean or contact me at dave.florence@cleaningmelbourne.net.au.
Welcome back to the LSV Aquatic Industry Summit. I hope you've had a nice break. Welcome also to those who are just tuning in. Please make sure you get involved in the chat to show your support for our presenters. Next, we will be joined by Andy Dennis. Andy Dennis is the General Manager of Public Training and Pool Safety at LSV. In addition to the public training and pool safety areas of our operations, LSV's volunteer training and quality assurance departments also form as part of Andy's portfolio. Andy started off his aquatic industry career in England before moving to Australia and is known for personally driving around every public pool across Victoria to deliver LSV's pool safety assessments. Andy is responsible for the conception and delivery of many items that are arguably part of the makeup of our industry. These include the Pool Safety Summit Series, the Pool Lifeguard Challenge, the LSV Pool Safety Assessment, the Safer Public Pools Code of Practice, and many of LSV's new offerings in public training.
Hi, I'm Andy. I'm one of the general managers down at Lifesaving Victoria, and my portfolio sits across public training and pool safety, as well as the volunteer training team. What I want to talk about is what we're referring to as the perfect storm, and the details that I'd like to get into is the information that we're working with government in terms of planning for what is going to be a very, very challenging season from a water safety perspective, what Lifesaving Victoria is doing in that space, and also what we would like the industry to start to think about doing in that space as we start to reopen our pools. There's 4 parts of the presentation, so I'd like to provide a bit of an overview in terms of government and emergency service organisations and where they come into play from a water safety perspective. We'd like to provide a bit of an overview in terms of the industry challenges, both from a COVID safety perspective, which we've discussed probably in depth over and over in the last 6 months, but also from a weather perspective. It's going to be a very interesting season according to the Bureau of Meteorology, and it's something that we do need to be mindful of. We then want to talk about the preparation that the industry should be thinking about or should have already thought about as they reopen their season, again for a very, very challenging season. And then I want to wrap up just by explaining the ask that LSV has put to government in terms of supporting us to make sure that we are able to have safe waterways this season. First of all, I think it's important to understand that from a Victorian government perspective, there is significant involvement in the water safety space, and they're obviously committed and have been for many, many years in terms of making sure that we are able to achieve our mission of enjoying our waterways and being safe across all different types of waterways within Victoria. In terms of strategy, in terms of planning, and in terms of response, you can refer to the slide that takes you through the different response agencies that are involved in making sure that Victorians are safe in our various waterways, and we want to get a little bit into a little bit more detail further down the track in terms of the role of LSV of trying to tie in that community, industry and government partnerships to make sure that right across the board everyone is on the same page, everyone understands what the key water safety messages are, and that whether they are local communities, facility operators, the members of the public going to the beach, or the government or aquatic industry providers, that we're all on the same page in terms of what we need to do to make sure that Victorians can stay safe this season. We have briefed the Victorian state government on what we're referring to as the perfect storm this season, and there are a number of challenges that we're going to face at the pool, in inland waterways and at ocean venues. I've highlighted the main 3 on the slide for you, and I'm just going to work through those before we then target and drill down a little bit more from an industry perspective. So our traditional water safety messages and COVID safe principles are going to struggle to coexist. So where we ask people traditionally to go and swim between the flags, that's obviously going to be very, very challenging for people where there's a requirement to maintain a 1.5 metre distance between ourselves and other people. So there's an inherent challenge there that we need to understand, and we need to understand the implications of people choosing potentially not to go to patrol beaches who are then going to go to other waterways. What does that mean from their safety where they don't have those lifesavers? We also know that people are going to be swimming and recreating. They're going to go further afield once they're allowed to do so. they're probably going to be less inclined to go to their local pool. They're possibly going to be less inclined to go to the local beaches, the patrol beaches, and those beaches closer to Melbourne, as they look for a little bit more space because of the COVID implications. What we also know, and we are well aware of as an industry, is the number of swimming lessons that have been missed during COVID, and also the number of aquatic facility visits that have been missed during COVID. So we believe that our statistics indicate that over 2.5 million swimming lessons have been missed because of coronavirus, and we also believe that in excess of 30 million visits to aquatic facilities have been missed through coronavirus. So we know that people are not as familiar as we might have liked them to be. We know that there's a cohort of children who were about to do lessons or doing lessons who have had those lessons interrupted, and we have to start to think about how can we catch those up and how can we bring those kids up to speed. As the father of a 4-year-old, we were about 6 weeks into our lessons, and the little one was loving it, and we were starting to get the gist of some of the basic strokes. Hasn't been in the water for 6 months. So what does that mean, and how do we catch up on what's been missed? Because they are significant numbers, and they pose a significant concern from a Life Saving Victoria perspective. So what we're likely to find, or what we believe we're going to see this summer, and part of the reason we've termed this the perfect storm is because all of the little holes in the Swiss cheese are lining up, and they're not lining up in a positive way from our perspective. What we're going to see, or what we believe we're likely to see, is that on those warmer days, whether they're individual days or particularly those rows of warmer days, they're going to be confined more closely to their homes. We certainly hope that the travel restrictions are going to be eased a little bit, but what we do know is it's going to be very, very unlikely that people are going to be able to travel interstate, or certainly that they're going to be able to travel internationally. So there are going to be more Victorians visiting Victorian waterways in comparison to previous years. What we also know is that when the pools reopen and continue to reopen, they're probably going to still continue to face density ratio requirements, so that where a pool last year may have been able to have 200, 300, 400, 500 people attend at any one time, that's certainly not going to be the case this year. We're going to be restricted to much lower capacities at our pools because of COVID. So far fewer people on those warm days are going to be able to visit the pools that previously they would have gone to in order to cool off. I've already alluded to the fact that there's an increased risk that fewer people are going to go to those patrol beaches, and as a result they're going to go sort of further afield. So we're less contained to what we consider to be the safe environments and the environments where those safety measures exist. Shopping centres and cinemas and other environments where people go on those warm days because they're air conditioned and because they're cooler, they're also very likely to continue to face some form of capacity reduction measures, some form of density ratios that are again going to make them less accessible for Victorians when we get into the warmer days of summer. And what that means is that people are going to travel further afield, but within Victoria, to waterways, whether they're inland waterways or coastal waterways, where there are essentially fewer safety measures in place. So it's harder to plan for from a government perspective, and from an emergency service organisation perspective, and from a local council perspective. It also introduced additional response challenges that we haven't faced previously. We know that worst case scenario in a swimming pool is a drowning, and all of our council-owned and operated facilities have lifeguards on duty, so we know that the risk statistically in those pools is much lower than it is in those other environments, whether they're again coastal environments or inland waterway environments. We also know that we've currently had a 300% increase on drownings since the 1st of July this year on the 5-year average, and that's a statistic that we are desperately fighting against, and it's a statistic that we don't want to continue. So there's two challenges in particular that we want to talk about in a little bit more detail. The first challenge is COVID, and the second challenge is the warmer weather. So first and foremost, some pools have opened. We know that outdoor regional pools and outdoor metro pools have opened to very, very small numbers, currently 50 in regional areas and a maximum of 20 people in those metro areas. They're significantly lower capacities than we're used to. So we're looking for those capacities obviously to open over time, but as an industry, we said to government that we're ready and we're safe and we'd like to open sooner rather than later. The first challenge as an industry that we need to face and take on is to collectively actually step up and make sure that that is the case. When we get the green light to open the doors and open the doors further and then get to whatever COVID normal actually looks like, hopefully sooner rather than later. What we then need to do is make sure that we bring staff and patrons up to speed in terms of what those expectations are. Things have changed since they last went to the pool 6 months ago, and we need to make sure that everybody is on board and aware of the new measures that are in place to keep everybody safe from a COVID perspective. We know that access to change rooms is currently restricted. We know that how things work, how people get in the door, what they need to do and how they need to do it has changed significantly, and we need to make sure that there's a level of consistency from pool to pool, so that it is self-explanatory when people are looking to view, visit, book or attend a facility, because we want to encourage people back as soon as possible, but we need to make sure it's done in a safe manner. We've also got the economic piece to look at. We know that in Western Australia, attendance numbers have returned to normal relatively quickly, and that's really positive news. But we also know that on the East Coast, attendance numbers in states like Queensland and New South Wales are about 25% lower than we would like them to be, and 25% lower than they have been previously. So we don't want that to be the case in Victoria. So the industry needs to continue to come together and advocate that our facilities are safe and make sure that we step up to the mark in terms of ensuring that that is the case at a facility by facility level, right across the 600 public pools that we've got in Victoria. We also know what we don't know. There are a range of long-term unknowns that are simply not things that we don't know what is coming. We don't know what is around the corner, and it's going to be very difficult to plan for this. It was not possible to plan for the COVID pandemic. It's never happened in our lifetimes, but the world is becoming a smaller place, and we need to start thinking outside the box. We need to start thinking about what are those alternatives and what do we do if this happens again, so that we don't miss another 2.5 million lessons and we don't miss another 30 or so million visits to our aquatic facilities, because the benefits of our facilities from a physical perspective, from an economic perspective, and from a social and health and well-being benefits are absolutely critical to what it is to be a Victorian, and the services that we offer to our community are second to none. We have some of the best facilities anywhere in the world. We have a very strong industry, but we need to continue to push and we need to continue to challenge ourselves because we don't know what's around the corner, but it's certainly a challenge that we should be taking on as a collective if we want to show the strength and the value of our industry. The piece that we haven't spoken about so much is the weather that we're going to face this year. So the Bureau of Meteorology have essentially forecast that this is going to be a La Nina summer. And what that means is that both spring and summer are going to be far wetter than they have been previously. From a water safety perspective, more broadly, the actual inherent risk of that is associated with flooding. And there's a number of emergency service organisations working with state government to make sure that preparedness measures are in place for those for the eventualities of flooding within Victoria, but also in other states. We also need to consider about what that means for industry. Increased rain obviously is going to reduce attendances at outdoor facilities. It is going to reduce the capacity for us to offer swimming lessons, to offer holiday programs, and to get our local communities outdoors, recreating, and again, achieving all the benefits that come with hitting the pool, whether you're lap swimming, whether you're playing with your family or friends, or just enjoying the sun or having a barbecue. We're going to lose those opportunities when we compare this to previous seasons. So is there anything that we can do? Is there anything that we can do about that? Again, those people that were going to visit the outdoor pool will probably have less opportunity to visit the indoor pool, because that pool is certainly going to continue to hit capacity. That's going to be the likelihood that we face. So the maps on the screen essentially demonstrate the spring and summer rainfall that we're anticipating, that the BOM is forecasting for this season, and we need to look at if there's anything we can do in preparation for that. Is there a way that if we know there's poor forecasted days on the horizon, is there anything we can do from a planning perspective, even just to reduce the costs associated with an outdoor pool that's going to be closed? What does it mean for rostering? What does it mean for planning? What does it mean for your plant operations? And what does it mean for your facility and getting back up to speed the next day for those outdoor facilities? We also need to make sure that we're not making any assumptions. There's been a lot of people in the industry that have been thinking about this and planning for this since the lockdown. The first lockdown started in March. We had a little bit of a crack at this after the first lockdown, and we've had more time to think about this during the second, more stringent lockdown. But we need to make sure that we're not making any assumptions in terms of what our patrons are thinking, what our staff are thinking, and also what our operators are thinking. So our patrons, we haven't seen them for 6 months, whether they've been members for 20 years or whether they're now deciding that this is something that they want to introduce into their life. We need to make sure that we're not making any assumptions, and we're going as hard as we can to make sure that our messaging is clear and it's consistent, and we're telling the patron what it is to attend the pool, what is different, how do they need to behave, what do they need to prepare for. Is their patrons wondering if they have to wear a mask in the pool? Are their patrons wondering if the lifeguard is going to rescue them because it's a breach of physical distancing requirements? Is their patrons wondering, where do I shower, where do I change? We need to go to the efforts on a pool by pool basis to make sure that these questions are answered, they're prepared for, and that information is readily available to the customer, ideally before they go, but it then needs to be reinforced through signage, through communication, and then it needs to be understood and enforced by those staff as well. Even more important than the patrons are our staff. They are the most important people in our industry. They always have been and they always will be. So we need to make sure that our staff, whose role it is to communicate to those patrons, are across those messages as well. What if they get COVID whilst they're at work? What does it mean for them? Are they covered by insurance? Are they protected? How are you as the facility operator going to look after them? Is the CPR process the same as it's been previously, or is it changed because of COVID? Things as simple as, can I share my pen with a patron? We need to make sure that the planning and preparation for this season is better than it's ever been, and as a result, it should start earlier than it's ever started. As an industry, we know that we've lost some really good operators in this time who have either left the facility through choice or because they haven't had any other option. So there is a skills gap and there is a knowledge gap. And again, it's happened all in one go, and it's something that we've never seen before. So what we're going to have this season is a range of new operators coming in to fill those roles, and probably a range of operators that are also stepping up into more senior roles. And they're also going to need assistance, they're going to need support, and they're going to need information. So facilities, do I need sign-off to reopen my doors? How does COVID impact my insurance? What if patrons misbehave? What can I actually do about it? We need to make sure that as the industry leaders and the managers within these organisations, we need to make sure that we've worked through all of these moving parts. We've engaged with our staff, we've communicated to our staff, and we've given them the opportunity to ask us questions. This is no longer a case of we do an induction that runs across a couple of days and then we just put them straight on. Okay, we really need to start that planning piece earlier. We need to engage people earlier, and we need to encourage what people might perceive to be the silly questions, because we all know there's no silly questions. So we know that there's a range of preparations that we do ahead of every season, and this year is no different. We just need to take it to the next level. We need to bring it forward, we need to do it earlier, and we need to look at it from a perspective of both COVID safety, but also water safety. The two don't necessarily go hand in hand, so we need to understand what the implications are from a practical perspective. We also need to consider the behaviour of our staff and the behaviour of our patrons, and make sure that appropriate support mechanisms are in place for both. We don't want to escalate things too soon. We also want to make sure that we escalate things ahead of them escalating themselves from a management and response perspective. Training and inductions are going to be as important as ever. We need to cover all of the basics. We need to cover everything from a lifeguard perspective, everything from a swim teacher perspective, the jimmies, the customer service. We need to make sure that these are all tied together and that everybody is on the same page. The last thing we need is a message from the lifeguard and a message from the receptionist being slightly different, and then it being enforced by a manager who again who's coming from a slightly different perspective. So we need to make sure that everybody is on the same page, and again we need to really try and tie together those inductions when we bring everybody together ahead of the reopening, before we then go off and do the role-specific pre-season training activities. And the whole idea is to make sure that the staff and the management are on the same page, they're comfortable, and they're ready for opening our facilities and letting our customers back in. There are, however, a few different challenges that we haven't taken on before that we do need to be mindful of. We are going to reach lockout. So what are we going to do then? What are we going to do with members of the local community who are frustrated that they can't get in? Their assumption was that they could leave home, go to the local pool and cool down with their families. Are there additional measures that we actually need to put in place to try and prevent those activities from occurring, or to respond to them when they do? We also, again, really importantly here, need to make sure that our staff are comfortable that should they need any support, that support is going to be made available to them. Facilities have a range of risk assessments in place, whether they be aquatic supervision, covering the slide, the flume, the inflatable, all those sorts of activities that we want to be able to offer local members of the community. But we also need to make sure that we have a specific risk assessment for COVID. We know what the risks associated with COVID are. We understand what the measures that we can put in place to reduce those are. So we need to feed that into the facility standard risk assessment process to make sure that we're able to demonstrate duty of care and due diligence in terms of trying to stop the challenges that we know that we can reasonably foresee may exist if patrons or staff don't follow the protocols that are in place. And again, a lot of that comes down to patron comms ahead of their attendance, but also whilst they're there on the day. We've discussed COVID safety, we've discussed water safety. They're not new to the industry. There's nothing particularly complex about them, but they need our time, they need our attention, and again, they're things that once we've done them, they don't go back on the shelf. We communicate them out, we communicate all of that information out to the staff and out to our members as best as possible without overloading people with too much information. What can we do about missed lessons? Can we catch up? Can we run a holiday program if we haven't done it before? Do we have enough space for multiple holiday programs? What does that mean for other patrons who, again, that reduced restriction might come down even further? It's going to be a balancing act, and it's something that facility managers need to consider very, very early on in the piece. We also need to consider what worst case scenario looks for. We, as an industry, have a very, very good safety record from a drowning perspective. We also know that we have members of the public coming who come from all different walks of life, and we have a broad range of staff, many of whom are considered young people, so those under the age of 24, and some of those people, they do carry an inherently higher risk to us, and we know that our facilities offer a higher risk to them. Whether that be slips, trips or falls, or our absolute worst case of a drowning incident, we know what those worst case scenarios may be. We have our risk assessments. We then need to implement the treatment measures out of those risk assessments. So again, it's trying everybody together. It's bringing everybody along on this journey and making sure that everybody is playing their role so that we prevent these incidences from happening as best as we possibly can. But should all else fail, we're then able to respond to these measures so that it becomes a rescue rather than a resuscitation. We've worked with government over the last 3 to 4 months, particularly on this piece of work in and around the perfect storm. We've explained to government the work that we do in and around school swimming lessons, where we have a partnership with DET. We've worked with government and taken them through the Swim Safe and the Watch Around Water programs that we have in place to keep communities safe. And we've discussed the level and complexity of training and professional development that different people in different roles undertake across the industry, right across Victoria. We've also talked about return to pools, and we have developed, as you'll know, a back to the pools document template that facilities are able to use. We've also started to talk to government about what pools might look like in the future from a better pools perspective. So all of those measures are intended to keep communities safer, to strengthen our industry as a whole, and to make sure that in the future we end up in a stronger position than we are in now or than we've ever been in previously. We have put 3 business cases to government. Those business cases aren't all specific to pools, but they do cover pools, inland waterways, and ocean pools and ocean facilities and ocean environments as well. So we've looked at the risk associated with all of those different environments. We've looked at what it is that we can do as Lifesaving Victoria to drive safety within those environments and to communicate from a media perspective within those environments. We're also looking at things from both an immediate term and a long-term perspective. We have to address COVID this summer, but come March, come April, we really don't know where we're going to be from a COVID perspective. So whilst we need to invest and we need to work in this environment and we need to do it now, we also need to consider, what does everything look like afterwards? How have we set up and structured the industry from an advocacy perspective, from a safety perspective, to make sure that everybody is on the same page and that we've got, in terms of safety, everybody meeting the minimum benchmark. Our objective is a stronger industry, that is a safer industry, and does everything possible to encourage members of the community to continue to come to our facilities. Our industry currently gets, outside of COVID environment, our industry currently gets 70 million visits a year. We want to get back to that as soon as is possible. We want all of those 70 million people to attend our facilities, have fun, socialise, and we want them to go home healthier and happier than when they attended. And that's something that we're looking to do as soon as possible.
Next up, we have Erin Collins. Erin Collins is the Training Manager for Public Training, having joined LSV in 2015. Before devoting her work full-time to LSV, Erin worked in a range of training roles for TAFE, private and non-profit organisations, including coordinating national training, teaching and leading teams. Erin has supported LSV in innovative and efficient strategies to ensure LSV can support the aquatic industry in best practice training, giving consideration to a flexible and innovative approach to achieving practical skills and knowledge. Projects for LSV include the implementation of blended models of training delivery, online grading applications, and new course development.
Hi Victoria, my name's Erin Collins. I'm the Public Training Manager for Lifesaving Victoria. I'm excited today to join everyone so that we can talk about some of the updates, changes and improvements that we've released across public training, and also reflect on some of the things we've done in the past and how we can bring all of those pieces together. The first thing we're going to talk about today is a new approach to delivery. Some of the things that we've been doing over the last 12 months, and also some of the things you might have seen in the past that essentially we've released a secondary iteration of. The first thing that we talk about here today is flexible blended delivery courses. Now, most people across the state in aquatics would have done one of our blended courses, whether that be Provide First Aid, Provide CPR, or one of our Pool Lifeguard courses. But over time, what we've done is increased that delivery across all of our courses. And we're really excited to talk about a new release that we're about to announce, which is our Swim Teacher blended delivery course. Essentially, that course is a one-day course now with online learning, and that just allows the industry to attend a course with a really nice flexible approach around their work environment, something that we've had the industry feedback to us as a much better option for them to be able to attend training. We recognise that there is quite a large amount of training that needs to be refreshed each year. So being able to make sure that that's a feasible opportunity for everyone to do, make sure that everyone actually attends the training that they need. That's really key to making sure that pools are safe. If we can make sure it's feasible, flexible, fair, reasonable, and that it reaches every corner of the state, it's certainly going to make everyone's life a lot easier. Now, based on all of the positive feedback we got on our first releases, Provide First Aid, Pool Lifeguard, we can now see that rolling out across our whole suite. What you're looking at here is our Swim Teacher, our Pool Lifeguard, our Provide First Aid, and really exciting for everyone who's done an aquatic technical operator in the past or hasn't been able to because it's been quite a long course. We can now do the aquatic technical operator in 2 days with online learning, and we'll be releasing a pool water testing course with 1 day with online learning. That means that essentially we can impart the knowledge at a self-paced approach and allow people to go in and do that course face-to-face with a trainer and ask questions that they need to after they've done that learning. Now, those two last options, aquatic technical operator and pool water testing, are still in pending stage, but they're very close to release. So really excited to announce those and make sure you keep an eye out for them. While we talk about flexible approach, we can focus a little bit on COVID-19. Some of the things that we've developed to make sure there's an opportunity while everyone's at home to continue to train and continue to stay current. That's really key at the moment as we prepare to open pools. Now, provide first aid and provide CPR were something that we recognised that we could individualise and allow people to do from their lounge rooms. And really, really well done to those people across the state who've already done it. We've had over 1,000 people participate in these courses. They essentially filmed themselves, did some online learning at home, and then submitted their videos. Our trainers have been crazily busy grading all of those videos from LSV and making sure that everybody stays current in their skills. We still continue to have those available, and the really great thing is because we've had such positive feedback from everywhere that's received this course, whether it be the aquatics industry or other emergency services, we're essentially going to look at engaging this as a long-term product at Lifesaving Victoria. So do keep an eye out. If you haven't updated your first aid and CPR because you think there's not an opportunity to do so, we do have online remote options available, and that's going to be great for regional communities as well. So when we're talking about waiting for a course in regional communities that might not happen for another month, another 2 months, we've actually got these opportunities to do that right now. And that's what we're talking about when we say provide first aid at home and provide CPR at home. They are accredited, you do get your certificates, and all the skills and knowledge that you would get on a face-to-face course are embedded into that course. So definitely engage in that. And if you have any questions, we can certainly answer anything that you have. We've had so many people go through it. Staying online, we're talking about online professional development. Not everything that we deliver out of LSV public training is accredited. We also have non-accredited courses, and what this means is keeping your skills and knowledge current, whether that be soft skills training, whether that be making sure that your accredited training also remains current, and we're going to keep this suite of courses coming out. So if you haven't had a go at one of these online courses that we've released, jump in and have a look. We've got cultural competency online learning. We've got the Royal Lifesaving Society of Australia, who released the conflict management online learning that we've had amazing feedback on. We've got the LSV YouTube channel if you want to see how to do a spinal, if you want to see how to do a contact toe. All of those videos that we do in the training are available on our YouTube channel. Have a look, practice your skills and knowledge, do it safely. If you want to wait until a course, that's fine, but definitely have a look and just refresh your knowledge of what the steps are in those processes. And then really, really exciting, we've got in-service training. Now, in-service training is something we've had around for a little while now in terms of face-to-face delivery directly from Lifesaving Victoria. But now we recognise that a lot of pools have asked for more flexible approaches to this, and with all of the iterations we've had in online spaces, we're now looking at how can we take the knowledge evidence from in-service training and put that into an online course. That'll make 2 face-to-face sessions and 2 online sessions, and much more feasible for the industry. Labour-wise, it's a lot easier to make sure all of your guards have access without having to get everyone in the one space at the same time. That's going to be available both for pool lifeguards and for swim teachers. We've got a swim teacher face-to-face in-service suite, but this will bring together the online and the face-to-face component, and we're looking at releasing that later next year. Now, all of those things very much focus on online. That doesn't mean we don't focus on practical face-to-face skills, but we do want to make sure that we're keeping everything in the one place to make it really simple. And that's really key to what we do at Lifesaving Victoria. We want to make sure the skills and knowledge are available, but we also want to make sure it's feasible, accessible, and easy to use. So this is what we talk about when we talk about some of our online things. All of the course information that you have is in your own online portal. You use your own username, your own password. You've probably seen it before. We have changed it, we have updated it, we have improved it, and we really do welcome the feedback that everyone's provided across the state. Everything we do is in response to the wants and needs of you out there. The online booking process, the payment and the enrolment process, we simplified it, we put it online, we kept your details, so if you've trained with us before, everything's there for you. Online grading. We heard you when you said we need certificates faster, and even during COVID-19, we've maintained that online certificate issuance in anywhere between 1 and 3 working days, which is a huge improvement on what we did in the past. And we continue to improve that process as we've released new portals to make sure that our grading is accessible for regional and for metro communities, and making sure that we're actually getting the information to the facilities when they need it. Online certificates, because our certs are online now, we are actually now able to issue those to employers. So we've built all of that into our all of our codes of practice and our terms and conditions that if you book a private course with Lifesaving Victoria Public Training, we'll send the results summary to employers and we'll send copies of the certificates. Makes it much easier for aquatic facilities to access the information that they need to make sure that their pools and everyone who's working at those pools has the qualifications on site before they attend a shift. Keeping that focus on simplicity, accessibility, and everything in one place, let's talk about all the training that a pool lifeguard would need. If it's in the GSPO, our goal is that we have it at Lifesaving Victoria. We've got the pool lifeguard qualification, we've got in-service training, we're going to make that flexible, we're going to make it more accessible to regional communities. We've got provide first aid, we've got it remote, we've got it face-to-face, we've got it blended, we've got the online cultural competency. So if you have had a look online recently, we've actually released cultural competency training to aquatic facilities. If you get 75% of your staff trained in that, you'd be considered culturally qualified, and something that you'd really want to make sure people are aware of so that they know your facility is something that welcomes everybody. Royal Lifesaving Society Conflict Management, I touched on that already, one of our online PD courses, and this grid is going to get bigger and bigger as we add more and more PD into that space. Let's talk swim teachers. You can see there's a heap more there for you. So the LSV swim teacher qualification was released last year. We've now released the swim teacher blended course, making that again more flexible, more accessible. Teacher of infant and toddler, we released that one in 2020. That's our first of 2 extension courses. Teacher of people with a disability is coming very, very soon. And thank you to all of the facilities, stakeholders, specialists across the state who've consulted on some of these products to make sure that what we're delivering is exactly what the industry needs and exactly what the qualification should be. In-service training I've touched on, Royal Lifesaving Society conflict management I've touched on, and it's about the bridge between some of these things as well. If you're a lifeguard and a swim teacher, we've got shared professional development and shared qualifications. The LSV Swim Teacher Handbook and Licence. If you already hold a swim teacher qualification, that's okay. You don't need to have Lifesaving Victoria's qualification. You can come to us with any qualification that meets the national requirements, and as long as you're meeting your PD requirements and your delivery requirements, we can issue your licence. We're talking about the bridging course when I talk about bringing pool lifeguards and swim teachers together and making sure that all of the qualification requirements in the GSPO are met. There is actually a bridging course that's coming that will bridge swim teachers to pool lifeguards, and that'll essentially allow your program supervisors to make sure they have the qualifications that they need. And really key, CPR. So we do have the accredited CPR qualification at Lifesaving Victoria for swim teachers, and if you do your licence with LSV, you'll actually get that free of charge. Now, we've talked about lifeguards, we've talked about swim teachers. Now let's talk about aquatic technical operators. We need to make sure that the qualifications are accessible to everybody. I've talked about the fact that we're going to be releasing a much more flexible approach to this course, and we've done so in consultation with Department of Health and Human Services. We're also incorporating a lot of extra knowledge into this space in the environmental health officers. So essentially you're going to get additional knowledge on top of your ATO course in a more flexible and fast approach. And we're going to have a shorter course available for those who just want to learn about pool water testing. This is just an example of some of the online learning that we have, making sure that it's interactive, engaging, and self-paced so that you can make sure you're absorbing some of that more technical knowledge that we have. Now, I keep talking about simplicity and accessibility. Now I want to make sure that it's feasible for us to reach you. When we talk about regional focus, we're talking about some of the opportunities we have to empower the industry to deliver their own training, but also to engage with some of our partner providers as well. So if you're in regional Victoria, you may not be aware, but we've actually increased our delivery to every corner of the state. We now deliver to 450 facilities across the state to train. That's CPR, first aid, aquatic safety. And those facilities allow us to give you guys access to the training that you need. Now, we don't do that alone. We have 22 accredited organisations who deliver training. We also have almost 200 non-accredited providers. If you recognise that there's someone at your facility who's a champion, a mentor to other lifeguards, a mentor to other swim teachers, recognise them and have a look at some of the on behalf of programs that we have. If you can be a facility champion, you might have a swim teacher qualification, an education qualification, and you're passionate about aquatics. It's about imparting some of that knowledge. We have the resources, we have all of the primary information to be able to empower the industry to deliver their own training. It does mean you need to apply, and you do have the opportunity to deliver accredited as well, if you meet the requirements. And I think it's important that you recognise that we already have 22 providers out there. We have providers in Wellington Shire, Warrnambool. We have providers in Mildura at the moment. So we have worked in this space just to make sure that everyone's got what they need when they need it, and we're continuing to upskill those providers to more and more courses so that it becomes that large model that I talked about where everything is available in one place. When we're talking about locating courses, sometimes in the past you haven't been able to locate our provider courses, and we've heard you. Thank you for letting us know. So what we've done is we've spoken to our providers, and where they're delivering to the public, many of our providers have actually engaged in public courses on our portal. So you'll start to see delivered by another organisation, and that will allow you to see courses out into those regional areas that are delivered by some of our partners. Keep an eye out for those, start to engage with them, and that way you can just go to the one place to find training. If you have anything that you want to tell us, we're really open to feedback and consultation to make sure that what we're providing is what you need and what your staff are finding essentially useful to their day-to-day. So get in touch with us if you have anything that you want to add to our suite. We're always developing and growing new products, but we really do love to hear from you. So from Lifesaving Victoria Public Training, I want to thank you very much for your time, and we look forward to seeing you soon.
I'd now like to introduce RJ Houston. RJ is the Manager of Pool Safety at Lifesaving Victoria. He has over 15 years' experience in the aquatic industry across local government and management groups, and is passionate about operational excellence, health and safety, and risk management, having expertise in OHS management systems and quality. The pool safety area of LSV provides expert water safety advice to pool owners and operators, and assists in several aspects of facility operations and management. These include facility design consultation, safe operation systems, supervision systems, critical incident reviews, and water quality risk management. RJ is a qualified and licensed auditor, holds OHS qualifications, and is currently studying a Master of Business Administration.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm here to talk to you about pool safety at Lifesaving Victoria. I'm the manager for pool safety, and I thought I'd start with a little bit of a review of the year past and the size and breadth of swimming pools across the state, as well as a bit of an overview of what we've been up to and what we're planning to do into the future. To start with, you can see on the map here all the pools that are public pools across the state of Victoria. So we've got 288 council-owned pools and over 280 learn-to-swim pools across the state. There's also 100 or so school, body corporate, hotel, motel, and caravan park pools, which we would call public access pools, which are not shown on this map. In a typical year across the industry, we'd have over 70 million visits to public pools. And we know that the value of sport and recreation to the Victorian economy is about $8.5 billion. We also know from research that each swimming visit generates about $26 in economic benefit to the local community. We also know that swimming is Australia's largest participation sport. And this year, one of the things that we also know is that the arts and recreation sector have been the hardest hit by COVID-19. Amongst those public pools, the pool safety team at Lifesaving Victoria currently accredit over 30 platinum pool facilities, 196 watch-around water facilities, and 76 swim-safe facilities. Additionally, our swimming and water safety team licensed over 170 swim and survive pools. Despite the pandemic, it has been a very big year in service delivery and advocacy for Lifesaving Victoria and the aquatic industry. To recap some of our activities, we've had over 50 AFAR PD sessions with over 10,000 participants and counting. We developed a water quality risk management plan template at the request of industry in around January of this year, which we now know is in use at over 100 public pools and counting. We've also been working behind the scenes on new construction concepts and business models with our partners at Commercial Aquatics Australia and Leisure Management Excellence to find new and innovative ways to address the challenges brought by aging infrastructure and a changing community. As always, we are busy working with councils and architects to find innovative ways to design facilities with safety as a primary consideration before the first shovel even hits the ground. What I'd like to talk to next is how we bring groups together and the various interfaces that these groups have through Lifesaving Victoria. And I want to go back over the pipeline and talk about some of the things that we started many, many years ago that are only just moving through the industry now. So an example of that is through our relationship with DET. There's been a $9 million investment over the last year and a half or so via schools and swim schools through the Victorian Water Safety Certificate. This started in 2013 as an LSV research project and only received a green light for government funding in 2016. It's been putting kids through learn to swim lessons in swim schools and public aquatic facilities and is giving a generation of young people life-saving skills. It's a great outcome for the community and it's a great outcome for industry, but it started very, very small. For the last 4 years, Emergency Management Victoria, through the Safer Public Pools project, has subsidised pool safety assessments and the Victorian Public Pools Register. Play It Safe by the Water has provided support to keep watch around water in public pools across the state and continues to subsidise that program. Through the Safer Pools project and in combination with increased advocacy on appropriate risk management, we've seen really successful outcomes. There has been no fatal drownings in public pools over the last 4 years, despite over 280 million visits over the same period. And that's a credit to every person that's worked on the Safer Pools project that works in aquatic facilities, and it's a credit to the government for continuing to invest in water safety. Through our social enterprise, the public training team have put about $200,000 back into aquatic facilities in venue hire for public training courses every single year. Our multicultural team puts about $40,000 a year worth of swim lessons through the aquatic industry to help those at risk of drowning learn vital water safety and survival skills, whilst reducing the likelihood of a drowning event in the at-risk CALD communities. Many of these students then go on to become lifeguards through the CALD program and are now paramedics and working in other services in the emergency services sector. The key message of this is that through LSV, in partnership, together, from little things, really big things grow. And we're here to keep bringing people and organizations together for maximum long-term effect. So here at LSV, we do advocacy a little bit differently. We spend a lot of time gathering the data and the evidence, and then we put it to the test and make sure it stands up under rigor. We then go to key decision makers armed with the facts. It's not very loud and it's not always quick, but it makes sure that the right decisions are made for the most people. Some examples of this will come up on your screen. We do an annual State of Sector report for industry and government in partnership with Aquatics and Recreation Victoria. This will be available on our webpage soon and sent out to aquatic facilities, and it covers off the 2019-20 financial year. In that report, key insights into the impacts of COVID-19 on the aquatic and recreation industry, as well as the importance of the industry economically, socially, and of course in preventative health. We're also just releasing version 2 of the Safer Public Pools Code of Practice. This was a joint industry and government initiative following a string of public pool drownings in 2014 and 2015. It's been highly effective in that there's been no fatal drownings over the last 4 years. But there's still more work to do. Some key updates for this year include updates to qualifications, following industry consultation, and changes to guidelines and regulations in the water quality and water safety space. We'll send out some further detail about this in our next newsletter. We also developed this year and released a return to play plan for swimming pools that has been adopted in hundreds of pools, not just across the state of Victoria, but also used interstate. One of our really key pieces of advocacy is our annual drowning report, and I know you heard from Rhiannon about that earlier. We also give advice to the coroners. That's not really the fun stuff, but it's also very important work. On a micro level and on a macro level, we provide detailed advice on aquatic operations and risk, and try and make sure that we contextualize advice to all sorts of individual aquatic environments and different operational situations. Meaningful advocacy is difficult, it takes persistence and time, and it's very different from lobbying. I'd just like to cover off some key insights from this year's State of Sector report. One of the things that's become clear through Ambulance Victoria data is that there was 24 non-fatal drownings in public pools, which is 8 more than the 5-year average, and makes up 25% of the non-fatal drowning incidents attended by paramedics in 2019-20. In a typical year, I mentioned before, we know there's 70 million visits, so we can estimate that there's been about 13 million visits that did not occur in the first lockdown in 2019-20 financial year. We also know from Royal Lifesaving Research and Swimming Australia research that the economic, social and preventative health impacts of these lack of visits are astronomical, and these are detailed in this report within the Victorian context. Despite some of the bad news, pool safety assessment performance improved by 4% in compliance and about 1% in safety across all the pools that were assessed in 2019 and 20. It should be noted, however, that 42% of council-owned pools have not had an assessment within the last 3 years, which does not meet the target set by government through the Safer Public Pools Code of Practice. We as an industry have to do better than this. We also have a number of major redevelopments underway that are highlighted in this report, with Kew, St Albans and Northcote imminent, and then further down the line there's Don Tatnall, Kensington, Geelong and Carnegie. Moving on to one of our key highlights is, as the focus on safety in the community increases, so too is the list of aquatic facilities who want to become Platinum accredited with Lifesaving Victoria. Our Platinum Pool program involves a series of assessments and program hurdles, and if successfully completed, an accreditation is issued for a Platinum standard of safety being achieved at the pool. This year, we'll be opening up additional spaces in the program. To qualify, your pool must achieve a 100% compliance score on a pool safety assessment. Additionally, the Platinum Pool Steering Committee is engaged in more advocacy than ever, and as such, a decision was taken to incorporate some working groups and task forces under its structure. From 2020-21, the Platinum Pool Steering Committee will oversee the Local Government Group Operations Task Force, the Watch Around Water Advisory Committee, and a Pool Safety Technical Committee. I'm also pleased to announce that we've launched a couple of new services in 2020-21 that we never previously did. Why we're doing this is we're trying to make compliance, safety, and risk management as streamlined, as simple, and as consistent as possible across the state as part of our mission of ensuring that all Victorians have access to safe aquatic environments. Those services are emergency planning, supervision planning, and our pool safety assessment reporting. The emergency planning service comprises emergency risk assessments, emergency plans, training for your emergency planning committee, and training for your emergency wardens. The supervision planning service is similar. It incorporates supervision risk assessments, supervision plans, and training for staff that are involved in supervision planning. Lastly, as a result of investment in the back-of-house pool safety assessment platform, we will be able to provide benchmarking reports on pool safety assessments for organisations that manage multiple pools to give senior management insights into their safety and compliance performance across, for example, a local government area, a sector, or a region, or a state. And this will allow for them, senior management, to have greater analysis and be able to plan more effectively for the allocation of resources. As part of supporting new and existing services, LSV have developed the capability to build online learning modules. We've just completed our SwimSafe e-learning module, which I'm pleased to announce is now live in the SwimSafe members login area of our webpage. This complements our existing Watch Around Water online learning module, and it means that SwimSafe member facilities can now ensure a base level of competency for all staff delivering the SwimSafe campaign. The benefits of e-learning is that it can be completed from anywhere at any time. So onboarding new hires will never be easier, and there's no need for those 2-hour minimum staff meetings if you're implementing the program at your pool for the first time this summer. To support our emergency planning and supervision services, online learning modules are currently under construction. One of the things that we've learned this year, through the lens of bushfires and COVID-19, is that at times we have fragmented pathways of partnership. Depending on whether you are accredited through LSV or are a licensee, To an extent, this has determined the pathway of service and the method of advocacy that is available to your facility or your organisation. Increasingly, LSV are a service provider and an advocate for both industry and government. A challenge that we face is we need to re-examine how we represent industry to government and vice versa. If we look into the crystal ball of the future, you've heard earlier from Simon what the challenges will be. You've heard from Kathy about the need for industry coordination. As an industry and at LSV, we see a need to formalise the LSV industry partnership model. We also see that we need to continue to elevate the standing of industry with government. Government and industry need to preference effective channels and try and reduce some of that noise. And there's an ongoing need to continue to work on improved industry collaboration. With this realignment of purpose and this desire to address the challenges, there are some amazing possibilities that can be achieved. There's the opportunity to improve our data collection and our analysis. This is this fourth industrial revolution, the era of big data. It's upon us, and our industry is not immune to this force of change. We need a way of consistently reporting and capturing the depth, breadth, and scope of industry. With improved data collection, analysis, and reporting comes the benefit of better decisions, better micro decisions, and better macro decisions. There is also an opportunity to reduce our costs and increase our value for money for your customers and for what we provide as services to industry and to the community. There's the benefit of increasing inter-industry partnerships through the availability and access of larger and more connected networks. With all of these key insights and thoughts about the future, there's plenty to reflect on. On behalf of the pool safety team at Lifesaving Victoria, I hope that you enjoy the rest of today's program, and as always, have a safe summer at your pools.
I'd now like to introduce Adrian Payno and Sheila Langley. Adrian Payno is the pool safety specialist at LSV. He has over 13 years of experience in the aquatics industry and is passionate about community impact, leading by example, professional development, and safety. Having managed the operations of multi-million-dollar aquatic facilities across Victoria, Adrian is a subject matter expert at LSV and continues to establish key resources for the Victorian aquatic industry.
Hi, I'm Sheila Langley, Industry Development Coordinator at Lifesaving Victoria.
And I'm Adrian Payno, Pool Safety Specialist at Lifesaving Victoria.
In response to the many challenges we've faced this year across the aquatic industry,
we're revisiting our existing associate membership.
LSV associate members are entities and individuals who are not Lifesaving Club members, but those who recognise the powerful opportunities that being a member of LSV can bring to their organisation and to them as an individual. What's more, because of the urgent need to advocate more strongly across more channels and for more people and organisations, we are making the associate membership free for the remainder of 2021.
The LSV associate membership is catered to aquatic facilities and swim schools, municipal associations and peak bodies, commercial partners and suppliers, community groups and individuals, and schools and education providers.
Membership with LSV brings a range of service, financial and partnership benefits to entities and individuals.
The first area of benefits are in LSV services. Things like the Afar series and Members Mental Health Mondays, where a variety of experts across a range of topic areas share their expertise. This will continue to be available free for members. Access to resources that LSV have developed for industry, such as the Water Quality Risk Management Plan and many others, will continue to be developed and provided to our members. All of your existing as well as new service resources will sit in a members portal, which will give organisations the ability to see all of their LSV services and resources in one place. Importantly, the ability to access expert advocacy and advice, especially when you need it most, will be an ongoing member benefit.
Further to improving the access to LSV services, there's a range of financial benefits available to you. Financial benefits include discounts on existing LSV services, special offers from our partners, and if you are an aquatic facility, preference for venue hire and activities and courses. There will also be an option for low-cost benchmarking to assist with analytics and decision-making.
Thinking about the big picture, partnership with LSV as an associate means that you as an individual or as an entity can have more. You can influence and participate in impactful advocacy and research, such as the Drowning Report, eye tracking study, or the status sector you saw earlier. Through many forums, task forces, and community issue-based working groups, you have a powerful voice in the future shaping and direction of our industry. As emerging challenges come to light, through partnership with LSV, you receive the ability to lead and shape new solutions and initiatives, as well as the benefit of the access to the network of agencies and organisations that LSV provides. Through this, there is the opportunity to get more involved at an industry level and grow your spheres of influence. It also provides a key means to grow your network and career opportunities as an individual.
We have always had an associate membership at LSV, but it's really something that we've spoken about with industry. This year, to respond to the challenges and to help safeguard industry, we are making it free to sign up. You can still cancel anytime. There are just no strings attached. To help us advocate on your behalf and to continue to deliver events like this to our industry, we ask that you sign up yourself and your organisation so that we can continue to improve how we deliver benefits to you, our stakeholders. LSV will send out sign-up forms that will also be available on our website. When this arrives, fill it out and send it through to us. From here, we encourage everyone to sign up to the Associate Membership now to access the service, financial and partnership benefits.
We hope you have enjoyed today's Aquatic Industry Summit, and as always, we hope you have a safe summer at your aquatic facilities. Bye for now.
That brings us to the end of this year's summit. Please join me in giving a virtual round of applause to all those who have contributed in making today's event possible. And please also add your messages of thanks to our event chat. Thank you to everyone who presented, our sponsors, and to everyone who joined us today. We hope you enjoyed the day as much as we have putting it together. If you missed anything today, want to watch it again, or share it with your colleagues, today's video is available for you to watch on LSV's YouTube page at any time. Look after yourselves, stay safe, stay healthy, and we look forward to seeing you all soon. Thanks again, and goodbye.